Doesn't this just scream 2020 right now?
Fire.
This is our whole life.
We have reached peak 2020 right here.
Correct.
It's more like 1920 till it starts working.
So the rest of it's downhill.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. We are trying. We're just having some delays with the system.
Sure thing, no problem.
Make sure it's plugged in.
The IT gerbils need some water and food.
Wait, is the power out on the peninsula again?
Wade just walked out of the picture and became the invisible man.
He didn't like my comment, Bill.
Bill, that coverage you've got in the last 2 days?
Mr.
you're not
Mayor, I
running
am
priceless.
told that we are live now.
Okay, all right. All right, then, good morning, folks. Thank you for joining us, colleagues. Today is May the 26th. We have a continuation of our discussion on the recast budget, the COVID budget, beginning this morning now at 10 o'clock. Wherever we are, we'll go to council at 1 o'clock, and if we're not finished budget, we'll come back to that. If necessary, we'll schedule more meetings. So I want to welcome everybody to council, and I'm going to do our usual round table to make sure that everybody's here and can be seen. So we'll start in District 1 with Councillor Stretch.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, colleagues. Great to be here again, albeit virtually, and very proud to be representing District 1, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Councillor. District 2, Councillor Hensby had a very busy weekend. Councillor Hensby, do you want to update us a bit on what happened on the weekend?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is Councillor Hensby here for District 2, Preston, Chesapeake, Eastern Shore, and it was another eventful weekend in the West Port Lake area, the third wildfire since 2008. But we learned a lot of lessons from the first fire, and from my perspective, this was a well-coordinated collaboration with an integrated response with our Nova Scotia Lands and Forestry and interim firefighters. I want to thank Erica Fleck and our EMO coordination assistance with our local ground search and rescue teams, the RCMP, the EHS, Nova Scotia Transportation and Infrastructure, Chesapeake Depot for manning the barricades and blocking the roads. And a major thank you to the volunteers, the Eastern Shore Joint Emergency Management Team, and those responsible for the management of the Lake Echo and Porter's Lake Community Centers. And some of the local businesses that really stepped up the game. For instance, the Route 7 Excavating, they gave up their compound for the GSAR team to set up their command post. So very much thanks, appreciate to that. Some of the other local businesses like Tim Hortons, Subway, the Crazy Weasel, Big Wedge Pizza Shops, as well as Leanne Hines from Seaforth General Store and Diner, who had offered meals to those who were displaced. I want to thank you, each and every one of them, as well as other citizens that came to the aid of those in need. And a special thank you to Rod Lewis from the Porter's Lake Community Service Association that stood guard with me at the community centers in Porter's Lake and Lake Echo. Appreciate his assistance with that. And a very special shout out to Wayne Harnett of Seaside FM Radio. These days, when the weekends, when these occurrences happen, there's not a lot of live radio broadcasting going on. Wayne Harnett would go immediately to live broadcast whenever I called, and I really appreciated his service and access. And also thanks to the local media, the TV that went live streaming when interviews were done by the officials. So we learned a lot of lessons, and and I think that one of the things we did learn is that social media can be a valuable tool if it's used responsibly. And there's various people that helped me get that message out, and my heartfelt thanks go to each and every one of them. But in the meantime, it's still pretty tenuous out there. We had a flare-up yesterday afternoon, and so the fire crews will be out there again today, checking for any hot spots. And as you heard in the news, we have other forest fires raging across the province. So it's a very dry weather out there, and the forecast does not look good. So I ask people to please obey the ban. When the province imposes the burning ban, please obey the ban. Respect the burning restrictions and keep the blazes away from homes, and that includes no fireworks. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby, and I know that we were all kept up to date by you on the weekend, as well as having a chance to chat with Dave Meldrum and others. So thank you, Councillor Hensby, for your work, and as you said, for all of the people who stepped up, Lands and Forestry, Halifax Fire, EMOs, Search and Rescue, everybody who stepped up, and the businesses as well. Thank you. Big news coming out of District 3 yesterday. Councillor Karsten, you're with us?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mayor, I'm here, and certainly look forward to our budget discussion, and then move into Regional Council this afternoon. All is well. Carry on.
The countdown is on, is it?
Carry on.
Councillor Nicol.
Good morning, everyone from District 4, Cole Harbour Westfall. Nice to be with you, and I want to acknowledge what Councillor Hensby said. I'm receiving a lot of emails. There's nothing like a forest fire to remind those in Cole Harbour of the forest fire they had and how close it comes to our home. So obey the ban. Exactly. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here, ready to go.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. From beautiful District 6, I do want to acknowledge our colleague, Councillor Karsten. Thank you so much for what you've done. He embraced me when I first got elected. We don't always agree eye to eye, but that's like any team. But I've always had the respect, and thank you for what you've done on a national level, Bill. So do we have to speak nicely, Mr. Mayor, of him until October, or is this just today only and we go back to normal?
No, I think it's just for the day.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, my friend.
But, I will remind folks that he's busy for the next number of months while we continue our work, but we'll be missed. Councillor Mason.
Greetings from District 7, Halifax South downtown, Mr. Mayor. I am set up in my office today. It's not nice enough to be on the deck, but looking forward to trying to get the budget direction done today.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, and everybody watching. Here for another day, and really quickly want to acknowledge on the weekend the motorcade for Captain Jennifer Casey in the North End and all over, but specifically the North End, and seeing all the residents go and one, show their respects, but also honor Captain Casey, but also other service members. It was a great thing to see, and everyone was very respectful from what I saw as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Smith. I was with Captain Mazer for the motorcade, and one of the things he mentioned was how much he appreciated the cooperation of HPD, Halifax Police, Chief Kinsella, being involved in that again and helping with the logistics. So thanks to everybody. Councillor Cleary.
Good morning, Your Worship. It's beautiful here, as it is, I'm sure, all over Halifax and District 9, Halifax West Armdale. Hi to everyone. Hope you are enjoying these virtual meetings. I don't know how long they'll last, but I think they're more efficient, Mr. Mayor, than our regular meetings. Just want to remind people to support your local businesses. Lots of them are open for delivery, curbside pickup, and are just open with social distancing precautions in place. And takeout is available on more than just Wednesdays.
Indeed. Councillor Cleary, if I could, I know you're very involved in the bid in Quinpool and the work that they've been doing in their virtual mall, but also they've got a new campaign on the go right now, and have also been working with Tanya and our crew on the street stuff, and I know you're very much involved in that.
Yes, and thank you to you and the CAO for mentioning that yesterday with regard to Spring Garden and Quinpool getting some wider sidewalks, and we're working with the Streetscaping Committee for the Quinpool bid to look at other areas where we can grab some more than enough travel lane space that's available for businesses to help them as they start to reopen more.
Right on. So a tip of the cap to Carla Nicholson and Quinpool and all the bids and all the folks who are working really, really hard to help our businesses bounce back. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and here in District 10, and I would urge the residents to bear with it a little bit longer for the construction on the 102, 103 interchange, because for the second night in a row, they've done the chipping and getting a lot of calls and concerns, and hopefully it'll be over soon.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Worship. In lines in keeping with what Councillor Walker has said, we're appreciating everyone's patience with regard to the work at the 500 block from Greystone right down to Green Acres. It'll be ending in June, and well worth the wait. And as well, I'll reiterate what Councillor Hensby had said. Just everybody, just be patient with regard to your fires. I know they're a great thing to do in the evenings, but now is just not the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and so much happening these days, and I, like Councillor Smith, would like to acknowledge Jennifer coming home through the motorcade yesterday, and or on Sunday rather. And also I would like to thank Councillor Karsten for being such a great member of council. We've seen eye to eye on virtually every issue, and there's been rare times that I've disagreed with his judgment. So
who couldn't agree with Richard?
I'm trying to read the script that you gave me, Bill. I hope this is fine. So best in your future endeavors, and thank you for your work on council. And I did want to say it was really helpful, Councillor Hensby, to have all the updates on the forest fires here in our backyard in District 12, Beachville, Lakeside, Timberley, Clayton Park West, and Wedgwood. We have the beautiful Blue Mountain Birch Cove, and we are deathly afraid of the forest fire season. There's so much dry tinder out there, and in spite of the bit of rain that we've had, it is now very dry again. So I echo all the other comments that backyard fires while you're camping, we're so privileged to have so much forest around us in HRM. But at the same time, it's a knife that cuts both ways. We have to look after it and make sure that we have this for future generations. So lots going on. Look forward to talking about the budget and then to regional council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Also, thanks to Councillor Hensby for keeping us informed on the weekend. You rose above and beyond, as always. Also like to thank the park staff. I visited many parks over the past couple of days. They look great. Point Pleasant looks amazing. Thank you for that. And also to the neighborhoods who are working on neighborhood cleanups on the past weekend and this upcoming weekend in Kingswood, Westwood Hills, Halliburton Hills, Glen Arbor, Highland Park, and in St. Margaret's Bay. So thanks to neighbors for stepping up, thanks to staff, and thanks to Councillor Hensby.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Blackburn. Deputy Mayor, are you with us on mute?
Sorry, I knew I was going to do it eventually. Just wanted to say good morning from beautiful downtown Beaverbank and encourage everybody to adopt a shop and make it your own over the next little while as we encourage everyone to shop locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, how are things in Sackville?
Good morning. Things are wonderful here in Sackville. Looking forward to the weather getting a little bit better and getting out and enjoying the parks and the trails that we have in the area. Should be a wonderful few days and looking forward to the weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
Good morning. District 16 is in the house and happy to be here. We got important business and budget discussions this morning, and then I'm quite excited about this afternoon when we will talk about the Bedford Highway Bus Rapid Transit and of course ferry service to Larry UTEC into Bedford. So an exciting day and pleased to be here.
All right, great stuff, guys. Thank you all to the councillors. I know Jacques and John and Cheryl and Laura and everybody else are aboard with us as well from a staff point of view. Colleagues, you have the revised agenda for this morning. There are no minutes to approve. We're into our recast, and just to sort of recap the recast, we started this a couple of weeks ago. Staff put a tremendous amount of work together based on the impacts of COVID-19 on our budget, which was just about to be passed when we slipped into the COVID blackout. And so there was a lot of work done by all departments. It came back to council. Council have been doing their job in looking at this budget, and we've gone department by department to ask the leaders at HRM from a staff point of view questions about their budgets. And I must say that the tone of the discussion has been very positive. We all recognize we're into difficult times, but we also need to make sure we're exhausting all of the opportunities for looking at options for the budget. And so that's where we are. We've looked at the operating, we've looked at capital. We're now coming back this week and to have a look at where we are on the budget after all of those discussions. So we're continuing on our budget recast for COVID-19 impacts where we left off on, I guess it was Friday. So we're at the supplementary information report. Cheryl?
So before we move to that, we will need a motion regarding the circulation of late reports, and that's under section 24 of Administrative Order 1. So we just need a mover and a seconder, and that's to allow those reports to be added, right?
Okay.
I will move, Councillor Nicol will move that they be added.
Mancini, seconder.
Seconded by Mancini. I'll ask you to take your mics off, and I'll just ask all in favor generally. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Then that is carried. Anything else, Cheryl? Move ahead. We're on. Doc, there's no presentation at this point
It better be.
from you or anybody else?
No, Mr. Mayor, we are ready to go. We'll just point out that we have a revised report that was circulated to you yesterday. The relevant or the most relevant section of that would be table 1, where we've looked at all of the impacts based on the motion, and we're certainly ready to take questions. Jane and her team have done a great job, along with all the directors, to pull the information together. Just want to make sure you're looking at the correct report, which is the revised report that was circulated May 25th, with some adjustments on page 4 and the attachments on A and B. So that's what we circulated. We also have some additional reports that Cheryl spoke to, and council was allowed to be considered today as well. So happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, Laura, just to check in, you indicate that we're having technical issues. Is that a note to me, or is that just a response to what Councillor Whitman said?
Just a response to Councillor Whitman. We are working through them, but you're fine to proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, and I do note that Bill has a red box around him. I don't think that's figurative. I think that's actual. Yeah, there it goes. John, did you want to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just procedurally remind Budget Committee that the main motion on the floor is that the Budget Committee direct the CO to revise the 2020-21 proposed operating capital budgets as voted on by Regional Council's Committee of the Whole on budget at their February 12th, 2020 meeting, using the revisions proposed in this report as summarized in Table 3, supported by attachments C and D. So at this point, the Budget Committee would be looking at amendments to that main motion based on the supplemental reports and the adjustment list that you've been provided today. So that would be your starting point.
Thank you, John. And just want to let people know, Corey tells me we're having some technical issues. Still, there's a lag. So it could be at some point in time that Councillor Mason is speaking, but it looks like Councillor Mancini is. So just understand that if you're watching at home. So we can go into the supplemental information report. I see a question from Councillor Austin before getting into the list that he might have some general questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I thought it might be helpful if, before we start getting into line by line items, if we can, because it's hard to vote for line by line items if we don't really have a good understanding of exactly what we have to work with. And so I was wondering if we could get some comments from maybe Jane or Jacques regarding what council's options are in terms of, if we do want to fund things on the list, what would be the best sources of money to draw from to do that, so that we actually have a sense of how poor and broke we are.
Mayor, it's Tim, and I'd like to support that, but also I'd like a quick update before we start this discussion as well from Jane on how our tax payments are going up to date. I know the due date is June the 1st, but I'd like to get an update on how things are going so far.
Okay, Jane, are you okay with those two? I think they both could probably be directed at you, Jane, in terms of options if council decides to fund things that were proposed to be cut, and also in terms of the incoming taxes. It is referenced somewhere in the report, but it may have changed since then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillors. So I'll answer Councillor Oatit first. As of yesterday, we have about $135 million still to come in. Residential is pretty much paid up to date. What we haven't seen come in is on the commercial side. I think we're at about 38% paid on commercial. So that's where the bulk of it is. I am expecting that, the commercial property owners will wait to the last minute to pay the bill, so to keep their money in their bank account as in ours. So we are tracking that, and I don't have an update as of yet on this morning.
Thank you, Jen.
Pleasure. To Councillor Austin, and the CAO will certainly will provide comment as well on this. In the supplementary report, I speak a lot about flexibility. So really, what we have is there's a few areas that we can go in the sense of being able to fund things. So once I have a better understanding of what how much council wants to add back, we can certainly work with that. We have the surplus has actually gone down from 35 million to about 32 now. So we've had a lot of large year-end expenditures come in, so we're tracking at about 32 million. You will recall back in February when we did the initial BAL list that there was funding put aside for capital projects as well as some other operating expenses. So we're tracking about $15.816 million. So that's money that could be used certainly to offset some items on the BAL list. There's been conversation about the saving for a rainy day through reserves. I think the mayor said that it was pouring out, not just raining. That's $12 million that goes into the strategic capital reserve. One of those is from a motion in 2005, I believe, where there's a set amount put in the budget each year. And then the other one is the 1 cent on the tax rate, which was a motion, I believe, in 2014. Those total about $12 million. Typically, I would be loath to not make deposits into reserves, but this is for a longer term strategic plan. So given the position that we're in, deferring that payment for this year is a feasible option. It does put pressure on next year as well. So those would be the areas that I would look at. There has been quite a bit of conversation about how much we will have to borrow from the province for cash flow purposes. The report mentions about $120 to $130 million now, as opposed to the 188, which was based back in April. Putting the money aside, so the recommendation in the report was to put 6 months of the principal payment in a savings account, essentially. What that would mean is, so when we have to make the full year payment in 21-22, we would have half of that money in the bank, so to speak. That means that we don't have to increase taxes to cover that off. So lowering that amount has some flexibility in there. You know, when Jacques, the CAO, started his conversations, he referenced the table on page 6 of the report, which really speaks to the 4-year implications of the decisions or the items that were listed in the supplemental report. All of these items do put pressure on going forward. So for example, the surplus this year for 19-20, if we use that for 2021 to fund ongoing costs, that gets baked into the budget going forward. So we will have to find that money next year. So it's really all about looking in the longer term and what that does to the budget for next year and the tax rate. So I hope that's answered your question, Councillor.
Councillor Austin, I'll come back to you.
Can I ask just a quick...
Councillor Austin, if I could just, I will come back to you, recognizing that was a long answer. I want to get clarification if I could. The commercial, you said, Jane, was 38% paid with a week to go or something. And I know we don't know how it's going to end up, but with a week to go before our normal deadline, is 38% dramatically below where we'd expect to be on the commercial side?
I can, Mr. Mayor, I can certainly gather that information. We are tracking by classification of commercial property owners, so I can certainly have that information for you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, do you want to, I'll let you go again, even though, because I think the question was for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, so what I'm hearing from Jane is that we do have some options for things on the list if we decide. The budget surplus being one, although there is that danger of, well, it's a one-time thing. The strategic capital reserve, Jane, the 12 million that we would normally deposit in there, I mean, that's something we deposit every year. I know it wouldn't be great policy to never put savings away again, but given the unusual times, like if things were bad again in 2022 or 2023, we in theory could delay that for more than just this year, correct? Like if we were struggling with an operating challenge.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So we would really have to look at what the list of capital projects are and when the potential funding is going to be. So if the desire was going forward to not put funding in that reserve, I think we would have to have a very serious look at what the signature capital projects are and what council's wish is for projects in those investments, as opposed to not putting money in for 2 or 3 years. It becomes very difficult to get back on track, and it's really what council's wish is. But I would recommend that there be a full look at the business case and the need.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
I can officially confirm we're having the slow mute button issue again as well. So I had a question just so that I make sure that I fully understood the report was on when you get to attachment A and B for vacancy management. So I think what I'm seeing is that attachment A of vacancy management was what the normal vacancy management would have been if we'd passed the budget before COVID. Jane is nodding. Good
Correct.
Stuff. And attachment B is what it would be if we passed the recast budget. That's not in addition to attachment A. That is the replacement. So instead of doing A, we would do B. Is that correct?
That's correct, councillor.
All right. So the delta between A and B is the increase, and that would be around $7.8 million. So then the next question is the salary and compensation line in the budget adjustment was around almost 21 million bucks. what are some of the other things that are in there? Not that I'm going fishing for other things to add in or not cut or whatever, but just so that we know. You know, I had originally thought that most of that was vacancy management increases, and it looks to me like there's maybe $13 million in there in addition to the vacancy management. Can you give us an idea what the rest of that salary and compensation is?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillors. So I believe the total compensation change is around $21 million for the recast budget. Included in that would be some of the layoffs. There's also in compensation things like overtime that's been reduced. There's workers' compensation. There's other costs that are included in there in order to make that up. I've just got I've asked Bruce and Tyler to confirm that the 15.8 million is actually the total that's in the recast budget as indicated in the header on the attachment.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a motion now. I'll wait until after we do fire and police so we can clarify that and make sure the numbers are as right as possible in situations like this. And so my intention is, as I signaled colleagues, and sorry for the late email, I just couldn't get the work together until this morning after talking to a couple people, would be to suggest that we relax the vacancy management and restore some of the grants and programs, but not nearly to the degree that we'd originally contemplated. At one point, we talked about maybe a $15 or $17 million reduction in cuts, and now it's under $5 million, is not including fire and police, is what I would propose. And we can talk about that when we get there. The rest of the proposed cuts or the proposed changes in compensation, I think I can live with. I think that's appropriate given the circumstances that we're operating under. And I do look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues' questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've now gone through this report twice, and I guess we need to know where we started from and what Councillor Mason's motion did, and then go line, in my opinion, go line by line of all those added items to see what happened to the tax rate. Because I'm not really clear when I read this, if we do what, the tax rate does what. I guess that's where I'm a little bit confused in this whole process, because we're going all over the place and we don't seem to be going in any order that I can follow that what is happening to the tax rate. Because I have a chart here which said it could go to a X number, and I'm not even going to say that number because it's scary. And I guess I need a little bit of clarification of how we're going to go forward this morning, and how are we going to get to that final tax rate, and what is the bill going to look like? Because in my opinion right now, it's all over the place.
Okay, so Jane, attachment A on this list, the revised report, right, Jane, that indicates the impact on the 2021 rates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's actually table 1 on page 6 of the report. So for this current fiscal year 2021, we are recommending that the tax rate remain at the 1.4% as per the budget that would have been voted on March 24th. What the table and what the bell list, so, and then we've converted everything into a tax rate to give you a sense of what the impact will be going forward in the future. This year will be managed through a number of short-term options, but it is the longer-term impact on the tax rate going forward of the decisions that we're trying to communicate. There wasn't any other way that we could think of that would help explain the way that what the implications are going forward. And I think the CAO may have a comment or two he'd like to make as well.
CAO?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. I can only really repeat what Jane has said and what we've said all along here. This is a tough year. Next year will be tougher. We're trying to hold the tax rate to the existing level that was originally forecasted back in February. So, you know, if council agrees with the idea that we would put more things back in to the tune of $4 million or $5 million, whatever that number is. I know that Councilman Mason has circulated some commentary and some proposal in that respect. We would go back and try to find a way to fund those without impacting the tax rate. Now, that being said, you would impact where is that money going to come from? Well, it can only really come. It doesn't come from the tax rate, and it really only can come from reserves or reducing some other item in the budget. For example, capital from operating, taking on more debt as a result. So we'd have to come back to you with a, if the motion passed, we would come back to you with a proposal as to how that would work. The risk, frankly, is what Jane talked about, right? That is, next year is going to be a tough year. The year after is going to be a tough year. We have a situation now with our commercial tax base where we're going to see dramatic declines in commercial tax revenue over the next 2 to 3 years. It's a bit of a mug's game to try to predict when the commercial tax base will recover fully, right? When most economists are talking about 30% of the business is not across the country on average not coming back ever. That means there will be vacant space, and that'll take time to recover. Businesses will come back at some point. To what extent and how fast is really unpredictable. My expectation is the commercial tax base will take probably up to 5 years to recover, possibly longer, 5 to 7 years. Mayor and I were having a conversation this morning about that. How soon can we expect the commercial tax base to come back? And that sort of relates back to our short-term borrowing conversation too, right? So when you think about short-term borrowing, trying to pay it back in 3 years is going to be extremely challenging, and it'll put a lot of pressure on the rate. So we would rather not put any pressure on the rate this year, or increase the rate this year at all, to give us some flexibility going forward, and not to reduce or not to add things in that are going to impact years 2 and 3. So whatever you put back in this year, we're carrying that forward. And if you look at that table, you look at the significant impact in years. Just got to get it over here, Mr. Mayor. Report up. If you look at table 1, page 6 of the revised document, there's some significant impacts there, right? In terms of the rate, tax rate increases, and the average tax payable going forward, if we were to take all of those items and put them in, right? And I don't think that's what council wants to do, but I just caution, as Jane has, caution you in terms of what you want to add back in this year, because it'll have a significant effect in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. That said, we'll take council's direction, and we'll come back to you with some funding sources that will have an impact on other things, right, going forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And those are big numbers. And as I said, it's scary to look at those big numbers because it's just not going to be maybe, it's going to. And I'll wait for deliberations this morning on what I can put back in and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, Jane, though, the report dated May 21st on attachment A does go through each of these items and does break down that impact on a tax rate, which is not to say that if they go in, we're going to increase the tax rate. We're looking for other sources, but that attachment A is still a living document.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. And what we will do is we'll, as we go through that and decisions are made on what the what items go in or come out, we will then get a dollar amount, and then we will look for other areas to find. I do want to confirm, though, for council that attachment B on the revised supplemental report for Councillor Mason's motion, it's the increase in vacancy management is $15.9 million. So that is the increase. It's not labeled properly on the top. So if Councillor Mason's motion to reduce it by 50% comes in, it would be half of that.
So
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Jane? I thought, I'm looking at, I see attachment B as the recast budget.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Mason on this first item on the agenda had asked if the $15.8 million included on that was in addition to what we had in the budget on March the 24th. The answer to that is yes. So it's an additional 15.9 in vacancy management.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for either Jane or Jacques. On your supplementary information report, item number 3, page number 4, third paragraph down, talk about the converting of remaining capital from operating to debt. This is the question we had to deal with back in 2008 when we had the significant economic downturn at that time. And that was one of the motions of council we did back then to take advantage of the infrastructure funding programs that were available to us. We did a shift from operating.
Hi, Corey. How are you? Good. How you doing? I mean, as good as it can be.
somebody needs to say something.
Whose camera's on or microphone on?
Who's talking to Corey? Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Anyway, in regards to back in 2008, when we had the financial restraint and economic downturn, council at that time decided to adjust our debt ratios and stuff, and take advantage of the federal and provincial infrastructure funding, as well as try to minimize the impact on the tax rates. As our CAO just said, this could be a long-term recovery over 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 years. Why am I not looking at that as well as on a long-term debt? Perhaps we should take more of our capital out of operating and shifting it to a more of a long-term financing. With the low interest rates presently available, I think now might be the time to consider that. Plus, with the incentive funding coming from the federal and provincial governments, we may be able to partner a lot of our infrastructure dollars against that to do more. I see in that paragraph to talk about some capital projects may be not debt eligible, so I can understand that, but I think we have other projects in there that we can probably take off our operating budget side. So can I get a clarification of that paragraph? Because to me, as I read it, staff have some reluctancy to do that, but they're keeping it as open as an option, maybe in the fall when the fall debentures are going to be issued. So I'm just kind of saying seems like we're leaving the back door open for this option, but why don't we just walk through it in the front door now? And if we don't need to do the debt financing in the fall, then don't do it. But I think we should look at doing the option now and then maybe not exercise it if not necessary. I'd rather do that now instead of waiting till the fall and do an adjustment.
Mr. Mayor,
Sean,
I'll ask Jane to sort of speak to the detail of that, but certainly a legitimate option. We're dealing with a lot of unknowns, unfortunately, at the moment, right? So, there's a lot of talk between the federal government and the province and municipalities around stimulus funding, emergency funding for municipalities. None of that is known at the moment. As you know, council put into play last week the shovel-ready projects into the province for consideration into the federal government. We don't know what the outcome of that's going to be and when. We just need to know soon as to what that may produce. That will take some pressure off, clearly, especially on the capital from operating side. But in the absence of any information or any knowledge of what may come forward, it's difficult for us to recommend that we reduce capital from operating further. So that's sort of where we are. I'm hopeful that we will get some stimulus funding of some sort that's not tethered to capital projects. That's non-infrastructure funding. Hopefully that will come in and that will also actually produce some relief as well. So it's easier to put stuff back in at the end and then to try to try to do that now in the absence of the funding source. Anyway, Jane, you want to take it over from there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Hensby. So really it is, as you said, we're trying to leave room. I expect that years, 2, 3, and 4 are going to be much more difficult. If there is more infrastructure funding, this allows us to be able to use debt to finance that. We can manage capital from operating at about the $20 million level currently. So the recommendation of the preferred approach would be to fund that out of the operating budget. If in October things are worse than anticipated, or we don't open as quickly as we hope to, then the thought would be to look to convert that into debt in order to free up that $20 million. So it's really all about looking into the future and leaving some room for council to take advantage of the opportunities if the federal and provincial governments come with infrastructure funding.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I just felt that we need to have clarification. Do we walk through that door now or walk through it in 6 months' time? So I just want to make sure we have that option available to us on the table.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Your Worship, I just I guess the best way to put this is there's a lot of moving parts here. So the initial discussion is going to be with regard to what we're talking about now, and then we'll have police and fire, and then I guess the adjustment list. Is that pretty well the summary of how we're going to deal with this?
In terms of process today, Councillor?
Pardon me?
You mean in terms of the process today?
Yep, just the order of the process.
Well, we have the agenda, but we're doing just general questions on the budget, and then we'll move to the probably Councillor Mason's was up first initially.
Okay.
So we look at his list and then we'll decide if we do that item by item, and then move to police and fire and the other items below that.
Okay. I just have two things. One is on the presentation, the economic impacts, and we haven't seen that yet. It was part of our mail out, and it's on page 4. And I previous to the meeting, Your Worship, you suggested a change on page 4. I haven't seen that, but it says labor income in 2019 was 11.7, and then in 2020 it's 11.9, but shows a decrease. And I think there may be a misprint in that. I'm just trying to find out if or if I'm calculating incorrectly. And that would have been in the presentation on page 4. And that's not something I need an answer to right now, but just maybe we could find it. And the other thing is this whole process from beginning to end and then beginning to end. This is the first time I recall that we've actually done 2 budgets in 1 year. And I think that will put it in perspective. We have spent time to do 2 budgets, which, I mean, one budget process is long, and I can't for the life of me even grasp how much our staff has gone through and how much they've done, especially, I mean, budgets are stressful enough and they're difficult enough, but when we have some outside forces over which we have no control, and our staff stood tall, worked hard, and came up with something that is going to be workable, is admirable, to say the very least. And for that, I thank them all.
Thank you, Councillor. So just in terms of your initial comment, so we're operating off the revised report, which highlights what's changed and has an arrow at the top of page 4. On the rest of it, Jane, did you have anything else on what Councillor Adams had said?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what Councillor Adams was referring to was the opening presentation that the CAO gave when we kicked this off. The difference on the labor market, I can get the details and send it out, is it's really a different measure. In the original fiscal framework that we used, we were using personal income from Halifax, which comes from CAMAC. We do a study with them every year when we kick off the budget. The measure that we have in there is a different measure. I believe it's from StatsCan, but I can confirm that. And it's just showing it's not personal income, it's all labor market activity. But I'll send an email out to all the councillors to confirm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karsten.
You're on mute.
Councillor Karsten? I thought at 11:30. Is Councillor Karsten off the?
Yep. Took a while, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I thought it was off. So first off the bat, I want to take the opportunity to thank Jacques and Jane for all of the extra work they've had to put into this. Very well said by Councillor Adams that in essence, what we're doing is 2 budgets in 1 year, and I've never really thought of it that way, but that's really what it is. I have to say, that as you know, I've been in and out of these budget meetings because of other obligations to do with FCM. And I have to say that my comment is no reflection in any way, shape, or form on any of my colleagues on this call, certainly not staff and certainly not you, Mr. Mayor. This is the hand that we've been dealt, and we're making the very, very best of it. So, we're doing what we need to do. So do remember those words, if you would, as I'm making my other comments, that it has been and continues to be, and I've just fired off an email to a few colleagues on council, that this is an extremely frustrating process for me, and I'll tell you why. What I'm hearing, Mr. Mayor, through you to my colleagues, I'm hearing us have to go through a process of going around in circles, sort of trying to find the best way forward, doing the best we can, make no mistake about it, with again the hand that we're dealt. But what we're doing is really, in essence, putting band-aid solutions on anything that's in front of us. When in reality, and maybe it's because of what I've been involved in for these past 8-9 weeks since COVID, when really there is only one solution to the situation we find ourselves in, and that is provincial-federal partnership to come to the aid of municipalities across the country and supply us with that backstop of money that we so urgently need to cover off the financial losses, the revenue losses that are unrecoverable through to COVID. And it behooves me there. I knew I'd get it in one more time before I left council, my favorite word. It behooves me that we're in a situation to try to find all of these band-aid solutions when really the answer is quite simple. The federal government has said in several manners now in the past weeks that if the provinces will step forward and partner with the federal government, the Prime Minister said it a week ago Saturday, that he would sit at the table and negotiate and be partners with the provinces. And, that is our weakest link at this point. Doug Ford has stepped forward and said very capably that he recognizes the urgency of the situation and that he will come to the table. But our province, the province of Nova Scotia, quite frankly, no derogatory thing in terms of how COVID's been handled. I think they've done a stellar job, but they're mute on the urgency that we're facing. CAO Jacques Dubé just said minutes ago, next year is tough. The year after is tougher. This is an emergency. This is a crisis. And I just get frustrated because that urgency doesn't seem to come through when we're doing, again, I repeat, don't hold this against me. This is passion speaking. We're all doing the right thing for what's dealt us, I repeat, but where is the province? So quite frankly, my call today, my call is for the province of Nova Scotia to step up to the plate, help us with our problem, and actually the challenge would be, what is the harm in sitting at the federal provincial table and having the conversation? My plea is to please do that. What is the harm in sitting down, getting your partner, no different than this jurisdictional wrangling about federal responsibility, municipal responsibility? Enough already. If we are truly partners, if we are truly, as we would in a family, willing to step up and help a family member, then let's do what we need to do as a council to push and drive the provincial government to step up to the plate. These aren't messages from FCM, okay? These are things that I think about every night late. How can we move this forward? What we need is 2 or 3 or 4 provinces in this country to step forward now to say, I will partner with the federal government. As an antidote to that, what would prevent, I know all provinces are cash strapped as well, but think of it, province, I'm speaking to you right now, bring in 50-cent dollars, bring in 40-cent dollars to help municipalities, because as we do say it at FCM, and it's the fact of life, there is no true recovery from COVID, no economic recovery with your municipalities in as bad a shape financially as the losses we've seen. Thank you for that latitude, Mr. Mayor. I had to get it off my chest.
I just want to say here, because I've heard Councillor Carson sitting next to me say here many times over the years, so I want to echo what he just said.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Karsten. President Karsten, good luck with all the calls you're on today as well. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. I almost have more questions now than when we started an hour ago. My concerns are regarding the advice that we're getting from the CAO and the CFO, cautioning us about the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and a motion that we're going to see at some point during this call from Councillor Mason that's been revised 4 times during the past hour. And I want to make sure I comprehend Jacques' response. Jacques, on one hand, you're saying it's easier to put things back in, which sounds to be what Councillor Mason wants to do. For the record, I agree with the layoffs and the vacancy management and the course that we're going. But you said that you will, Jacques, you'll take our advice and you'll do what we vote on doing. But I want to make sure that if you're trying to more clearly and firmly tell us not to proceed down this route, please tell us.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor, thanks for that question. As you can appreciate, Jane and I are being very cautious
Thank you.
Going forward, simply because we need to be cautious. You know, the advice that we provided to you is still the advice, right? And as the mayor said, you know, council staff has done this job, and the CEO and the CFO are united in our advice to council. That is the advice. And council now has to do its job. So when I talked about putting things back, what I was referencing there was, you know, Jane, this is one of Jane's favorite lines, much easier to put things back than it is to take things out. And I think we've proven that over many budget deliberations going forward, trying to get things out of the budget, very difficult, right? And it's not intuitive to people to reduce services or to cut things. People want to do more things for good people, and we all want to do that. But what I'm referring to there specifically is that if we were to get further funding through the province and the federal government or some combination thereof, that may allow council then to revisit the budget and make adjustments going forward. You know, as we move through the summer, I'm hopeful that we're going to get some positive answers out of the federal provincial government. You know, but that doesn't mean we need to put a pause on the budget deliberations. We need a budget so we can continue to pay people. We're getting close, we're offside in relation to some of the administrative processes that we're doing in terms of paying things. We need to have the backing of an approved budget to continue paying things. So we need to get the budget approved. But you know, the reality is that, you know, if we tend to put things back in, i.e. through using a budget surplus of 1920, as Jane has pointed out, those things are then baked in going forward. And you know, the budget surplus may or may not exist this year in 2021. We'll be serious. Our reserve options will be reduced, I would guess, for 21-22. It's for all those reasons why Jane and I are being cautious and advising council to be cautious as you move forward. That being said, I know that council may be interested in doing more things now and taking more risks than we would necessarily recommend. That's your prerogative. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jacques. Thank you for that caution. And I'm not one who's suggesting that we wait on the province or the feds. I know that this is mission critical today, so I'll be listening to your advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Jane. And thank you, Councillor Karsten, for your comments. My question is, I understand the dire nature of things and the fact that it may be 3 or 4 or 5 years before we get back to normal, and it's very much like trying to staple Jell-O to the wall. Are we going to have to go through another budget process if we get a second wave of this COVID nonsense? Without the province coming to the table, without the feds giving us support, if we have to go into lockdown again, I'm already hearing from the small businesses and restaurants and tourism businesses, and of course every councillor is, how dire the circumstances are. But I kind of get the feeling that this is a crumbling dike and we're looking for the biggest finger possible to staunch the flow. And is it possible that we could be talking about budget in the fall, because it's eating up an enormous amount of time, and I feel that there's just not enough to go around, and it doesn't matter what you cut, somebody is going to get hurt. One group is going to have to take something and another group is not going to get as much. Are we going to have to go through another process like this very shortly? Jacques, is this just the beginning? I understand, you know, your crystal ball isn't any better than anyone else's, but I'm thinking this is not a waste of time to do this, but it would be a waste of time if we sort of lock into this and then all of a sudden discover we have to go through another process. And COVID isn't the only thing on the table at this time. So should we just be handing it off to you and administering other things rather than debating the budget, which we may be doing in another 2 or 3 months again, depending on whether we get another round of this COVID. So if you could just give me your comments to give me some sort of insight into what you're thinking and what your staff is thinking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. You know, first of all, a budget is simply a budget plan. It's a plan to spend money over a period of time based on what you know today and what you can reasonably forecast going into the future. So, you know, we do need a budget, and so we'll not be recasting the budget in 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks or whatever that period is. What will likely happen is that we'll have more information, more current information as we move through the budget cycle and the budget period, and we'll make adjustments accordingly. And we do that all the time, right? We adjust our spending month to month, period to period, as we go through a budget plan, as we start executing on those plans. So what will likely happen, councillor, is that, you know, should we get additional funding from other sources, that will be brought back to council. It's sort of like infrastructure funding from this other levels of government, for example. All of those decisions are only decisions of council. So if the federal government, province of Nova Scotia, agree to some funding package for infrastructure for HRM, that'll all be brought back to council, and the impact of that funding will be explained, and council will have some options then to consider, right? Either to accept, to adjust, to defer, whatever that is. Same thing with non-infrastructure funding. If we're so lucky to get some, we would bring that back to council, and council would take a look and say, okay, if this is newfound money, then you'll make decisions, and that could happen, you know, at any time, I suppose, within the budget period, given the conversations about the pandemic that are going on between Ottawa and the FCM and the provinces, etc. So, you know, that's really what that means. We'll adjust as we get more information going forward, and we'll come back to council for direction.
Thank you. That makes me feel a little better, knowing that this plan will be basically what we're going to follow, and we won't be redoing another revisit on this. So thank you for that, Jacques. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just for those watching, the main reason we're doing a budget recast is we were just about to approve this budget when COVID hit, so we didn't actually have a chance to approve the budget. Other cities may have approved the budget and are making allowances as they go for it, but have an approved budget to work with. So, but it made no sense just to approve a budget when we knew that there was going to be impacts from COVID. So that's the recast and all the work that staff have done. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Just want to make a few comments. One of them, I'm looking at where we are right now, and where we are right now, we have large portions of the province shut down. We have large sectors of our economy shut down. We don't have relief from the federal or provincial governments. We don't have the commercial tax base who are, in a lot of cases, able to pay the taxes. I don't want us to go into debt. I don't want us to absorb or to commit to any expenses more than we would have to otherwise commit to. So at this point, I'm simply looking at what we can do to reduce our expenses. The metaphor has been used that we are in a storm and we should be, you know, it's a rainy day and we should be spending the money because it's a rainy day. And I don't think we're there yet. I think where we are is the weather is still, it's getting cloudy, but the rainy day will hit us in another few months when we have a better picture of what the tax situation is going to look like and how much money we really don't have. I have no problem looking at what we have to do as far as cutting things, and I don't like to do that, but I want to make sure that we don't commit ourselves to spending money or to using up our reserves when we will need them. And I'm absolutely certain that we will need them a number of months down the road. So at this point, I'm also comfortable following the direction that has been set to look at what we can do to reduce our expenditures. And I'm not comfortable looking at committing to spending more money in borrowing or, again, using up the reserves, using up the surplus, because we will need them later on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Outhill.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to follow on with a little bit with what Councillor Russell was just saying. I'm happy to be here this morning to discuss what we could do and ways motion, etc. But we have to deal with optics and we have to deal with reality. And Bill just gave a really good statement on how we're in a state of emergency. We need federal and provincial help. Well, we need federal and provincial help, but we're also trying to say we're trying to avoid layoffs. We're trying to avoid freezes. We're trying to avoid, and I agree with this, cuts to fire and the police. And of course, we're very worried about transit bleeding. We don't know where that's going. So if we are truly in a state of emergency in our finances, and I think many cities are, I think we should start acting like it a little bit too. I have made it very clear that there are two things that that we cannot do during one thing we cannot do during a pandemic and a recession is that we cannot grow the bureaucracy, we cannot raise taxes. And I believe since the beginning, the conversation from the CFO and from you, Mr. Mayor, and me and others have been that we would not be looking at raising taxes. We're talking about the rate. I'm not interested in rate, I'm interested in what people pay. And I do not think this is the time when we can raise taxes when so many businesses can't pay and so many residences are struggling to pay, and sounds like many have, and that's great. We agreed to look into what we would be willing to add as far as cuts, what we would be willing to dip into reserves, and I agree that that's risky because we don't know what's coming forward in the fall. And we would be looking at cuts, debt, and reserves. Those are the things that we'd be looking at today. I do not believe that during a time of a pandemic and a recession that we should talk about growing the size of bureaucracy, as I've mentioned, or raising taxes. So I just wanted to set that stage. And also we ask us that, be very careful in our optics here. If we are truly looking for federal and provincial help, the first thing they're going to say is, well, you're growing your bureaucracy, you've resisted permanent cuts, you've not gone into your reserves, you've not gone into debt, yet you claim to need to be bailed out, which I need. But let's be consistent in our message here today. There's a lot of work to be done. I'm here today to discuss what as much we can do to protect police and fire without having to go into debt or raise taxes. That's my goal today. Others may have different goals, but just wanted to set that, just to make that clear at the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Since we're on general sort of discussion, I want to say a couple of words before I go back to second rounds. We need to be clear, folks, whatever happens, we're going to have a reduced budget from the one that we were going to approve in March. It's a reduced budget. The question is how much, and there isn't anybody on council who is saying that they don't support some of the pulling back on some of the reductions. Everybody wants to be fiscally responsible but get those things that they want. That's just natural. That's politics. But I want to remind people where we are. We were about to approve a budget that had a net increase of 1.4%. Now, let me just tell you what the other big cities in Canada were doing with their budgets approved pre-COVID. Edmonton was a 2.6% increase. Winnipeg was 2.3%. Vancouver was 7%. Toronto was 4.24%. Mississauga 3.24%. Ottawa 3%. London 4.4%. Montreal 2.1%. Regina 3.25%. And Saskatoon 3.7%. So our tax rate is competitive. There may be one big city in the country, that would be Quebec, that would be on a par with us in terms of holding taxes down. And I'm proud of that. I've always believed that you don't raise taxes when you can, you raise taxes when you should and when you need to, and you have to be vigilant in your budgeting. And I think that that's important. And I won't support raising taxes further this year. I think it's really important that we show the discipline that we need to, but we are reducing the budget that we were about to approve that held the tax increase at 1.4%. The question is, what else? And when you look at the list, there are things here that I could support, and there are things here that I wouldn't support. And I think to Councillor Walker's earlier point, we need to look at these and let people have a chance to weigh in on them individually. In terms of being careful, that's staff's job and responsibility. And Jacques was a bit modest. They're not just cautious, they're prudent, they're sensible. Everything that they've suggested is sensible. But imagine if the federal government had been sensible during COVID, prudent, if they hadn't put money in people's pockets, if they hadn't supported keeping people on payrolls. There is a time right now that we need to support the people who live in our city, whether they're individuals or whether they're small businesses. They need our help now more than they needed it in March, in my view, so we have to be prudent. I won't support all of these, but nobody on council is going to be unanimous in the way that they look at this. Some councillors have indicated those criteria they have for making these judgments, and I have my own criteria as well. I couldn't support if we eliminated all of the vacancy management eliminations that Jacques and Jane had proposed. We have to have some respect for staff and knowing how they can manage their own personnel issues. So I support that. I don't support all the issues that have come forward. Everybody, you don't have to say it anymore, folks. We all support fire and police. Let's just say that. We know the importance that they have in our municipality. Not just ours, but every municipality in the country, in North America and around the world are reluctant to make changes that might impact on public safety. And that's sensible. And all of these other ones, we have a lot of community groups that rely on our grants, and they may not be able to do some of the things they want to do this year, and we'll have to make hard decisions on that. But I also think we owe it to them, and we owe it to our bids, and we owe it to our businesses to support interesting initiatives that will make it easier for our city to come back from COVID. It is raining, and it's not cloudy. It's not cloudy, folks. It's raining. It has had an impact on us. The question is, how do we deal with that? It doesn't just rain on the city government, it rains on everybody that lives in the municipality, businesses and individuals. So from that point of view, as I said before, staff have done an awesome job on this. And over the last couple of months, they've been doing this recast at the same time as they've been trying to manage the Parks and Rec and manage TPW and manage transit through a really, really difficult time. So there's no insult to staff if we ask questions and if we push back and if we say, look, maybe this is where we should take that money. We had a good surplus at the end of last year. It went down from 35 to 32 million. That's pretty good. And those are the kind of things, in my view, that we need to remember. Two things. One, we could use all of the resources we have now, but there is going to be a second wave, potentially a third wave. So we have to be somewhat cautious, but we also have to recognize that we have a role to play in coming out of COVID. And so I just think we shouldn't point fingers at each other and say, you supported this, you supported that. Make your judgment in your heart and in your head as to what you believe we should support. Come up with this, and then we'll ask Jane and Jacques to say, okay, this is kind of where our head is. Tell us where we're wrong. And they're good at that too. They can point that out to us when they need to. So I'm very proud of the work the council's been doing. We had 4 meetings last week. I think we had 2 or 3 the week before. A lot of work gone into this, and I think it's going to take us to a good place. I have that faith, just as I believe we're going to come back from COVID as a municipality altogether. A second go round, Councillor Mason. And I thank you, I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
It's like you read my mind. My first note is this, that the division on council is very narrow. It's those that want to cut about 85 million and those that want to cut 65 to 69 million. Like those are that is the range we're talking about here. No one is a profligate spender who has decided to give up on financial responsibility. The question is to what degree. And nobody's talking about growing beyond, with the exception of the 3 positions for Halifax that are in that are something that we'll have to debate. No one's really talking about growing the bureaucracy. We're talking about how much are we going to make it 50% less vacant in the existing bureaucracy than is proposed by staff. We're not talking about creating new positions or growing the bureaucracy. The question is, how aggressive are we going to be at holding positions that we need, that we have identified in the budget, that those positions are required, but we're going to keep them empty for a longer period of time for financial reasons. So that's what we're talking about, is how much do we want to do that? And my concern is, and I've said this over and over again since this started a couple of weeks ago, is I feel right now like a blanket hiring freeze at this level will affect our capacity to deliver when our public needs us the most, when our demands for our services have never been higher. The mayor also talked about grants. Perhaps someone who has some, as my daughter used to say when she was younger, has any brain juice left, can come up with a better motion than just debating them line by line. But to direct staff somehow to say, hold all those community and museum and heritage grants, and let's actually have a dialogue with our community partners and find out, what are the actual demands during these COVID times. My fear for cutting rural transit or community grants right now without having had those conversations are that all those folks are struggling with the same kind of financial challenges we are right now. And if we cut those things now, I'm worried that that's going to contribute to some of these not-for-profits failing and going out of business as well. Nobody's talking about the tax rate this year, and I think anyone who wants to try and prognosticate or talk about what the tax rate is going to be next year is fooling themselves. None of us know what assessments are going to be, and no one knows what the state of the economy is going to be. I think for the first time in the 7 years I've been here, more than ever, it's going to be about capacity to pay more than assessment change, right? Where is the economy? Has the economy started to come back yet, or is the economy still stumbling along, not generating revenue? What are our personal and business revenue going to be like? And so I am worried about that, but I do feel like, when I hear from staff staff. They don't want to add back in some of the program and grant stuff that's here, or the vacancy management, because potentially we'll have to pay for that next year and the years after, and it has a tax increase. That was the first time that I heard that these weren't cuts for 1 year. Think about that, guys. Right? What we talked about was, what I thought we were doing was debating, these are things we don't have to do while COVID's happening. But now what I'm hearing is that these programs might be gone for years, that we're debating cutting these programs for a long period of time. And again, that comes back to, what's tax rate going to be? What's assessment going to be? We're not going to know until October, November, December, have the slightest clue where this is landing. So, but I'm not comfortable cutting those programs now, especially after hearing that they may never come back, or they might not come back in the toward the end of the next term of council. And I support, I'll close on this, I support, Councillor Austin told me that he had a conversation with Jane Fraser about the debt charge. And yeah, it's unusual and unfortunate that we feel we need to make an additional allowance for uncollected debt so we can meet the payment for the line of credit, and that's fine. My neighbors have a new puppy, everybody, just so you know. But what that means also is that there's a benefit at the other end, that when those delayed payments are resolved, that 31 million turns into, I believe, and Jane could speak to this, that someday down the road, that would be unanticipated extra revenue, right? If we collected that $31 million, we've paid it as an expense. You've turned that basically into an allowance for bad debt. My understanding of IFRS is that if you suddenly get paid money that you'd be effectively already written off, or that you budgeted through expense to cover on cash flow, that would come in back into the budget as revenue. So I'm interested to kind of like to think about what it looks like as we come out of COVID in 3 and 4 and 5 years. That's some money that potentially we could have at that time to help keep tax rates from going up. Anyway, bit of a ramble at the end there, but at its core, are we really proposing cutting these things for the next couple of years? Is that what we're talking about? Because I'm very uncomfortable with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Karsten, for your wise words on what the real solution to this is. And I understand the staff predicament of you can't build a budget based on what the province may or may not do, because we have no control over that, and we have not really a whole lot of say in that. So we'll see where that lands. And I think you hit the nail on the head well too, Mr. Mayor, and in talking about that this is really, we're discussing how much we're reducing this budget. It's no matter how you cut it, this is a reduced budget, and the politics of it is, well, how much are we comfortable with? Our staff are very risk averse, and that's the money we pay them to be, right? That's the good professional advice. And whether we want to take on a little bit more risk than they might want to, well, that is council's prerogative. And so as I organize my thoughts on this, because I think it's important to have some sort of idea as to what you're comfortable with going in. And for me, I'm always leery of creating any sort of structural deficit. I've hit on that throughout. And so that would be surplus money. We are in some pretty unprecedented times, though. So using some of the surplus for operations, I'm okay with that. But I wouldn't want to get too far down that road, because it sets you up for trouble potentially in the future. The piece that, as I look at our list, that I would ask colleagues to keep in mind is that strategic capital. It's the part that's always kind of not made sense to me from the get-go. We are putting away each and every year, so this is potentially operating money, $12 million into strategic capital to save for long-term items like the potential for a police station, the stadium, library facilities. There's a whole bunch of possible monies, projects that we could put that on. And they're a ways down the road. We're in a crisis here and now. And in a crisis, to me, is it a priority to be saving $12 million when you're hacking your operating budget for these long-term items? I think it's prudent to save for them, but in the here and now, if you're choosing like, well, what do I really need to do? That's one that I think we could back off on, which would free up $12 million on the operating side if we took a hiatus on long-term capital till we came out of this. It is not free money. It is not risk-free. Down the road, it means you then have to either borrow more or delay things like the new police station, for example. But that is a 2024, 2025, 2026 sort of problem. We are in 2020 in the midst of a crisis. And so when I look at our list, that $12 million figure really looms large for me when I look at what we could potentially be putting back into the operating budget without potentially setting ourselves up for harm down the road. So that's where my headspace is. I'll leave you with an analogy on it. It's like, if we talk about our budget sometimes in terms of a household. Well, half our household just lost their income, right? Our commercial piece is facing trouble. If as a household you've just suffered a financial loss, do you carry on putting money into the bank, saving for that new car or the cottage, or do you knuckle down and focus on your electric bill and your groceries? And that's really what I think we need to do here. So $12 million, I think we do have room for options on that list without putting ourselves at undue risk. And Ms. Fraser did convince me of the necessity of putting aside money for the debt payment, unless the province changes the terms. As long as we're having to come up with that in 3 years, we need to be putting something away for that, because it could really come back to bite us. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll say one thing that would be very helpful is if the terms of the loan were extended from 3 years to 7 years. That would make a big difference to us in the municipality, something that I know people are working on. Okay, colleagues, then let's sort of a general discussion. A lot of fun. Let's how do we want to proceed, John? The supplementary information report. I think I'll go to Councillor Mason, who'd indicated early on. Councillor Mason, are you ready to go on that? You having trouble with the phones, Councillor Mason?
Literally, hi, I'm back. I'm not going to do video. Maybe we should go to Tony on fire or police while I restart my computer, because while I was up getting the water, it stopped working.
Okay. All right. Everybody okay if we move to the supplementary report, Board of Police Commissioners? Just show me thumbs up if you're okay with us changing the direction here. All right. Supplementary report, Board of Police Commissioners. Councillor Mancini, is this you?
It is, Mr. Mayor. Should we not be hearing from the police chief before we put a motion on the floor, since the motion that's in our agenda piece has an option of all three, really? Are we choosing 5.5 that was originally proposed, or 4.5 or 3.5? We at the Police Commission had a chance to listen to the chief yesterday and ask questions, but shouldn't my colleagues have a chance to hear the chief and his approach to the budget?
It's up to council if that's what you wish. Is Natalie on the call? She's the chair, right? Did she wish to?
Yeah, I am on the call, Mr. Mayor.
Could I ask you if your thoughts on it? If you have any thoughts you want to share?
I think what I would say prior to Dan speaking, the chief speaking, is, I hear what the councillors are saying, and I think we struggle with the same things from a police commission perspective. Wanting to do our part, certainly in very difficult times and very uncertain times. I think, as you've said yourself, Mr. Mayor, we have what we have now, but we don't know what the future is going to bring. It could look very, very different. So the last committee meeting, we were asked to come back with 2 additional options. So the original budget target involved the reduction of $5.5 million. Now we've come back with options to look at what $4.5 million and $3.5 million would look like based on the recommendation that did come forward. So, we as Councillor Mancini said, we had a lot of discussion about it yesterday, had a really good understanding, and really ensuring that the chief understands the priorities from a commission's perspective, and that took those into consideration, when putting the proposal together. So what I'll do is turn it over to the chief for the presentation if there's no other questions.
Chief, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am. And thank you for the opportunity. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to present. I'm here today to provide further information after the direction from council last week and a meeting, as you've just heard from Chair Borden, with the Board of Police Commissioners. And what I have today is 2 additional scenarios representing reductions to the HRP budget of 4.5 million and 3.5 million respectively. And as I have said before, under no scenario will we be eliminating any of our units in their entirety, but both due to the budget constraints and impacts of COVID, we have to look at the deployment of our resources carefully and in totality. And we have to recognize that with any reductions related to budget or changes in the overall circumstances, there's bound to be some impact. And as such, any decrease in the reductions certainly helps. The majority of the lower reductions would go into filling vacancies and hiring for retirements. I have also identified 2 other priority areas that would collectively help us maximize any new allocation that the council may agree to. I have some more detail on those, and they are a lower reduction to our training budget and retaining additional contracted staff in order to keep more offices open, continue with site security and other services that are provided by those contracted staff. Here are some details on the scenarios. Under the 4.5 million scenario, our proposal would allow us to fill 9 vacancies and reduce some of the pressure on non-compensation expenses. Under the 3.5 million scenario, another 7 vacancies can be filled, leaving 12 vacancies unfunded for the 2021 fiscal. This scenario also allows for increased non-compensation funding to maintain some contracted services and keep additional stations open in the COVID recovery environment. In each of these successive scenarios, we will be able to restore more funding in our training budget. And while we will always deliver our mandatory training under any scenario, it is important to ensure that keeping up with best practices, staying on track with member development engagement needs to be done and needs to be done regularly. Training is also integral to delivering on our quality service goals. Another key element that we can deliver with lower reductions is to our contracted services. As I've mentioned, this will allow us to keep our stations open to walk-in traffic. Currently, we only have our central station open during business hours. That's COVID related. Coming out of the COVID environment, I think our community will expect to be able to enter our East Division and our West Division stations. The 3.5 million scenario would allow us to do that. I will also note that the percentage of breakdown of the savings being allocated to compensation and non-compensation is consistent across all scenarios. It's basically a 75, 73, 25, 27 split. And the allocations are prioritized based on all organizational needs. Fundamentally, having a reduction of 3.5 million is better than having a reduction of 4.5 million. While we can't discuss operational deployments or specific allocations of resources line by line, I hope this provides you with some additional understanding of how any changes would be applied in general. I'm grateful for the consideration of council and the support of the Board of Police Commissioners. I will reiterate that while we continue to place the utmost priority on urgent public safety needs, emergencies, and criminal investigations, this additional consideration would allow us to continue to offer more of the broader spread of important services that we usually provide and that our citizens have become accustomed to. I'm happy to provide additional information to the extent that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'll go to Tony, Councilor Mancini.
Hang on.
You're on mute, Tony. Go ahead.
Okay, how's that? Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. For my colleagues and those listening at home, you know, our number one concern, there was a priority 1 calls. And as I mentioned last time we spoke to Chief at the Budget Committee, I have all the confidence in the world that our officers will respond when you call 911, when those priority 1 calls. The concern all along, I believe for myself, I know for myself and many of my colleagues, is that second level of priority calls. What's not shared with us, and I know the chief just mentioned he can't speak in about operational deployment and locations of officers, but I come back to some of the same things I brought up yesterday at the Board of Police Commission, and that is our community relations officers and our traffic department. I know those are the things that I'm most concerned about in our community that have had huge impact in keeping our communities safer. Way before the chief arrived on the scene, and that's been proven. So my question to the chief is, in either one of those scenarios, 4.5 or 3.5, can you tell me that will the community relations officers, you don't have to tell me how many and where they're located, but will they still be intact? What will the difference between the 4.5 and the 3.5? And the same question with the traffic. Will we still have traffic department out working the streets of HRM? In either scenario. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. So the short answer is yes, you're going to have a traffic unit, you're going to have a community response office, you're going to have frontline patrol, you're going to have all the services that we have. But one thing that I've been consistent on, and I've reiterated, is that we're not going to have every position filled. We won't be able to. The 3.5 million scenario allows for an additional 16 positions to be filled within the service. And those positions will be dedicated on a priority basis to all the units. And Councillor, I said when I opened through you, Mayor, that we won't be closing any units in their entirety. Will there be some impacts? I think it's self-evident that if we're going to have fewer positions, not every position is going to be filled. So you will have traffic, you will have community response, you will have all the things that we are accustomed to supplying and delivering on. You just won't have as many.
Thank you, Chief. So, Mr. Mayor, from a procedure point of view, I'm not sure where do we go here. I do have a desire that we support the cut at 3.5 versus the 4.5 or the 5.5. Is that the motion I should put on the floor now, or should we allow colleagues to ask the questions and then come back? What's the process, Mr. Mayor?
My sense would be we need a motion on the floor. And John, would Councillor Mancini just pick a number and plug it into that motion?
Yeah, he would move an amendment to the main motion to change the cut from the existing recommended 5.5 to whatever it is that he wishes to move 3.5 or 4.5, and that would be then up to debate as an amendment on the main motion.
Okay, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to put the following motion on the floor: that the Budget Committee receive the Board of Police Commissioners additional Halifax Regional Police 20 to 21 budget consideration for a budget reduction of 3.5 million in comparison to the proposed 5.5 million budget reduction. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you. Well, I've asked my questions. I'm eager to hear from my colleagues, and I might come back, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and actually Mancini there at the end. I'm almost redundant. 3.5 for both police and fire. After reading the reports, that's what I'm satisfied with, and for both police and fire, that's what I'll be supporting. I think it minimizes the impact on the actual positions and on the operations there. So 3.5 is good for me.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief. I don't recall ever supporting a budget that reduced officers, and that's over a long period of time. But I don't think we have a choice. It is inevitable. I understand that yesterday there was some discussion. I thank the Deputy Mayor for that. I sent out an email regarding the boots on the street, and I was under the impression, based on decisions and discussions when the Public Safety Office said if our complement of police officers went down, then the province would revisit this funding agreement. Now, Chief, I'm not sure if you're as familiar with that as perhaps Mr. Trays would be, but I'd just like to know what the implications are. And at this point in time, how many officers are funded by that program?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. So currently, from a financial standpoint, 25 officers are funded. It was higher before, but there's been raises, increases in collective agreements and that kind of thing. So the funding that does come in funds approximately 25. I think it's important for council to remember that we're actually not eliminating any positions. We're vacancy managing the positions that we have, and those positions still exist. The expectation is that those positions will be filled at some point in time. Certainly, and I've been steadfast in temporary and not permanent. I know we've heard today that this could go on for 5 years, and we'll have to have those discussions as we move forward. But that's the summation of the boots on the street. Now, whether the province, based on decisions that are made, is going to reevaluate that program, I don't know. I can't speak for them. But my understanding from the way it works, and subject to anything Mr. Traves might add, is that the positions are being maintained. We're not actually lowering the number of officers that we have as an organization. They just won't be filled.
Councillor Adams?
Maybe Mr. Traves could comment, but I mean, practically speaking, we're eliminating positions because they're not being filled. It's just from a on paper perspective, I'd say they're still going to be there, but maybe Mr. Traves might be able to offer a bit of information as well, because I was under the impression, I mean, even when we talked about the public safety office, by going down from 39 to 38 on this Boots in the Street program, we would have lost that funding, but maybe Mr. Traves can offer a bit more. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Traves?
I don't have the agreement in front of me, but there is a potential, without getting into the details of the manning and what have you, there is a challenge potentially if the positions are left vacant for any period of time that the province may revisit the funding, in which case we would not see the savings. Having said that, it'll really depend on the overall staffing levels and where the positions actually are, as opposed to the Boots on the Street program. So it would need to be managed, I would expect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That's all the people I see to speak to this. Are we ready for the question on the motion put forward by Councillor Mancini?
Question?
Councillor Mancini, you're good?
I'm good, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the question on the supplementary, the motion for the Board of Police Commissioners. Cheryl?
Mr. Mayor, could the question be read, since I wasn't actually in the room when it was put on the floor?
Certainly. That the Budget Committee received the Board of Police Commissioners additional Halifax Regional Police Budget 2020-2021 budget considerations for a budget reduction of 3.5 million in comparison to the proposed 5 million budget reduction.
Mr. Mayor, that should read 5.5 million, right?
Right, 5.5, not 5. Correct. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, everybody ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Respectfully, no.
Councillor Karsten? Councillor Nicol?
We're adding adjectives reluctantly, yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Smith?
In favor.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Surowski?
Unequivocally for.
Councillor Cleary? Councillor Whitman?
No.
Councillor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion?
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Outfit,
For the motion?
Deputy Mayor, no, Mayor Savage.
For the motion? Did we get Councillor Cleary's vote?
I don't believe that we did. Councillor Cleary, are you there?
This is just confirming that Councillor Cleary is not present in the meeting at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. So that is 14 in favor and 1 against.
2 against.
2 against. I believe Council Whitman and I voted no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, the motion is carried. So colleagues, it's 10 to 12. Let's look at the supplementary information report. Where are we on that? Councillor Mancini, did you have a question on that?
Yes, sir. With regard to the fire, it was a similar motion that was brought forward, a direction given to the fire chief. We haven't heard from him. I would like to be able to hear from him maybe after lunch. I suspect we're going to lunch now, but I would like to hear back from him. I've seen the information that was shared by Jane Fraser, but there's no discussion with the chief.
We can hear from is the chief here with us now?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Chief, just before I go to you, Mr. Trave, so what is the status of item number 3 under proposed budget recast for the Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency?
Sorry, so the main motion, which is the staff recommendation, is on the floor, and it would need an amendment. Now, the challenge is to simply add additional money in is probably problematic. You need to know where it is that which items that council is looking to add back in, whether it's vacancy management, capital, other areas of operating. So in order to us to know exactly what it is you're looking for. HRP's budget is their own, and so that's dealt with by the board. You know what the implications are, but otherwise we'll need to have a breakdown.
Right. Okay, so let's hear from the chief, and then I'll go back to Councillor Mancini. You would, Chief, is there anything you'd like to speak to at this point?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
So I think our information is fairly evident, hopefully, the way we outlined it for council. What we believed we heard last time we were in front of council was the important items were the volunteer recognition program, the GSAR grants, maintaining the station that we talked about in our overtime line. So that would be namely Station 11, 24-hour station, either Station 50 or 60, along with 56 to maintain that staffing. And certainly the other information that came from council was concerns out of our non-comp lines, particularly the movement we were trying to make with supporting our PTSD and occupational stress injury services for our firefighters. In option A, you could see where those cuts were needed to affect our target. In scenario B, which was the $4.5 million reduction instead of the $5.386 million reduction, where we were able to identify how to spend that money. And you can see that we were not able to make progress. I think it was clear to council that it would probably be in excess of $1.77 million. So the $1 million really left a gap, and that gap is in the PTSD support as well as the GSAR teams. There was some ability to put money back into the volunteer recognition program and maintaining stations, but clearly not all the stations. So that would still receive in the overtime line in scenario B, which is page 3 of 4 of our sup report. You can see that OT cut was instead of $1 million, about just under $500,000. But with scenario C, which is the $3.5 million cut, you could see we were able to support the volunteer recognition program, able to support the GSAR grants, able to support not closing stations, and able to make big strides on the PTSD. You can see our other non-comp items are fairly expensive as well, but it still does leave a vacancy gap for $2.4 million. So that's really, the positions that are already vacant and are another 6 vacancies coming up before the end of the fiscal year. So obviously we're digging ourselves a bit of a hole as we're relying totally on overtime to backfill vacancies.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, thank you. You heard correctly, bang on. My concerns were asking you to cut the budget by 5.5. My concerns were the volunteer recognition program, the ground search and rescue, closing station 11 and PTSD. So I'm not sure what the process is right now. So my desire is that we support the cut reluctantly. We don't want any cuts to the fire, but at 3.5 versus the original 5.5 or the 4.5. So is that, Mr. Traves, maybe that's a question for you. Do you have enough information? We've just passed the motion that's already in the main motion, or do you need supplementary?
My understanding from Ms. Fraser is it's detailed in the supplementary report as to what the change in the funding level would be for. And so if you want to move an amendment that would provide that the cut be 3.5 as per the supplemental report, I think that would cover it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. See if I get the wording correctly here. I've moved that the Budget Committee approve the Halifax Regional Fire Emergency for a budget reduction of $3.5 million, which is scenario C in the report, in comparison to the proposed $5.5 million budget reduction.
Second.
Councillor Hensby, thank you. Mr. Mayor, no further on that. Chief, thank you very much. And after the weekend that Councillor Hensby had in his district, we truly appreciate the work that Fire Emergency Service does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief. I will say this again. I am impressed, to say the very least, with the way you and your team, along with the union, have worked together. It is unprecedented in my time on council. That's something of which you should be very proud. And I just want to, I've heard you say it a couple of times. I want to hear it one more time. The ground search and rescue, the issues around Station 11, 50, 56, 60, and some help for Sheet Harbor or the Eastern Shore, and also the volunteer recognition are all going to remain intact if option C has been put forward by Councillor Mancini is approved. Is that fair summation?
That is a fair summation, Councillor. Thank you for the opportunity to reiterate that.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm on.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very, very much. And actually, no need to ask my question because that's exactly what I was going to ask. So thank you, Councillor Adams, and thank you, Chief, for answering. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and much like has already been said, I will be supporting the motion, notwithstanding the events of the last few days in Councillor Hensby's district, or indeed of the last few weeks around our region and province, it's been clear to me that people have said many, many times, no cuts to emergency services and public safety. So I think we have crafted a compromise that I can live with, and indeed the people that I represent can. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and as alluded by other councillors, I saw firsthand this past weekend the invaluable support from Ground Search and Rescue, from our Joint Emergency Management teams, the volunteer firefighters that worked flawlessly with our career staff. As I said earlier, I believe our essential services of police and fire are sacred. They should not be asked to reduce budgets for the sake of public safety. And I saw that firsthand. So I'll even though we're decreasing the budget somewhat for our fire by $3.5 million, I will support scenario C because it does recognize the true value of our volunteers and our ground search and rescue teams and the need for post-traumatic stress syndrome support for our firefighters is critical, and also with the maintaining of our station services and also providing that service to Sheet Harbor, the eastern region of Halifax. We desperately need full-time protection, and this leads to that goal. So I will support the motion as presented, and I encourage the rest of the council to make this unanimous.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Chief. Thank you, colleagues. Seeing no other speakers, we'll go to the question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten. Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For the motion.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Without any equivocation, yes.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oathead.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries, I think, unanimously. Colleagues, it's 12. Why don't we take a break, give everybody a chance to get ready. We're going to come back with council at 1 o'clock and resume budget after council. That is the plan. And when we come back to budget, we have the revised supplementary report. We have corporate accommodations, other budget list to deal with. Maybe we'll get through all that today. If not, we'll make other.
I think what we would need to do is to. Maybe it's not part of the budget process.
Councillor Austin, are you raising your hand or no? Sorry. Okay. All right, colleagues, back at
Mr. Mayor.
Back at 1 o'clock with council.
It's all one meeting today. There's Liam McSween.
Pam, I think, is blinded to some degree.
Your microphone's live, Councillor Karsten.
Ross, are you with us, brother, just before we get started?
I am, thank you, your worship.
Good, we can hear you loud and clear. How you doing?
Doing fine, thank you. Feels strange to have a tie back on.
Yeah, COVID is not a tie zone.
No, it's not.
All right, we'll come to you shortly as soon as we go, pretty much at the beginning, as soon as we go back.
Okay. Super.
Laura, we're good. Laura, we're live right now.
We can send you live now. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I guess I'll just wait till exactly 1 o'clock. And do we have most of our councillors?
We do, yes, and you do have quorum, and you can start whenever you'd like.
Okay. All right, colleagues. I am going to call the meeting to order. This is we met this morning on budget, and we'll go back to that after this meeting, whether it's today or some other time. Hopefully today. Today's May the 26th. There are no minutes to approve. I'm not going to go through all the folks. We did that this morning. We know that the cameras are working. Laura, I don't think there's a need to do that again.
That's fine, sir.
Okay. So we will look at the approval of the order of business. Madam Clerk, is there any changes to the revised agenda?
So no changes, Mr. Mayor, but we do have, again, a motion to be made regarding the distribution of reports, and I would just ask that someone provide and second that. And the other item is a request to have information item 3 moved up on the agenda for the June 9th meeting.
Okay, first of all, does somebody want to approve that we accept reports late?
Moved by Mason.
Moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Mason. We can just vote by all in favor. I think you might take your mutes off. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Getting better. Opposed? That has happened. The second one is that what is the second one? Information item 3?
Councillor Austin has requested that item, information item 3, be added to the June 9th agenda.
Okay. Councillor Austin is moving that we move item 3 from the reports to the next agenda. He can do that. He doesn't need a vote on that. Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else on the order of business? If not, we'll look for approval. We have to vote in person.
Councillor Nicholl moves the order of business.
Councillor Cleary, second.
Councillor Nicholl, seconded by Councillor Cleary. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Seeing none. On the consent agenda, there's one item. Does somebody want to move that item be passed by consent or have it taken off? Councillor Walker? Do you want to move the
Thank you,
consent
Mr.
agenda?
Mayor. I would move that item 921 be dealt with now.
By consent? A
Second.
second for that?
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Cleary seconds that. We do have to vote by this by hand. So on the consent agenda to pass that, we're going to go to a roll call. This is to approve the one item 9.2.1. And that is amendments to the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy Halifax Land Use Bylaw for Bilby Street, 55345558 Bilby, and 28192827 Islesville. That is going to be passed by consent if the vote goes ahead. Cheryl?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby. Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
For the motion.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Or
Councillor Adams. Councillor Sorowski.
for the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion?
Councillor Oathead.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Yes, that 9.2.1 is deemed to have passed. Just pause to see if anybody has any declaration of conflict of interest they wish to declare. There is no deferred business. Correspondence, Madam Clerk.
We have correspondence on items 917. And I think that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues? See no petitions. We will move to presentations. We do have Ross Jefferson with us. Tourism Sector Recovery and Discover Halifax 2019 year-end updates. Folks, you all know Ross Jefferson. He has been working more than overtime on the recovery. This industry has been, as you all know, devastated. But they're working hard to come back with a plan to assist in any way possible. So I will turn it over to Ross Jefferson off Discover Halifax, and I'll note that the Deputy Mayor, I believe, is on the board. I'm on the board of Discover Halifax.
Yes.
Ross?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. It's great to see your faces and to be with you virtually here today. Just for the record and for those tuning in, my name is Ross Jefferson. I am the President and CEO of Discover Halifax. We are the nonprofit membership-based destination marketing organization, and we're responsible for the marketing and promotion of HRM as a visitor destination. Was going to recognize the mayor and deputy mayor, as well as Denise Schofield as directors on the board of Discover Halifax. I want to start off today, before we start talking about policy and the tourism industry, just to recognize the impact that COVID-19 is having on people around the world and in our region. Those that have become seriously ill or succumbed to the disease, those that are fighting on the front lines, and those that have been impacted by other hardships, including financial, as a result of the economic situation. It's easy to get caught up in the policy discussions, and I just wanted to recognize that all of these individuals that are impacted are at the forefront of our minds often. I'll ask for the next slide, please. I'll have the next slide, thank you. Under normal conditions, I'd likely be here today telling you about last year's tremendous performance and sharing with you the details of a significant undertaking we had with the development of the region's integrated tourism master plan. This plan was started in the fall of 2019, and through extensive consultation across the region, work on this plan was coming to completion just before the pandemic arrived. I should also recognize that HRM's involvement in this project with Maggie McDonald sitting on our leadership team, the involvement of various municipal departments, and the mayor was the chair of our community advisory committee. I hope to return to council at a more appropriate time to share with you the details of this plan, but I think for today we're going to be spending our time talking about the recovery planning efforts today throughout HRM. Before I do move on, however, I think there's really one particular point that I really wanted to highlight from this plan. Right from the forefront, this plan had adopted a community-first approach to the development of all the recommendations in the plan. And while the recommendations in the plan do and have focused on advancing the tourism industry, the ultimate objective and the means to the end here is that we wanted to have a healthier, strong community. I'm really proud to say that this principle of community first is also at the center of our recovery planning efforts today. And finally, I'd like to say that the Tourism Master Plan involved a whole series of numbers of stakeholders, and likewise, the recovery planning effort that we're doing today involves many, including the Halifax Partnership, HRM staff and departments, or the Restaurant Association of Nova Scotia, our business improvement districts, and our members, just to name a few. Next slide, please. We've adopted a framework of recovery based on the McKinsey and Company model. It's a popular model, 3 phases that considers the recovery of economies. What we really like about this model is that it shares 2 imperatives. The first imperative being safeguarding lives, the flattening of the curve, so to speak, that we're all familiar with at the top of this, with 3 phases in efforts towards that. I'd like to recognize Nova Scotians and those here in our region for their efforts. I think there's been tremendous success here in Atlantic Canada and in Nova Scotia with reducing the case counts, and the community transmission is obviously quite low. On the second imperative, safeguarding livelihoods, we've seen a tremendous response around supporting people and businesses affected by lockdowns, but we are moving now clearly into phase 2, which is planning to get back to work, and that's where the focus of my conversation will be today. I will notice that we are starting thinking too on the phase 3 about moving beyond and better after the virus is fully abated. Next slide, please. Over the past 2 months during this first phase, our organization's been focused on supporting businesses affected by lockdowns. Here are a number of examples of campaigns. We've been actively promoting businesses that have been open for restaurants. We've launched our Dine and Stay at Home campaign, bringing awareness to those restaurants with takeout. This program was incidentally adopted across the province, specifically the program that we've designed. We also launched the Shop and Stay at Home campaign for retailers. And last week we launched the See and Stay Home program, a series of virtual exhibits aimed at keeping our key attractions and our destination at the forefront. As you'll see, these programs help businesses, but simultaneously we're supporting public health messages about staying home. Next slide, please. Likewise, our sales team, very active, obviously, with our events right holders and our meeting planners. This year we had 102 major conferences or events that were canceled. We are pleased to report that a majority of these events are being rebooked, and many are recommitting to Halifax for future dates. Our sales team not only continues to rebook these conferences, but we are actively booking well beyond the cycle that we believe COVID is in, and we're booking events all the way out to 2026. Next slide, please. As we enter the phase 2 of the recovery plan, we have essentially 4 elements of our plan: a marketing recovery plan, our conventions recovery plan, an events recovery plan, and our travel restriction management plan. The essence of time today, and I think what's really important, I want to talk today about our travel restriction management plan. Next slide, please. There are effectively 2 separate issues that are happening right now, and this has strong implications for the tourism industry. We are seeing right now that lockdowns and mandatory closures are coming to an end. And if I could just ask, there's 2 transitions, if we could advance those transitions, please. One more. Thank you. While we're seeing lockdowns and mandatory closures starting to lift, travel restrictions remain in place for Nova Scotia and across Canada. We are expecting that these may be lifting, but this is a very different series of steps. And we do expect that the likely progression may go back and forth between these next steps. Next slide, please. So while we'll be coming back online in the next few weeks, many of our businesses, we'll see local spending coming back into many of our businesses, many of our services, which is fantastic. But the travel restrictions today still hold back $1.4 billion of spend that happens in HRM annually. You can see on the slide all of the different businesses that are affected by the total spending in this category. But if I could ask for the next slide, please. I think what's really important here is that this is not all just one market. And the point that we're working on and the strategy we're working on is really looking at how the recovery will be happening with all of the individual markets that contribute to the 1.4 billion in spending. There are different markets with different challenges, different opening dates, and obviously different opportunities for our region as well. Next slide, please. So jumping right into the travel restriction management plan. Next slide, please. I will say that today we have about 14 hotels that are closed, about 2,700 people employed in those hotels. And in the restaurant category, shared with us by the Restaurant Association, there are 2,295 restaurants closed, employing about 20,500 people who have been temporarily laid off. The objectives of this plan really are about protecting the destination as we open up and look at the possibility of safe travel markets. The plan has 4 specific objectives. 1, to support the public health goals aimed to protect our community during safe travel. Goal number 2, through the development of advanced risk mitigation strategies, this plan seeks to maximize the economic benefits from the travel industry by expediting the removal of select safe travel destinations or markets. Number 3, using an evidence-based approach, supporting the managed process for the use of travel restrictions, both including the relaxation and or the reintroduction based on epidemiology and situational analysis. And then finally, to instill confidence in the public for the management of travel in our region. Next slide, please. There are 4 pillars associated with this plan, and I'll quickly finish up by walking through the strategies very briefly. Next slide, please. Under the first pillar, travel between safe markets, we are only interested in promoting travel today between safe markets. We believe that there's an opportunity to focus this year on Nova Scotia staycations and the opportunity to work with our maritime provinces on regional maritime drive markets. The third strategy would be the continued monitoring of these markets for changes in epidemiology or increased risks to our community. I will say that the great news, if there is anything really behind this, is that 67% of our overnight visitation comes from the Maritimes. Nova Scotians also spend $1.4 billion each year outside of Nova Scotia on travel and related vacations. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to help re-employ those that are in the sector by focusing on these markets. These markets can make a difference in helping businesses survive or not. Next slide, please. The second is the dispersal of people and groups in the destination. We're really referring to this as safe destinations and safe spaces. We do understand that there are opportunities or risks, frankly, of many of our more traditional large gathering places for overcrowding. So we're identifying these potential locations. We're working with many of the partners on development of mitigation strategies to help disperse visitors throughout the great destination of HRM. We've got a tremendous asset of beautiful wide open spaces, and we're going to leverage the opportunity to extend people throughout the region. Second, we're working to programming to support the dispersal of visitors by geography, by day of week, and by time of day. I'd recognize the city's tremendous work around the expansion of pedestrian spaces. Number 4, alignment of marketing communications to encourage the dispersal of visitors. Number 5, signage and measures to guide social distancing. And number 6, monitoring of public spaces and control measures to ensure social distancing. Next slide, please. The third pillar is communications to promote safe travel and public health goals. We will be working on marketing campaigns to support these ends, as well as working with industry to promote safe messaging and visitor information instructions. And finally, again, public signage and public service announcements to support these objectives. And finally, our last pillar, next slide, please, is around responsive design to adapting changing epidemiology. We are fully prepared. We want to be fully prepared that should there be a change that our plans can change accordingly. We're looking to have an oversight committee designed to monitor, evaluate, and implement corrective actions, continued monitoring of open markets where visitors are originating from, and preparedness to roll back if required. And I'll just conclude on the last slide. Just to recap, I want to assure you that our community first approach to recovery planning efforts is paramount. We understand that travel can be a risk, but opening to safe markets and putting in place mitigation strategies can reduce these risks, and we believe in some cases further support public health objectives. Allowing travel is not only about maximizing the amount of money we get from vacationers, with over 43% of travel coming from individuals who are visiting friends and family. It's also about connecting people with their families, their parents, their grandparents, and their loved ones. In some cases, these connections are needed both for physical and mental health support within families. We've included in your council package today the key indicators for our year-end performance, and I would be happy to take any questions about these, about our tourism master plan, or about our recovery efforts. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much, Ross. I know that the Deputy Mayor can attest as I can to the incredible work that you and the board have done, and particularly over the last number of months, the sort of strategic planning and the recognition that tourism has to be good not only for those who benefit directly economically, but for the community as well. And I know that's been a big part of your discussion, whether it's Airbnbs or whether it's increased cruise business, that the holistic approach that you've taken. So a lot of the work has now been overtaken by COVID, but I don't think that work is wasted. I would just ask you first, in terms of the connection between the work on the strategic plan and the work to recover, some of that work will pay off now in this recovery plan, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the recommendations that came out from the Tourism Master Plan were really about many of the things that we're dealing with today, about destination management, about tourism leadership, about sustainability of our industry, and about a community-first approach. We also have a very specific shovel-ready programs and projects of which we've shared through your channels to the federal government. And we believe that in consideration of stimulus projects, that the homework is done from the tourism industry right now on our priorities that are as relevant today as they are in the future as well.
Thank you very much. Question, Councillor Hensby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ross, for your very good presentation. I just want to emphasize the staycation, especially on the Eastern Shore, the most beautiful spot of our municipality. I want to make sure people come out and enjoy it, but leave their mattress at home, okay? Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Ross, I just wonder, Ross, if you might want to talk a little bit about how you've included and made sure that all of HRM was part of Discover Halifax and the planning.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Worship. This plan has been a plan for the entirety of HRM. Our membership drive that started 2 years ago was really about engaging all of the communities throughout HRM and all of the businesses. It is the strength of our region. The diversity of experiences we have in our region is absolutely at the core of our competitive advantage. It helps us approach different markets differently, and I think particularly in this situation, again, it's showing to be an incredible strength as we're dealing with the COVID response right now. We had 3 town halls shared throughout all of the regions, as well as about 30 or so different engagement sessions. throughout all of the community with tremendous response. It has been truly a broad response across all of HRM.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question, and thank you so very much, Ross, for your leadership on this. You and the team over there have done some amazing work. You say you've done your homework. You've done your homework. You've done the exam, and now we just sit back and wait for the marks to come in. And thank you so much. I just have a quick question. It's my understanding that that you guys had a chat with Dr. Strang at some point in the last couple of weeks, and I'm just wondering if you're seeing any indication from the province that they are considering bubbling with other maritime provinces as we, as the maritime sort of moves out of this. Are you seeing any indication that that is a possibility?
Yeah, it certainly is one of the objectives we're very interested in. We know that the priority right now that the province is working on is supporting those businesses that were mandated to be closed. As you can appreciate, there's a lot of work around businesses that need to consider opening up if tourism is to be opening up. And one of the very purposes of the development of the travel restriction management plan is to have a frank conversation with the province about a process for opening and or having to return to close should that be required. So we do believe there is a possibility. We do not have any definitive dates or any understanding of when that might be.
No, appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ross, good to see you. Ross, I grew up in the hospitality industry, and I know how hard it is under normal circumstances. I can't imagine how hard it is for those in that industry today. You talked about your recovery plan, and I think about the hotels and the retail shops and the restaurants and the pubs and what goes on and on. What's not being offered that could help, whether that's from any order of government, but what's missing from the plan that could really assist this industry?
Well, I think there has been a tremendous response in the phase one of government supporting businesses. We see it just in the dollar amount, and we realize though that I think no matter how far you go with financial supports, you can never really replace the total value of the consumer spend. So I think having clear understanding of the rules of the road, so to speak, and opening up to safe markets, having frank conversations about what those markets are, and getting ultimately consumers to open up their wallets, that is by far, that is the only thing that is going to keep us through the next 18 to 24 months of the situation that we're in today. So I think really to answer your question, Councillor, it is about opening up the markets and giving information to businesses to help them with their decisions as they prepare.
I know that almost daily I'm talking to a restaurant owner throughout our HRM, and later on Councillor Walker's motion is going to be on the floor with assistance from Rent, and that's probably the number one from them. But thank you for the work, and thank you to all those that are in that industry. I mean, it's hard work, and it's gratifying when things are good, but it is tough. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other questions. I do one. Councillor Mason. It takes us a while, Ross, to get Councillor Mason online. He has to get his microphone working, and he has to rub it around a bit to get it. You can see how hard he's concentrating on it.
It's going to be a tough question.
Here we go. Here we go. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, am I there?
Yeah, you're good.
Wow. It is. It's like there's a stress sensor in the computers, because I don't know about the rest of you, but it all works fine right up until it's your turn to talk. So thank you. I think Destination Halifax has been doing a great job communicating to its stakeholders and the people in the hospitality and tourism business, and providing that leadership and working closely with the other, with our Downtown Bids and Halifax partnership. It's going to be tough doing a recovery. And certainly, earlier during budget, we were hearing that a lot of street level restaurants and retail are potentially not going to make it through this. But I'm wondering if, and I think it was already in your presentation, but if you could kind of expand, based especially on what we're seeing in New Brunswick and PEI, we may be able to get restaurants open again and start to see in province or in maritime tourism. What does that do for these businesses? Can you expand a little bit on, is that trying to bail the ocean with a teaspoon, or could that be enough to start to stabilize some of these businesses, with a level of business, maybe not like the top cruise ship season in September, October, but it's summer, people want to get out, and I certainly get the impression from my residents there's pent up demand just in the local market if we can't travel. So I'm wondering, looking for a little bit more words of hope. If we keep seeing the numbers going the way they're going, how does that play out in terms of stabilizing some of these businesses, and what kind of opportunities do you see there?
Yeah, Your Worship, through you, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think every business type, as well as every individual business, will certainly have their own circumstances. For restaurants, I think in addition to the market challenge, there is obviously an operations challenge with reduced capacity. I commend the city on the efforts of working on outdoor spaces, patio spaces, to help restaurants expand their capacity, re-expand their capacity for space. We believe that in certain cases there may be demand issues with those that want to go out to certain business types. Retail will be another entirely different experience, as will accommodations. But I can say that, again, 67% of our overnight visitation comes from the maritime provinces. We're also very aware that as you travel, whether it's within Nova Scotia or outside Nova Scotia, you tend to spend more money. So opening up to markets in the Maritimes, we believe we can have a captive audience. We believe that the rural and sort of more remote experiences, we may see demand that actually exceeds normal years. There is a possibility for certain venues and businesses to actually see more growth than they have in the past. But there will be definitely different businesses in different parts of the city that are impacted differently. I do believe that there is hope for many of the businesses should we be able to open up those markets.
Well, and just to follow up that, how far down the path are you with the guidance from Dr. Strang in Public Health in terms of what that's going to look like? Because, we're expecting announcements of a phase or a series of announcements any day now. And the big piece is if something pops up, like are the cleaning protocols and the separations, do we have an idea what that's going to look like, even though I know it hasn't been announced and it's not our place to announce it today, so that businesses have a chance to start getting ready for that?
Yeah, thank you again, Your Worship, through you. We do not have a specific plan. We know that the priorities right now of the provincial government are on opening up those businesses that were officially mandated to be closed. Technically speaking, the tourism industry was not mandated to be closed, but by virtue of travel restrictions, they are closed. So we are trying to expedite the conversations around that process. And to also give our businesses a little bit of leeway to restaff, replan, and make the important business decisions they have today. Scenario A could be that we're opening up in July, and scenario B could be that we're opening up perhaps into the fall or the winter. We don't know that definitively. We are hearing some encouraging words of conversations about maritime bubble. And we appreciate that is not just a conversation that's decided upon by our provincial government. It's the partners that would be involved in that as well, of course, with New Brunswick and PEI.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, Ross, I'll just give you an opportunity if you have any last words.
I would like to just thank council and staff. I know that the strains that this has been putting on all organizations, and I've had the opportunity to work with many in your departments, and I know that they have been working tirelessly. And I think the response on behalf of the municipality, support businesses, and the leadership from council and your worship as well. Thank you for all your help to this industry, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's Ross Jefferson, the President and CEO of Discover Halifax. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor on that, just to accept the update. Deputy Mayor Blackburn, do you see that there?
Yes, indeed. So I move that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 3, the Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the Procedures of Council Administrative Order, to accept the annual Discover Halifax update. I so move.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Second by Councillor Mason. Yeah, why don't I just ask Cheryl to explain what this does?
So I just wanted to explain to council that.
Are you on mute, Cheryl?
That the suspension of the AO is simply to allow that matter to come through council directly as opposed to go to a standing committee.
Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion?
Yes.
Councillor Nickel.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
I think a thumbs up would do.
In favor.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith is indicating that he's in favor of the motion. Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
I am for the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, I declare that that's passed. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move to item 8.1. Getting some crackling. If everybody could just go on mute if you're not speaking. Information items brought forward from May the 12th. Award of contracts, quarterly report October to December. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so this one caught my attention again, like it does in other quarters. If we could scroll down, I'm sure staff is tuning in to my questions. If we could still scroll down to the bottom line where the net totals are. Under budget cost for this this quarter, the net estimates are $11,348,000, but the actuals, the bid prices are $17,831,000. I guess a difference of about $6.5 million. If staff could comment on the difference, if it's an issue regarding the bids or perhaps the estimating.
Okay, who would want to take that?
It's Jane Pryor, Manager of Procurement. I can address that.
Thank you, Jane. Go ahead, please. Welcome.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the difference specifically relates to the fencing award. The bid that was received for that came in at 7.1 million. The actual spend will be 1.5 million. That was the biggest discrepancy. In each of the awards, if the budget came in, or if the award came in above budget, each of those were addressed specifically in the award report that went to either the CAO or council for approval. Those discrepancies were addressed that way.
Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's exactly correct. That's the one that caught my attention, was the fencing item, and I sent the question ahead of time to procurement. So thank you for that. Just wondering, for those tuning in at home, what does that mean? We had budgeted 1.2, and the bid came back at 7.1 million.
So when the, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, when that award, when the solicitation first came forward, Parks and Rec expect to do fencing repairs to the value of 1.5 million. When the solicitation was issued for vendors to bid on, the exact repairs that are expected to be made are unknown at this point in time. Fencing will have to be repaired. We don't know exactly what that will entail. So each vendor was asked to quote on parts and material that may be needed. So in order for the business unit and procurement to evaluate the bids, they had to basically submit their catalog of all parts that may be needed. That enabled us to compare the bids as if we're comparing apples to apples. What Parks and Rec expect to actually spend is no more than 1.5 million.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. So they responded with their total maximum biggest catalog possible price that they could present to us. Now, that 7.2, is that the lowest of the total maximum prices presented to us?
Yes.
So they won because they had a smaller catalog?
No, they, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. They actually provided the same catalog of items, but their quotes, their items are cheaper in price. So it was awarded to low value.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up question, if I may. This one regarding TELUS Communications. Our budget for, this is quotation number 19-095, vehicle communications hardware. It's on page 6, and TELUS won it. Our budget was $100,000. They won it. They were the only bidder at $158,000. My question there is, are we going to be spending $58,000 more than we budgeted?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, yes, they were the only bid received. We needed that service, that product. Yes, they were the only bid received.
So whatever bid they had given us is what we would have paid.
Mr. Mayor,
if they were $200,000, we would have paid $200,000?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the bid received was sent back to the business unit for review, and in consultation with procurement, it was identified that that was required. So the business unit found the additional funding to cover the cost. Yes.
Okay, and lastly on this report, when I look at the snow and ice controls, so sidewalk snow clearing, I see bids. Thankfully, they went to the lowest bidder, but one for Group A1, the lowest bid was $87,000, and we went with that. Thank you for that. The highest bid was $1.167 million. The next one down, we went with the lowest bid of $101,000. The highest bid was $1.084 million. So when you're looking at the bids, does that concern you that some are 10 times higher than the other bids?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I don't have those details in front of me right now. I will certainly follow up and get back to you if you'd like that information.
Oh, yes, please. And there's several more. There's another one, Group B1. It went for $201,000. The highest bid was $1.1 million. The next one, B2, was $143,000. The highest bid was $869,000. And they go on and on and on, 168 versus 797. And this was the sidewalk snow clearing that we were cautioned by staff to not go with the lowest bidder because the lowest bidder couldn't do it. So yeah, it's a red flag for me when the bids are ranging from $87,000 to over $1 million. It seems like there might be an issue with those bids. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Anybody else on that item? Thank you. We'll move to reports coming out of the CIO. 9.1.1 is review of the code of conduct for elected municipal officials. Who would like to, what is your wish, council?
I can put the motion on the floor if you wish, Mr. Mayor. It's Mancini.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
I'll put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council, 1, suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 6, the Executive Standing Committee terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order, and 2, endorse the approach for revised Code of Conduct regime as outlined in the staff report dated January 2nd, 2020, and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to bring this approach forward as Halifax Regional Municipality's position during future consultations conducted by the province. This position includes A, the inclusive of new and revised code provisions that are in keeping with the best practices outlined in sections 4B and 5 of the discussion section of the staff report dated January 2nd, 2020. B, the ability to create an annotated code format that incorporates context and commentary. And C, the inclusive of the enforcement protocols that are consistent with the best practices outlined in sections 4C and 5 of the discussion section of the staff report dated January 2nd, 2020. So move.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Second by Councillor Mason. Councillor Mancini, anything on it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure that Mrs. Jones and Woodlawn totally understood that motion, 100%. So I've got some questions for staff on this, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if David's here, who's here to speak on behalf of staff on this report.
I think probably Mr. Traves.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, David Perus.
Oh, David Perus, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. I didn't know David was the author of this. So David, where do I start? Great discussion a few years back, David. We had, we had a few of our colleagues were challenged by some of our residents with regard to perceiving the code of conduct being breached or broken, and lots of discussion on that. So at the same time, NSFM was also dealing with this, many other municipalities across the province. And so I'm trying to understand, David, what is really here in front of us today, what's changed from then to now. Then if I broke the code of conduct for doing whatever, the ramifications is anywhere from an apology to maybe taken away from some committees that I work on. And that was really the extent of it. The challenge that I had, and I even had a motion in place that said we should be considering an integrity commissioner, which is in this report that you've authored. And so I'm trying to understand what's different here now than before. What does this motion actually mean? If you wouldn't mind, David, to help us out with that and those watching.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. What's changed since the last time this has been dealt with is that there has been recent legislative amendments brought to the HRM Charter as well as the Municipal Government Act. And what those amendments do is they are prescribing certain minimum requirements for codes of conduct. So essentially the province is stepping in to say that municipalities actually have to adopt a code of conduct, and increasingly are saying what minimum things actually have to be in there. That hasn't come into force yet, but as a result of those amendments, many municipalities are starting to take more of a look at what their current regimes are. In terms of the sanctioning powers, so there's been a long-standing or long outstanding request from council to the province for legislative amendments that would allow for the ability to impose monetary sanctioning powers. Mm-hmm. And at various times that's been advanced by HRM staff as well as through NSFM. And unfortunately, the province hasn't been particularly receptive to date on those. And that's reflected in the fact that it wasn't included in the recent amendments to the HRM charter. However, they have indicated that there will be upcoming consultations on code of conduct. So part of those legislative amendments to the charter include that there may be forthcoming regulations on codes of conduct, which may add additional rules as to what enforcement protocols there are or what minimum content requirements there are. Yes, and so as a result of that, we're looking to get council direction on how to actually proceed with those consultations at this time. And so the report itself may seem a little overbig because initially we were looking to get council direction for drafting instructions for a new code. But with those upcoming consultations, we're now seeking to get that direction to bring that forward to the province so that any future legislative framework that may come out of the regulations is consistent with HRM's ability to adopt a code that is consistent with these principles that we have as a result of the regulation.
So thank you, David. So you're looking for that direction, and so
just to add to that, Mayor.
Yep.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
So just to add to what David said, we have been advised that the department, on behalf of the minister, does intend to go ahead this summer with consultations with municipalities, and so as Councillor Mancini has correctly pointed out, rather than us proceeding with an independent code and then have all of that work overtaken by the minister and a direction, we're seeking direction from council to proceed along the lines of what we would have been recommending anyway. And one of the key aspects to that, I think, would be along the lines of a best practice that would provide for an annotated code. In effect, annotations would provide some guidance both to members of council and also to the public as to what actually constitutes a breach of the code of conduct. We see a lot of complaints that come forward, which we struggle with bringing to council because we know fundamentally that they don't breach the code. They don't come anywhere close to that standard. And so providing that clarity and to both the public and to members of council, we think would be very helpful. And so that direction, if council is agreeable, we would then take on those consultations with the province, together with the request for some penalties and the ability to go forward along that direction.
Mr. Mayor, where am I with time? Am my time up?
Ask one last question, sir.
Well, it's more of a statement, if I may. So I think you answered, John, that you would confer with elected officials, and then that consultation with the province would be staff and their staff. Is that correct?
Correct.
So just to be clear, my personal opinion is that we should have an integrity commissioner, whether that's on retainer, similar to Saskatchewan or Calgary. People say that, well, we're being paid for the tough decisions. Well, for those of you watching at home, you want to see tough decisions, I hope you tuned in this morning, because those are tough decisions. I'm not worried about tough decisions. For asking us to comment whether a colleague of ours has broken the code of conduct is inappropriate, in my opinion. That should be an outside direction, independent to do that. So I hope that's clear, and I also would like to see some teeth with reducing or suspension of pay also. So that's just my 2 cents worth on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Traves and David. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Councillor Mason's ahead of me.
Sorry, Councillor Mason. Thank you, Councillor Clary. Councillor Mason. I thought maybe Councillor Clary could get his question and answer in while we got Councillor Mason's microphone working, but go ahead, Councillor Mason.
I've got nothing at this point, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clary. Sorry, hang on, wait a sec. Where are we at?
Me, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Austin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for that confusion. So I just wanted to hit on the one thought on this, that, I mean, you know, these codes, I mean, without the teeth behind them, they're rather weak. And so whatever discussions are going to go on with the province, I mean, I hope that's considered. The piece that, I mean, if I could change one thing about our process with this, the part that I think is really lacking, because I mean, we went through earlier where we sanctioned one of our colleagues and, you know, kicked them off committees, and, you know, that was the extent that we could do when we disagreed with the behavior. To me, the real kind of stick to all this is the public piece, and sanctioning someone is a signal from council, so that there is some teeth to that. But it would be far more effective to me if when someone makes a complaint, if the complaint is public and the debate on it is public, because then, I mean, I know it's messy, but throw the transparency on it, because that is really, at the end of the day, what the ultimate check is when you face the voters and they get to assess your conduct. And if they know that you've, you know, treated people rather shabbily along the way, then they'll weigh that in their decisions. But if all of that has been, you know, kind of behind closed doors, then they don't have the benefit of being able to assess your conduct. So if there's one thing that I think would be most effective on this, because really, I mean, it is a difficult place to manage, because we are all politicians, you don't want to stifle debate and discussion. We are all parties of one. It's to throw open the door on this and make it more of a public process on both sides. That would be my wish for revisions on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to endorse this direction for our staff to have in our consultations with the province, and along the lines of what some of what councillors have said, including what Mr. Traves said earlier. I would love to see an integrity commissioner, but not just for us. I mean, I guess if we have to go it alone, but I would love to see the province get on board with an integrity commissioner that all municipalities in Nova Scotia could have access to. And then there could be a commonality in terms of how these things are used in different municipalities in our province. I also definitely would like to see the monetary punishments in place. And it's difficult for us. I mean, if you're an MLA and you're kicked off a committee for a variety of reasons, you don't get paid because the committees, there's stipends that go along with those kind of things, and different titles that MLAs have. We don't have that. I mean, we get one salary and we're just expected to do the committee work, the constituency work, the council work, all of that kind of stuff. And whether you do it or don't do it, your pay remains the same. And so there should be some form, I was in the Army, and under our code, and I know Mr. Traves is familiar with this, being a naval officer, if you do certain dumb things, you get a punishment. You get $100 for this, or a couple $100 for that, and it can be effective. It's a sting, but it reinforces kind of the social aspect. No one likes to be the person who was punished. So I think in the consultation, and I certainly agree with, in terms of sections 4 and 5, in terms of the recommendations that are here, I agree with all of those. But above all, the monetary and the integrity commissioner for me would be really important, because the integrity commissioner model, in terms of the investigation, the advice to council, and the education component, I think are really important. And the idea that, and I think this was part of Councillor Mancini's motion previously, and that would be to revisit this, if not annually, at least more often, so that there is an education component. People are reminded of, what you should and shouldn't do, how to do it. I do like some of the examples that were given in the report. Toronto's example of their annotated code. I read through most of it. It's pretty fascinating. I love the scenarios of if you're doing this, and there were some real gaps in our code when I was looking at Toronto's. When it comes to elections, when it comes to social media and communications generally, that's really not covered in our code, and in any specific way. So I think those kind of things would be important to have in our code as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David and John, for the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. It's very interesting reading through this, and I'm glad that our solicitor, John Traves, has touched on the potential abuses. I think it's very important that public officials be held to task, and that whatever sanctions applied have some teeth. So I do support this. I do want to see it right across the board, but I'd also like to see fairness. And I don't know if it's possible to include fairness in this. And perhaps, John, you could sort of help me out with the potential abuses. There are always those, for one reason or another, who will use whatever tools there are to get at public officials for whatever the reasons are. And we see this fairly continuously through social media, through emails, that kind of thing. So this is a sword that cuts two ways. One is, yes, we should be responsible, there should be sanctions, but we also have to be careful to build in some protections for those who choose to go into public service. If I could get some comments on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I could quickly answer that if you'd like. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. What we see in some of the models that we've included in the report, they have certain safeguards to not only to make the administration of these codes more efficient, but also to provide those safeguards so they're not abused, for instance, for political reasons. So one of the main ones that you do see in screening processes, and this is fairly common for the Integrity Commissioner model, is that they have what they call election blackout periods. And essentially, about 3 months before an election, they'll essentially put a hold on all complaints that are received. And this is actually, there's evidence to support that, in the sense that the actual number of complaints that are received in the run-up to a municipal election tend to spike quite a bit. So they'll be put on hold until afterwards. And that's one mechanism that's used, but also complaints are increasingly screened for being frivolous or vexatious or not being brought in good faith. And the expertise of an Integrity Commissioner, the hope is that they'll be able to advance complaints that are rightly brought before council, while also diverting those that should not be.
If I may, Mayor, just to build on that a little bit, Councillor Zareski's hit, you know, the nub of the problem in my experience over 30 years of practicing law, which is, you know, when you look at a code of conduct for elected officials, it's a different situation than when, you know, an employer looks at it at imposing a code of conduct for employees. Councillors are not employees of the municipality. They serve at the pleasure of the electorate. And so this challenge, which leads to discussions around an Integrity Commissioner, is in terms of who are they accountable to themselves as a body or to the electorate. And the key component of that, to some extent, is the reality that employers, like the military or others, develop codes of conduct on the basis that they will capture all activities, however small or light, and that the result will be dealt with through the discretion of the body. For a committee structure like council, that's challenging in terms of how you deal with an infraction. And so to some extent, the answer, in my view, would be to narrow the codes of conduct as opposed to making them very broad, and to provide, you know, an annotated code, as it were, to give more clarity around. So you want to get down to what actually constitutes a breach of the code, so that councillors are clear not only for themselves but amongst themselves, and to make it quite narrow and very distinct, as opposed to trying to encompass all behavior, all comment, all of what have you. And I think that's where this conversation needs to go. Need to move away from that broad piece and narrow it down to something that's actually enforceable, and that a conflict of interest commissioner or even council can look at and say, look, that's a breach and that isn't a breach.
If I still have a couple of seconds left here, Mr. Mayor.
Couple of seconds.
So the other thing that I worry about, and again, this goes back to you, John, and David, are the legal ramifications. When we sent out a code of conduct, is there a possibility that there may be conflict with the legal code and Bill of Rights that we have? And are we getting into a rabbit hole on that one?
No, I don't think so. There is, although the act has not been proclaimed, the changes. there is more issues around the charter, frankly, with respect to freedom of speech and expression under the charter and those protections. And council is live to that. You take advice and you consider that going into it. And so those sorts of things play into any discussion, I would suggest, in terms of a decision maker as council or for an integrity commissioner, that they have to follow the principles of administrative law and give people an opportunity to be heard, to state their piece, know the case against them, those sorts of things.
Okay.
Thank you both, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the leeway.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to re-comment on a few of the points. I especially like the idea of the integrity commissioner having a third party evaluate this instead of council policing itself. There are not very many organizations where we see that a self-policing model works. I also like the annotated code and that the examples would be vetted by someone before they became public, if it will, before the evaluation became public and before any conclusion was made known. I'm wondering if this is a little bit premature because we don't have any teeth yet to enforce anything. And I recognize that the province has indicated that we need to make amendments. And that is the only reason that I'm going to be voting for this. I don't like to see work need to be done that isn't going to result in anything. And I believe without the teeth being available, that this will result in a talk in additional process, in additional money being spent, in additional effort being spent. But I'm not sure that it will come back with what I think would truly be helpful. The other thing that I saw as I was reading through the report, I was unclear through a lot of it, and maybe I just missed something, is that it should only apply to elected officials. That's clear in the title, but then I saw throughout more of it that it would apply to more than just elected officials. I'm just wondering if I could get some clarity on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. On your first question with regard to concerns at being premature, so council has an active outstanding legislative request asking for those increased sanctioning powers to give any regime some teeth. So that is certainly something that will be brought forward front and center in any consultations with the province. With the province indicating that they're looking to develop regulations, we just thought it's necessary for HRM to have a say in what that might look like, whether they decide to actually provide those sanctioning powers or not, or to, if they decide to impose a specific type of procedure for enforcing the code. But we could bring forward the concerns that it may not be effective without those sanctioning powers. So just to have that direction from council to proceed with those consultations. On your second question with regards to the who this applies to. So under the current code, it applies to all elected members of council, and that should be the purpose going forward for most of these code of conduct regimes, is that they're specifically for elected members of council, so councillors and the mayor. The only caveat to that is that under the recent amendments to the HRM charter, the language that is actually used is it applies to elected members of council, the councillors, the mayor, but also others who are prescribed by regulation. So that means that the deputy or the minister of municipal affairs could come up with regulations saying that the code of conduct applies to other people. And I might be speculating a bit, but the only thing I could imagine is that they might extend it to volunteer members of municipal boards and committees. But other than that, for the most part, they do only apply for elected members of council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Thank you, Mr. Traves. Ready for the question, colleagues? Cheryl?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol. Councillor Nicol. Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith?
I'm a lip reader. He said for the motion.
He did indicate that he was for the motion. Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
It's
Councillor
Councillor Nichols saying yes, which finally came up on mute.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Sarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
For the motion.
Councillor Oathit?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
For the motion, I declare that motion carried. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move to 9.1.2. This is proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29, civic addressing policies. Council, what is your wish?
I could put the motion on the floor if you like, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting civic addressing policies in order to approve 1, the naming of 6 new private lanes as identified in Attachment A and Maps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the staff report dated April 20th, 2020. 2, the retiring of the private lane name Dogwood Drive, Cal Bay, as identified in Attachment A and Map 7 of the staff report dated April 20th, 2020. And 3, the renaming of a portion of Simmons Road, Bedford to Science Park Drive, Bedford, as identified in Attachment A and Map 9 of the staff report dated April 20th, 2020. I so move.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Councillor Whitman, second.
Seconded by Councillor Whitman. Anything on that, Deputy Mayor?
No, sir. Nothing further to add.
All right. Seeing nobody else wishing to speak on this, are we ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol?
Yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
Ooh.
Councillor Smith is indicating he's in favor. Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Sarowski?
I am for the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
For the motion.
Councillor Oathit?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
For the motion, I declare the motion carried. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. We'll move to 9.1.3, Councillor Appointments, Women's Advisory. Councillor Nichol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the recommendation on the floor. It's recommended that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspends the rules of procedure under Section 6, the Executive Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order, and 2, appoint Councillor Nichol and Deputy Mayor Blackburn. At least one of us, and both of us are on as a member of the Executive Standing Committee, to the Women's Advisory Committee after a vote by individual ballot as outlined in the discussion section of this report.
Second.
Second.
I'll
And
let
I
Lisa
will, I will speak to it, and I know that some of you have noticed that I'm wearing a t-shirt, which doesn't happen very often, but it's a t-shirt that my daughter gave me, and it says Women Empower Women. And this is what this is about today, but I also realize that we need our male allies, especially, and I know I have that support with my male colleagues on regional council, and I thank you for that. So, you know, this committee will be the first of its kind, so it's a very exciting day. I expected to, you know, to be at council and celebrating this occasion, hence the t-shirt and everything else. But here we are, and I almost got muted. So as I'm again trying to give women a voice, virtual meetings are sort of trying to take our voices away. But I'm excited to welcome all those that have, you know, we have listed in the staff report, and Haneen Al-Noman, Lillian Barclow, Tanya Boudreau, Charla Dorrington, Holly Matthias, Jane McKay Nesbitt, Mikhail Smith, and Christine Ging Yang. I just wanted to welcome them because this is our first Women's Advisory Committee. I mean, I want to thank and acknowledge the 147 as well that applied and wanted to be on it. So it's a great day, and I look forward to working with this group and the you know, the opportunities that will be presented to us in improving the lives of women in society and in their own communities. So thank you again. And given the I've alluded to the pandemic restriction and our virtual meetings, I just wondered when and how we might have our first meeting, if the clerk's office knows how we proceed from here. So it's kind of it's an exciting day, but it's also deflated as to what are we going to be doing? I don't know, can anybody respond to that, as maybe John, as to next steps?
Who can take that one?
I think I can answer that, Councillor Nicol, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Cheryl Murphy, acting clerk. I believe that the Women's Advisory Committee is not one of our committees that we would be putting in place quite yet. Certainly on a virtual basis. Okay. We've had, if you recall, we've indicated to you in communications that it would be absolutely essential work that we'll be doing with our committees, and that would involve our PACs, our community councils. So, and it's very difficult to orient a group.
Okay.
Virtually.
Well, I would just like to suggest, I know myself and perhaps Deputy Mayor Blackburn maybe have a virtual meet and greet as to just to sort of give them an opportunity to meet one another and sort of have an open discussion about what could be happening in the future meetings. Okay.
Certainly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Okay. So just to clarify, so that two names have been identified as candidates for this committee, correct? The two?
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's no other nominations?
Not that I heard. Not
okay.
Yet, anyway.
Do I have to ask for the nominations?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so there have been two candidates identified for the two positions. I will ask if there's any other nominations.
It's Councillor Whitman. I'd like to nominate Councillor Russell.
Councillor Whitman nominates Councillor Russell. Councillor Russell, do you accept the nomination?
With respect, I'm going to decline.
Okay. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Okay. So there's no further nominations, so we'll vote on the motion with the two candidates being Councillor Nicol and Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
Very much for the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
Emphatically, yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini? Councillor Mancini? Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
I think he's restarting his computer.
Mancini's back in for yes.
Councillor Mancini?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
Yes, with great enthusiasm.
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
For the motion.
Councillor Oshie?
Oh, I suppose so. Yes.
Mayor Savage?
Yes, that motion carries. I'll just remind councillors that really enthusiastic yeses count the same as a reluctant yes, but we certainly appreciate the point of view. I want to congratulate Councillor Nicol and Deputy Mayor Blackburn, both of whom have done great work on this. I also know that both the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Nicol would want to thank staff. Because of the huge number of people who were interested in this, the staff in the clerk's office did an awesome job in putting together the process so that we could choose the other members. So thank you to staff as well. So that motion's carried, and I do consider that an important step. So my vote was enthusiastic, but it's still just a vote. 9.1.4 is proposed amendments to Administrative Order 15, respecting licenses, permits, processing fees to forgive sidewalk cafe fees. Councillor Mason on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license, permits, and processing fees administrative order, as set out in attachment 2 of the staff report dated May 7th, 2020. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Austin.
So when there's a long pause like that, I wonder if my mic still isn't working. So thanks for that, guys. A little heart there, palpitation there. So I don't have a lot to say on this. I think we spoke about it. We've been speaking about this all along. This is one of the suite of things that businesses on main streets in downtown have asked for to help accommodate this COVID time. Both not knowing when you might actually be able to open your restaurant makes it hard to justify spending the money to put out a patio you might not get a lot of utility out of, but also if there's no significant change to the design, if we can waive these fees, then that gives an opportunity for us to provide some relief to some of the hardest hit businesses, and especially given we've been unable to find a way in partnership with the province to provide targeted relief. This is one small thing that we can do for hospitality-based businesses that will help ease the burden a tiny amount, but I think it's a needful thing. So I look forward to the support of council to bring this to a close and offer this to our restaurants and licensed establishments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason, and for your work on this. Councillor Cleary.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Councillor Mason said. It is a small thing when you look at the fees overall, but given the situation we're in, I think it would be rather insulting to a lot of businesses to say, yeah, we realize, your revenue's down 50, 60, 80, 90%, but we still want our $1,000 or whatever it is we get from you for doing this. So you can try to reclaw your way back up to some level of profitability. So it is small, but I think this, combined with working with our businesses to look at ways that we can provide some of the right-of-way space, green space, to allow cafes, restaurants, and those kind of businesses to really have some place where they can put their customers, because they're not going to fit them all inside. I just can't imagine the public health officials allowing, for that kind of capacity inside. So small thing, but an important thing that we can do for them. So I fully support this.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And 2 points. This is just not only for downtown, it's for anybody with a sidewalk. And that has to be loud and clear, because I've received quite a few calls already, and I thought they were included. And if this passes today, when does it take effect?
Who do we have on the, it is for all areas, not just for downtowns, that's most assuredly. Who else, who's with us that could answer the second part of that? That Tanya, I see? Who do I see on the, do I see some, I just see a blank space.
Can John answer that question?
Waiting for my microphone. Yes, it would be effective today, once it's
All right.
passed. I
Thank
think
you,
we
and
have
I
to
mean-
advertise. I think we have to advertise AO, but it's effective immediately in essence.
I think it'll go around pretty quick, so thank you, and I'll be supporting that.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ready for the question?
Question?
Can I be heard at all?
You can.
Okay, great.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
James?
I'm for it.
I hear you.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Smith.
I'm in favor and I'm back.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Sarowski.
Or enthusiastically.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackman.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outfit. Councillor Outhit. And Mayor Savage.
Yes from Tim, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Outfit for the motion. The mayor is for the motion. Thank you very much. That carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll move to 9.1.5, colleagues, polling location increases for the municipal and CSAP elections. I don't have a list of who wanted to move that. I don't think. Is there?
I can do that for you, Mr. Mayor. It's Mancini.
Councillor Mancini?
Put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council increase the number of polling locations for the advanced poll and 2 in the following districts. District 1, Waverly, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. District 2, Preston, Chesuncook, Eastern Shore. District 3, Dartmouth South, Eastern Passage. District 11, Spryfield, Sambro Loop, Prospect Road. District 12, Timberley, Beachville, Clayton Park West.
Second, Mr. Mayor, Bill Karsten.
Seconded by the outgoing Bill Karsten. Don't get to say
Nothing
that.
for me, Mr. Mayor. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hensby?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm really disappointed in this report. I'd asked for more of a comparison between the provincial and federal polling stations to show a voter is a voter is a voter, regardless of what level of government it is, just to show how the municipality streamlined and downsized and minimalized polling stations for our voters. You kind of wonder why the municipal governments have the lowest turnout, because it doesn't make it accessible enough for voting. Even with the COVID situation in front of us, there still should be an opportunity for people to vote in public if they wish to vote. I'll be asking for an amendment to this report that perhaps we should go back to the amount of advanced polling stations we had in 2008, having 3 stations in District 1, 3 stations in District 2, and 3 stations in District 12, just because of the sheer enormity of those areas. So therefore, I'll be putting that motion forward, please.
Okay, Councillor Hensby is proposing an amendment that Councillors 1, 2, and 12 would have 3 polling stations in the advanced poll. Second? A second for that?
Councillor Whitman, I'll second it.
Councillor Whitman seconded. Councillor Hensby, anything?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if you look at the shared geography and stuff, you know, the councils know their own districts and stuff, but I can say from my own, it's a 2.5 hour drive from one end to the other, and just having one or two polling stations is not enough. I need a minimum of 3, and those 3 locations should be Lake Echo, central enough to serve the Preston communities, Lake Echo, Mineville, Lawrencetown, and Porters Lake. Muscat Albert Harbor is more of a central location, and of course Sheet Harbor for the far eastern region of my district. So those are the 3 minimum locations I think that we should be having an advanced polling station located.
Okay. Is there anybody in staff that can just speak to what the implications of that are?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here, Trish Smith from the elections office.
How are you?
Good, hoping my dog doesn't start to bark. Yes, so I can speak to that. We averaged out, it's approximately $5,000 per polling station per day. So it would be an additional $10,000 from the election budget that we hadn't planned on, because we originally had planned on using the same model from 2016 when it came to the number of polling locations. So we can look at that further if that's the motion that comes forward from council.
Thank you, Trish. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a question for staff. Just when I look at the map here, it's, I mean, there's a bunch of little dots scattered all over the place. It can be a little bit hard to interpret. In 2016, the advanced poll, there was 21 total locations. It looks like, am I correct in reading this? There was 2 on the Eastern Shore and then 2 in the Valley?
Yes.
Okay, and so Councillor Hensby's motion is to increase that to 3?
Yes.
Okay, so we would actually be adding more than we had in 2016.
Yes.
Did we have any read on, I mean, I was campaigning in Dartmouth at the time. I don't know how it worked on the Eastern Shore. Were there complaints about the distances?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I wasn't here in 16 either. But I do know that there were some folks who were frustrated that there were not enough polling locations on election day even. So, but I don't have any formal documentation of, letters of complaint or anything like that.
Okay. One other question. It seems to me that one way to increase the number of advanced polls and the way to considerably for all districts would be to allow people to cast a vote, whether it's in their polling district or not. I know that's something the province has started to do. I'm not going to ask whether it's possible in this election, considering how close we are, but is that something we've ever looked at for future?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have looked at having open borders, if you will, but we haven't gone down that road because we haven't been directed to by council. That's my understanding.
Okay, so do you come back to council after this next election with some kind of wrap-up report? Because I don't want to try and make you do it now, just a few months out. That's not fair. But I think it would solve some of the problems, because I know my folks live out in the country, going to the polling station that might be available to them in their neighborhood. It actually might be more convenient to be able to vote when they're in town buying groceries and supplies than it would be to go to the polling station that's actually assigned in their district. And there's probably more locations like that if we allowed people to vote when they were at work, pop out on their lunch break sort of thing to go to the advanced poll in the urban area. We might solve a lot of this without actually adding a lot more polling stations. So do you come with some sort of wrap up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. We will have a wrap-up report where we talk about all of the statistics, the numbers of people who came out to vote, who voted electronically, who voted in person, who voted in advance, who voted on election day. And we can certainly discuss that more after the election.
Okay, I will put that in my back pocket, and if I'm fortunate enough to still be sitting here after October 2020, I will bring that up at that time. For now, I think we've struck a reasonable balance. I'm not in support of adding additional locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, this is a tricky one. I know that we had asked for staff to come back, so you've come back with 2, and quite frankly, I could live with that. As to whether the voters and the residents I represent could remains to be seen. I did last election have people complain, no different than Councillor Hensby. I have a district that is quite vast as it relates to driving from one end to the other. And I know it's a great challenge for folks in close to where Councillor Mancini lives, that end of my district that's within Dartmouth, to be asked to come out to Fall River, or indeed someone in maybe Dutch Settlement or Elmsdale to have to drive all the way to Middle Muscatawbet. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge, and I will support Councillor Hensby just in principle. At the same time, if the amendment fails, then I'm satisfied with what you brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Austin and Stretch. I'm going to say that I may be slightly wrong here, because I just did a quick look at the election results on the Wikipedia page of 2016, but with the numbers that we had before of advanced polls, which what I just heard is we're proposing to go back to the same number of advanced polls in these areas. Last election, District 13 had the second highest number of votes for councillor, District 2 had the fourth, and District 1 had the fifth highest number of votes. So I feel like we're being asked to solve a problem that we don't have, right? We already have substantial number of people voting in those areas at all above the, at the higher end of the bell curve than anywhere else, or than the average. And I also think it starts to get down to an issue of, being equitable in the other direction. If we're not going to take that effort to make sure that we have 2 or 3 advanced polls in every district, then potentially have a situation where for CSAP and for the mayor, you have more people voting, period, more votes being cast on those, especially in the general region-wide election for mayor, in those districts that have more advanced polls. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference either way, but I don't see what problem we're trying to solve based on those numbers, so I can't support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a question for David, but I'll pass on that. The District 11 is it's 1 hour from one end to the other, and that's if you take the shortest way at 3 in the morning with no traffic and no lights. I had originally asked that we emulate the last year or the last election for advanced polls, and now that's put in place. So we've doubled it, if you want to look at statistically. I'm fine with that. I will support the motion that Councillor Hensby has put forward, but I just want to thank you for doubling the number of advanced polls in District 11. That'll help immensely and make it a little more convenient for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I didn't think I was next. So appreciate the conversation. It's so hard doing it virtually like this to flip back to the report, and even though I have it saved in the bottom, flip back and forth to the screen to this. So I do know that what the councillor is asking for, and there are currently 2 proposed in District 1 and certainly my district, District 3. So this is only advanced poll, correct? You can just nod your head because okay, right. So, I look at an advanced poll as just being an added tool in terms of, we have the electronic, we have the phone-in voting, we've got the normal day of polling, the ordinary day of polling. So I guess my question would be, do you happen to have right off, or should the number of polls that would be a number in District number 1 for the ordinary polling day?
Oh goodness.
No.
I don't have that right in front of me. I'm so sorry.
No, that's quite all right.
I
certainly
can
understand. We are, as I say, we are only talking about the advanced polls. So look, I feel confident, and maybe Dave, if you're coming back, you might want to address this, how many polls there are on the regular polling day, the ordinary polling day, because that's much more important to me than the advanced polls, which I recognize as being yet one more tool in the toolbox. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I can answer the question now. I do have it pulled up in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
Were you asking for a specific district? I'm sorry.
Yeah, District 1, the one Councillor Hensby's talking about.
8, 9, 9 including a home for special care.
Yeah, so I'm not.
District 2, Bill. I'm just District 2, not District 1.
Okay, well, no, I've got the floor. So no, I heard a voice over mine, but yeah, that's what's important to me. Thank you for that information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So Trish, just to be clear, so District 1 has 8. How many does District 9 have? District 2 have?
Sorry, I'm counting.
Okay.
So it was District 2 that you were asking?
Yes.
$11 regular and 2 for homes for special care.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl, did you want to say something here? Or you good? Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Karsten. Councillor Adams has spoken. Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. I am just confused about the districts that have been mentioned. What I heard was 1, 2, and 12, but that doesn't seem right to me when I look at the map because District 12 is geographically not anywhere near as large. And so I'm just looking for confirmation that it is District 12.
Districts 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12, correct?
Correct. Let me just double check. It would have to do with, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12. And that would have to do, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That would have to do with population as well, different population concentrations as well as geography.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Mancini?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, a little slow. I have a question about budget then with regard to this. If I understand, you said it's 10K, so that's 10K times 3 would be the price tag. So in that budget that we do all of our election, is the money there?
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I don't know who said that, but it was awfully deep for my voice.
That would be the director.
That would be the director. No, it is not there because we did base our budget on the 2016 numbers, which were presented in the report.
I have that same voice when I go to buy a new mountain bike. It's in the back of my head. One says yes, one says no, but that deep voice. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Oh, I would listen to Sharon, Tony. That's the voice I do.
That's the one I do, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith?
Yep. Check 1, 2.
You're good.
All right.
Nice to have you back with us.
Yeah, happy to be back. So Councillor Mancini asked my first question, which, do we have the money? And that was answered. My second question is process. So because this is unbudgeted, wouldn't we have to get another supplementary report that would include the financial aspect of adding these stations, or can we just add them and find the money later? I'm a little confused on how we do this with the financial aspect.
Yeah, I can answer that. If the direction out of this motion is amended to add in additional pieces, then when we come back to the budget deliberations, I'll have to ask you to add that into the parking lot, deal with it there.
So should the motion read then for this to be added to the parking lot for budget deliberation rather than just adding it to?
That is actually not a bad approach. It'll depend on what direction council wants to take, but we have taken that approach in other matters.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The other option, of course, is to garnish you the wages of the director to pay for the difference, but that might.
As long as it's the director.
No, the councillor.
Just to be clear then, did I hear that the cost is $10,000 per polling station, Trish, or $10,000 in total?
It's $5,000 per polling location, but there's 2 advanced polling days. So it's $10,000 times 3.
Okay, so $30,000 net increase.
Correct.
I see. Councillor Hensby?
Very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, do we not also have an election reserve in case there's ever a by-election in between elections? So do we not have an accumulated election reserve that we can draw on if necessary?
Mr. Treyes?
We have, but that builds up and it's actually used for this election. So we are drawing all of the costs, which are about $2.3 million down from the reserve now. And so then we will look to be building that reserve up going forward. I don't believe that there is sufficient funds left, but I'd have to defer to Ms. Fraser. I believe some monies were proposed to be transferred out of that in order to balance the budget already.
And does not the Acadia School Board also make a contribution for us holding their elections?
Yes, they do.
So part of that cost will be covered by those 3 additional polls by the caps?
Potentially. I don't know if we've had any discussions with respect to a cost share on that basis in terms of trying to offset, to bill them for some portion of that.
So perhaps this is Cheryl. Perhaps I can speak on this. Yes, we've had some discussions and we're just coming up with those costs right now, actually. And they will be substantially less than we've had in past years, and we will need every cent of that to deliver the CSAP election, right?
Okay. Councillor Hensby, you're good on that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's take, we're ready for the vote on so first of all, we vote on the amendment. Ready for the question on the amendment?
Question.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councillor Karsten.
Yeah, just so that we're clear, there's 2 advanced polls now in District 1, and Councillor Hensby now by this amended motion, or not amended motion, this amendment is asking for how many more on top of the 2, making it how many in total? Just for clarity.
I think the motion is to add 1 in each of those 3 districts. Is that correct, Councillor Hensley?
That's correct.
So to add 1 more polling station in districts 1, 2, and 12. Correct?
That's correct. The same as the amounts that were back in 2008.
So in the other 2 districts.
So my only comment would be, you know, Councillor Stretch has sort of said he'd support it, but wasn't that, why wouldn't you have just asked for your own? No, I'm just saying.
I'm just trying to be fair and reasonable.
Well, yeah, but
look at the geography.
Motion were
the geography of my district is equal to the geography of Councillor Stretch. And I think that there should be an equitable fairness in not having to travel so far to vote. Plus, we also have the difficulty of not having internet broadband connectivity as other communities will. So trying to do it by online will not be possible for some of our rural communities. So I want to be fair and reasonable in making the request for the rural dignity that require to have an opportunity to vote.
So thank you for that unsolicited answer, but it's much appreciated. My follow-up would be, what about Councillor Zarowski? Has he indicated? No, I'm asking. No. Has he indicated that there should be another one? No. So, you know, I'd be much more comfortable if it was even 1 and 2, but my 2. Thank you.
If Councillor Zarowski doesn't believe a 3rd poll is necessary in his district, he can amend the motion.
I don't see Councillor Zarowski looking to speak.
I could speak.
Oh, I know you could. Would you like to?
I can. And I find the discussion interesting, and I take it to point that this is for advanced polls and not general polls. And everything we've tried to increase the votership has not succeeded.
And there seems to be an additional cost here. I'm not optimistic that it's going to increase, and I'm sitting here waiting with bated breath to see if there is something that we can do, but I don't think this is going to do it. So all things considered, I will reluctantly probably vote against it, unless someone can change my mind for me, because I just don't see it increasing the votership or being need. There are all sorts of other options that voters have to be able to cast their ballots. And I don't think this will really inhibit the expression of their democratic rights to vote. In my district, I do believe it was around 29%, and we had 6 candidates, and I believe there were other districts that had even more. So the number of candidates was robust, the interest was robust, but for one reason or another, we don't seem to be able to motivate the constituents to come out to vote in the same way that they might for a federal election. So at this stage, I'm kind of listening, and I'm 6s and 7s on this, but I'm leaning towards not supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can speak for a third time or not.
That would
If
be
you're going to
against
say
our
something
rules.
helpful, yeah, I'm going to let you go. I can't see Councillor Walker on my screen to mock me, so go ahead. Oh, there
Well,
he is.
perhaps then if I can make an amendment to the amendment, then to discount District 12, if the local council doesn't believe he doesn't have the geographical spatiality or the population-based award in the third advanced poll, then I'll just amend it for districts 1 and 2 only because of the sheer geography of our districts.
Second.
So you're,
I'll still second that, Whitman.
you're amending your amendment. You,
Sounds like friendly change to the amendment, Mayor.
okay? I'm going to make sure it's friendly with District 12. Councillor Zarowski, you okay with that?
Okay, let me just get everything all up, back up again. Actually, I think that is a good point, and I think the amendment would allow me to vote for this, because in my district, the geography is not onerous, and I actually understand what Councillor Hensby is saying, so I will support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so it is now districts 1 and 2 that would get an extra poll on advanced poll. Councillor Stretch, did you want to speak?
Yes, just briefly, Your Worship. I think the amended amendment captures the spirit likely of where we need to go today. Councillor Hensby and his political intuition has guided me for over 30 years. So when someone asked a while ago, oh, and I say that with all due respect, I've known David a long time, and he has he's become a barometer as it relates to a lot of issues, not only in his particular district, but indeed in mine. And we are cousins in our representation of those rural communities. So I am going to support him both enthusiastically and all those other adjectives you guys made today. But I think this makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment now is to include one more advanced poll in districts 1 and 2. David, Councillor Hensby, that's correct?
Correct.
Everybody understands that?
Question?
So we're going to vote on the amendments. Sure.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, I just had one quick question for staff. I understand we'd be going back to 2008 if this passes in those districts. When did we start electronic voting? Did that exist in 2008 or did that come after?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it started in 2008.
So 2008 was the first election we ran with electronic voting. And well, I mean, I think the trend line for that has been more and more the vote is electronic.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes. So in 2016, 60% of people who participated in the election voted electronically, so either over the phone or over the internet.
Do you know if that's varied by district, to Councillor Hensby's point about the rural piece?
That was a fairly averaged out number, but I can dig deeper into those numbers if you like.
Okay, I don't know that we have the time right now. We beat this debate around for a bit. If you have it handy, it would be interesting to know, but if not, I can live without it.
I don't have it handy. No, I'd have to go do some math.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Okay, so we're voting on the amendment. First of all, colleagues, Cheryl, do you want to take us away on the vote on the amendment of Councillor Hensby?
Councillor Stretch,
In favor of the amendment.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Carsten,
In favor of the amendment?
Councillor Nickel,
I must apologize. I missed most of the debate, so I was but I understand this is on the main amendment to add 3 more. That's what.
No. 2 now.
So it's the amended amendment.
Yes, the amended amendment was a friendly amended amendment, so there's 1 amendment.
I missed all the friendliness. That's why I'm having a hard time.
Adds 1 more polling station in District 1 and 1 more polling station in District 2 for the advanced poll.
And yet it's not coming back and we don't know the cost.
We do know.
$5,000.
$20,000.
It would be $20,000.
For advanced polls. I'll say no.
Councillor Austin,
Opposed.
Councillor Mancini,
Against the amendment.
Councillor Mason,
Against the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Against the motion?
Councillor Cleary,
No.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams, Councillor Adams, Councillor Zarowski.
For. Sorry.
My voice changed.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot better.
On that note, geographically for. Affirmative.
Councillor Whitman,
Enthusiastic yeses going out to District 1 and 2.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting no on the motion?
Councillor Russell,
For the amendment?
Councillor Outhead,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
Yes. 7 against? 10-7?
Yes, it is.
Amendment passes. So the motion is amended. Shall we go to the question on the main motion as amended?
Question.
See no other questions? Question on the amended motion.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Absolutely.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion?
Councillor Nickel,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
For the motion.
Almost.
Councillor Tony Mancini,
Councillor Tony sounds fine by me. For the motion, thank you.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For the motion?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
I will vote for the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
and Councillor Outhead,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes. So that motion carries. Colleagues, we're going to take a break and we're going to come back at 3:15. Just a note, I think it's unlikely that we're going to get back into much of the budget today, depending on how much discussion that we have. We may, but if not, I've been conversing with our agenda folks and we're looking at possibly tomorrow morning, starting at 9:30 for budget, to resume where we left off. Just want to give the heads up to that. If people are violently in opposition to that, let me know over the break. Otherwise, that will likely be our comeback time, 9:30 in the morning, Jacques.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that'll be the time.
Okay, thank you, Jacques. Mr. Hensby, Councillor Hensby?
Well, Mr. Mayor, the conflicts with another thing I had scheduled for 10 o'clock, but we do have a COVID-19 update at 11 o'clock, so why don't we just scrap that and just have the budget meeting at 11?
Well, we were thinking of that when we scheduled at 9:30, that most people would have some gap in their schedule. We could reschedule that. Is it a conflict you can't possibly get out of? I have other things too that I'm going to not do.
Well, Councilor Stretch and I had something we were kind of juggling last week during the council meeting as well. So I'll see if I can move it up or not, or change it another time.
Okay, let me know after the break, councilors, and if we have to, we'll move around a little bit. Okay, so we're going to take a break now. We're going to come. Is there a presentation as part of the?
Yes, the next two items, Mr. Mayor, there are presentations.
So we'll come back with the Bedford Highway Functional Plan 9.1.6 and the presentation. Thank you, colleagues. Boy, they snapped that sign up in a hurry. I'm still on, I think. So.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's Laura. It is 3:15 and we will start again whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Well, let's begin. As soon as we take down the thing. Okie doke. Colleagues, just over the break, I had some calls from councillors. Am I on mute? No. Indicated they can't do tomorrow. So I want to look at an option, different option, recognizing that we're all going to have to look at possibly moving some things. This is a priority issue for us. I know that there's a couple of meetings, city meetings, committee meetings on Thursday, but looks like there might be a gap between 11 and 3 o'clock. Could we do 11 to 3 o'clock, take half an hour at 12? Councillor Adams will send everybody a hamburger out to Muscatawbut or anywhere else. If we did 11 to 3 o'clock, how does that, I can see some of you, if you could just have a look.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't catch the date.
Thursday, the day after tomorrow, Thursday, 11 to 3, as opposed to tomorrow morning.
Thursday the 28th.
Yes.
I'm good.
All good here.
You can just show me some thumbs up. I see the deputy, Paul Russell, thank you. Councillor Walker, thank you. Councillor Stretch, seemed like enthusiasm from Councillor Austin. Councillor Nicol, you okay with that? I can't, Claire?
I didn't hear the question.
The question is, it looks like Wednesday, tomorrow is a difficult time to schedule another meeting. It looks like Thursday at 11 to 3 might be, and I have things in there too that I would have to move, but which I would move. So I'm just wondering if we can make that work.
All good with Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. Councillor Mason?
All good, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Karsten, I don't think is with us. Councillor Mancini?
Yeah, I can make that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I can make it work.
Thank you. Walker's okay. Adams? Come back. Councillor Zarowski?
I would have difficulty, Mr. Mayor.
It's nap time.
You're going to take a permanent nap.
He's out buying a new diesel.
How much difficult? Can you make it work, Councillor Zarowski, if everybody else can?
I will do my best, sir.
You're a champion.
Stalwart and gentleman, I think is the phrase.
Thank you, Mayor Savage.
Councillor Outfit.
Sure.
I'll ask Jacques if you're okay with that. I'll assume that's yes. Cheryl, we can make that work. Laura, it looks like it'll be 11 o'clock until 3 o'clock on Thursday with a break at around noon, or around noon 30, 12:30. Laura, you okay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll send the Outlook appointments out momentarily.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Zarowski, and anybody else that's got an issue with that. Okay.
Could I ask, sorry, Mayor, it's Councillor Mason. Do we think we're gonna, we've got a pretty important NSFM board meeting starting at 4. Are we going to extend past 4? That was our stop time.
No, we're going to start today.
Yeah.
I
guess it depends on how fast everybody speaks.
Okay, well, let's try to aim to stop at 4. That would be our goal. I think we should be able to get
everything. Just vote for the next 2 items.
We should be able to get through we'll try to get through the council by 4 o'clock. Appreciate you putting that in there, Councillor Mason.
I
Would
try
it be an option to take a break at 4 o'clock and come back at 5?
No, we're not going to come back. I appreciate that, Councillor Russell, under normal circumstances, but these are hard on the head, I find. I think we need a bit. I think we need a bit of a break beyond just an hour, but I like the enthusiasm. So that's what we'll try to do. We'll move ahead with our agenda. Are we okay? We're going to move ahead with the agenda, and we're going to go to the Bedford Highway functional plan. And I see that we have, who is it, Mike, that we have with us?
Yes.
Mike Connors?
Yes, hi, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Connors, we'll let you go, and then perhaps we'll get Councillor Outfit perhaps to put the motion on the floor after the presentation, Tim?
Sure.
Okay, Mike Connors.
Thank you.
Everybody hear me?
We got you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Mike Connors. I'm a transportation engineer with Strategic Transportation Planning. I'm very happy to join you today to discuss the Bedford Highway Functional Plan. I wanted to mention I'm also joined by my colleagues Kate Green and Tanya Davis, who will be available to help me answer any questions you may have following the presentation. Next slide, please. So start with project rationale. The IMP, we all know, was unanimously approved by Regional Council in December 2017. Action 121 of the IMP calls for the development of strategic corridor plans that look at regional traffic flow, transit, goods movement, and active transportation. So, we certainly consider the Bedford Highway to be a strategic corridor, and it is very much in need of infrastructure upgrades. The corridor has both transportation and land use concerns, so it was important that the transportation and land use planning aspects were considered hand in hand as part of this project. We were very fortunate to receive generous grants from both FCM and the Nova Scotia Department of Energy, which allowed us to undertake this extensive study. Next slide, please. So the primary objective of the project was to develop a corridor-wide vision for the Bedford Highway that will inform how it's redeveloped over time. We wanted to understand what options are available to reconfigure the corridor based on the amount of available space. We also wanted to consider the land use planning potential of the Bedford Highway. All of the changes that were considered were evaluated from the perspective of the IMP, which helps us consider how all users are accommodated. Finally, at the end of the day, we wanted to prepare a functional design drawings that we could use to inform how the corridor is developed into the future. Next slide, please. So the study area included the entirety of the Bedford Highway, which is approximately 12 kilometers running between the Winter Street Exchange and Highway 102. So traffic varies considerably along the Bedford Highway with up to 35,000 vehicles per day on the busiest sections. Congestion is a very common occurrence during peak periods. It's also an important transit corridor with 9 bus routes and up to 34 buses per hour. Lack of transit priority infrastructure forces buses to be held up in traffic just like everybody else, which impacts service efficiency and reliability. There's limited cycling infrastructure on the Bedford Highway, and for pedestrians, there are several areas where there's gaps in connectivity of sidewalks, which also impacts transit. A big constraint on the Bedford Highway is limited right-of-way. So there's limited right-of-way along most of the corridor, which has a major impact on how it could potentially be upgraded. Next slide, please. So the majority of the Bedford Highway is due for recapitalization over the next 5 to 10 years. In some areas, capital work has been delayed in recent years to allow for the completion of this plan. Integrating any proposed changes into the recapitalization work is the most cost-effective way of redeveloping the corridor, and that's typically the way we try to do it. Next slide, please. The functional plan considered land use potential along the corridor based on parcel size and configuration and the ability to serve additional population with higher order transit. There are challenges from a development perspective, including topography, proximity to the rail corridor, and the potential for flooding and sea level rise. A lot of residential development has occurred to date in the areas of Bedford West and Bedford South, and some has been recently enabled in the Cedar Ridge area. The limited capacity to move people along the corridor has impacted development, leading to regional council's decision to defer further consideration of development proposals for sites including Birch Cove, Bedford Waterfront, Paper Mill Lake. Next slide, please. So again, a key objective of this project was to develop a corridor-wide vision for the Bedford Highway. Community engagement that was completed during this project indicated very clearly from residents that the Bedford Highway is not working well, particularly for anyone in its current state. Traffic congestion during peak periods is very frustrating for people both driving and taking the bus. It's also not a particularly comfortable place to walk or cycle. With recapitalization work coming up, we have an opportunity to shape the Bedford Highway in terms of how it looks, feels, and functions. Next slide, please. So multiple design options were considered as part of this project as laid out in the staff report. For the purposes of this presentation, I'll focus on introducing the recommended design option. What we call the balanced modes design option includes the addition of a continuous active transportation facility along the entire corridor. It also includes targeted transit priority improvements. There are minimal changes to vehicular traffic capacity. The proposed design also includes a number of upgrades throughout the corridor, including pedestrian refuge islands, enhanced bus stops, transit signal priority, and traffic signal coordination. Next slide, please. On the next few slides, I'll provide a high-level summary of the proposed changes at different locations along the Bedford Highway. So at the south end of the Bedford Highway, just north of the Windsor Street Exchange, the busiest section of the corridor. So the recommended reconfiguration of this section maintains the existing 4 lanes of traffic and the sidewalk on the west side, but it adds a multi-use pathway on the east side along the basin. The multi-use pathway works particularly well on the east side of the Bedford Highway due to the limited number of driveways and intersections, which can present a potential for conflict. Slide, please. Moving to the north, the segment between Sherbrooke Drive and Kearney Lake Road also retains the existing number of traffic lanes and the west sidewalk. And in addition to continuing the multi-use pathway on the east side, it adds an inbound bus lane. Next slide, please. Between Kearney Lake Road and Hammonds Plains Road, Bedford Highway currently has a notably different character with 2 to 3 traffic lanes and shoulder bike lanes in both directions. The proposed changes would retain existing traffic lanes while connecting missing sections of sidewalk on the west side and continuing the new multi-use pathway on the basin side. Next slide, please. And finally, moving north into the central Bedford area, the proposed changes would connect sidewalks on both sides of the street and add on-street bike lanes in both directions. So we transfer from a multi-use path to a bike lane. Bike lanes. Existing traffic lanes would be maintained in most areas, although the loss of some turn lanes may be required. Next slide, please. So the proposed option was evaluated from the perspective of the IMP with a focus on assessing conditions for all modes using a multimodal level of service analysis approach. For private automobiles and goods movement, since traffic lane capacity is generally not impacted by the proposed changes, only minimal impacts are anticipated. However, we do expect that the reconfiguration of the Windsor Street Exchange will improve traffic flow on the Bedford Highway. Transit accommodation will be marginally improved with transit priority improvements at intersections and the addition of an inbound bus lane on one key segment. The accommodation of bicycles is improved significantly with the addition of bicycle facilities throughout the corridor. Pedestrians will also see significant improvements, including closing key gaps in the sidewalk network. Impacts to right-of-way varies along the highway, Bedford Highway. It is anticipated that right-of-way expansion will be required in some areas. However, impacts are generally not anticipated to be significant, as it was an important constraint in the design approach. Next slide, please. So some key takeaways from the Bedford Highway Functional Plan. It's clear that the physical constraints on the corridor limit our ability to add a bus rapid transit corridor, and opportunities for further corridor-wide residential intensification are limited given the lack of available land. As a result, the corridor does not have the capacity to accommodate additional intensification. For bus rapid transit to succeed, both transit infrastructure and population density are essential. Bedford Highway doesn't provide the conditions necessary to effectively support bus rapid transit. Next slide, please. The proposed vision for the Bedford Highway corridor reframes how it fits into HRM's transportation network. It recognizes that in some areas, the Bedford Highway may be more appropriate functioning as more of a major collector road than as a major arterial road. The new vision includes significantly improved accommodation of walking and cycling, taking advantage of the flat terrain, coastal scenery, and direct connectivity between origins and destinations. The proposed multi-use path has significant potential for recreation and utilitarian use, improving local trips, connections to transit, and travel into the regional center. Bedford Highway has less potential as a higher order transit corridor than previously envisioned. The rapid transit strategy, which you'll hear about later on today's agenda, has not recommended BRT service on the Bedford Highway, instead looking to other adjacent corridors. Next slide, please. From a land use planning perspective, though the Bedford Highway corridor can't accommodate corridor-wide intensification, new development could potentially be accommodated in some key nodes. However, caution will be required, and it's anticipated that higher order transit, fast ferry, for example, would need to play a role in moving people as part of those developments. Appropriate land use policy for these areas can be considered through several ongoing projects, including the regional plan review, the secondary plan and bylaw simplification program, and the rapid transit strategy. Next slide, please. With regional council endorsement of staff's recommendations, functional design will be used to establish a corridor right-of-way to enable preservation of the corridor. Staff will engage with CN to explore the potential to expand municipal right-of-way in key areas to further enhance design opportunities. Design will be advanced to preliminary and detailed design stage, and an implementation plan will be developed, and staff will integrate findings into ongoing work on the regional plan and the secondary plan and bylaw simplification program. Next slide, please. The preliminary cost estimates for the proposed improvements over the 12-kilometer corridor are in the order of $40 million. Per the IMP recommended approach to strategic corridor development, reconfiguration would be integrated with planned street recapitalization works. The 10-year draft capital budget currently has $20.5 million allocated for recapitalization of the Bedford Highway. Should Regional Council decide to proceed with the staff recommendations, updated capital costs along with operating implications and a funding plan will be provided. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to take a moment at the end to acknowledge our funding partners on this project. Once again, FCM and Department of Energy, as well as our consulting team who did a really great job on this project, led by Crandall Engineering and supported by Upland and IBI. And the next slide includes the motion. So I'm free to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate that very much. Councillor Outfit, did you want to lead us off here?
Yes, I'll put the motion on the floor and then I want to speak to it. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to move that, one, we suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 3, the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee Terms of Reference, and under Schedule 7 of the Transportation Standing Committee Terms of Reference of the Administrative Order 1, procedures of, and the procedures of Council Administrative 1. To endorse in principle the balanced modes option as discussed in the staff report dated January 15th, 2020 to inform future transportation infrastructure and land planning within the Bedford Highway corridor. And that the Halifax Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 3, advance the design of the Bedford Highway and initiate efforts to establish a formal right-of-way necessary to implement the balanced modes option. And 4, initiate efforts to investigate the potential to widen the Bedford Highway right-of-way between the Windsor Street interchange and Seton Road to provide transit priority infrastructure. Move.
Seconded by
Councillor
Paul.
Cleary.
Okay. Councillor Eichert, I just want to note that we have Kelly Dante, Tanya Davis, Mike Connors, Peter Duncan, and Kate Green. So we have the dream team here with us today, all available for answering questions. Go ahead, Councillor.
And thank you. And Mike, Mayor, I want to start by saying what a great crew they've been to work with as well. I know they're a motley crew, but they're a great crew, and that they have been great to work with and keeping Russell and I and others up to date and listening to our many concerns and suggestions and meeting with residents, answering calls and emails from residents. So it's been a great experience. I guess the first thing I have to say is finally we have it in writing. What I've known for years, what council's known for years, and what Rod McPhail has told us for years, why we had to look at rail and why we have to look at ferries, because you can't do BRT on the Bedford Highway. It's now there in writing. We may be able to do it on areas around it, and that's great, and that'll have my full support. Don't want to get into the weeds today because there will be many things to discuss about where we need left-hand turns or don't, the speed limits, these sorts of things that people have brought up as been soliciting input from residents over the last little while. There's great support for the ferry. There's great support for active transportation along the Bedford Highway. My own mother, I remember, 1969, calling into call-in shows, living on the Flamingo Drive. When are we going to do commuter rail, and when are we going to be able to walk along the Bedford Highway and cycle along the Bedford Highway and have a nice little boardwalk we see in other cities? So I'm working on it, Mum. We're still working on it. And of course, we are going to need a whole lot of funding from provincial and federal governments to make this a reality as well. And I know, I don't think that's part of the official motion that I just read, but I know that staff is certainly looking into green funds and PTIF funding and whatnot, look for support for this. Active transportation, it's essential that it be connected to the ferry. We're going to have to talk a little bit further about how we connect the ferry terminals for walkers and cyclists. But these are all things that we could work on as this continues. I do want a little bit more clarification, probably put you on the spot, Kate, a little bit. I did give you a heads up on how this will tie in to the revamping of the regional plan and also the development along this corridor. Because one thing that I've made clear for so many years, and residents have made clear for so many years, and frankly, something we did fairly well in West Bedford, is that development has to come with improvements to the infrastructure to move people. Be it roads, be it transit, what have you, whatever mode of transit. We did that to some extent in West Bedford, where they could not move into those homes, could not move into those condos, etc., till the Larry Utech interchange was opened and the Hammonds Plains Road was widened, and the developers contributed to those costs. So we have to learn from what we've done right, and I hope we'll learn from this what we've done right and wrong in West Bedford when it comes to development along the Bedford Highway, and also eventually in Port Wallace, where we'll get transit in. So I am very pleased to support this, very high level so far. I won't get into the weeds today, but I really would like Kate to explain a little bit for those watching and listening what impact this will have on the intensification of the area and the regional plan as the and obviously I'm going to come back when we talk about ferries and we talk about BRT, but right now I'm trying to focus on the highway aspect. Thank you.
Kate?
Great. Through the mayor to the councillor, just checking you can hear me. Great. Thank you. Kate Green, I'm the manager of regional policy programming, and it's good to be here talking about this today. It's another piece in the puzzle of figuring out how development should be organized in this area. So really, we're figuring out we can't do intensification the whole length of the corridor. There's just not enough room. We want to develop in growth areas, key growth areas. What the study has done is looked at some of the high-level constraints, and the consultants have recommended that we review some of the growth standards and focus in on some of the ones that are well suited to support higher order transit. And intensify in those areas. So an example we've been speaking to is Mill Cove, Bedford waterfront area, and that, we could intensify in that area, providing we find ways to move people well in a way that doesn't negatively impact the corridor in a significant way, because we're understanding from the study that it's at capacity in how we're moving people. So the solutions coming forward and the projects that do go ahead need to consider that. The regional plan review will review all the growth centers. That's direction coming out of the IMP. We're already in the process of doing that, and the rapid transit strategy, as you'll hear later on, is going to give us that direction as well.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for my meeting yesterday with them and going over and getting my concerns heard. I guess the first thing is when this.
I just where are we? We're getting some terrible feedback here. I'm not sure if it's from your end, Councillor Walker, or can anybody else go on mute who's not directly on the call? Go ahead, Councillor Walker. Let's see.
Try that.
That seems a bit better. Thank you.
All right. After when we first started this, it was to relieve traffic congestion on the Bedford Highway, which this does not. And of all the calls I've got from the cyclists and walkers, I am thankful that I have a walking trail and bike trail all along the water side of this new connection. And there are some drawbacks, in my opinion. I do get a bus lane from Kearney Lake Road to the Windsor Junction, but I do lose a lane, so it becomes a 2-lane highway, the whole length, and the speed limit will be lowered, which will happen in my district. And I guess what the report doesn't address is the shortcoming that's going to happen on Flamingo, Seaton, Bayview, Titus, Dutch Village Road. And I really feel by doing this plan, it will increase traffic in the neighborhoods because it will encourage shortcutting. And it is a 10-year build out and with a $40 million price tag. So it is sort of expensive, but I will move it on to the next section, but it has a lot of drawbacks in my opinion, but it's not things I already didn't know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you, staff. Miss you guys. I think it's great. Yeah, I'm sure it was a bit of plan and a bit of luck that the rapid transit strategy and the Bedford Highway came at the same time, because when I look at the maps that were in the rapid transit boards and presentations that show the population, the work, residential densities, and where the proposed rapid transit will go, it seems pretty clear to me that Dunbrack-Kearney Lake Road is the right place for those things, in the center of the population density, not by the water. And I know that's also been the issue historically with having the rail run by the water, as a, on one side nobody lives. So it's been interesting to see how this develops, and bringing the rapid transit plan today gives me a lot of confidence that we actually do have some plans and solutions to address the growing population out into Bedford West and along Dunbrack. I wonder if anybody can comment on, what, I guess I'll ask the question about how Mount St. Vincent might be serviced when we get to bus rapid transit, so I'll just shelve that and save that. I wanted to dig down a little bit. I liked what was being said in the density there, especially around the Chinatown, for example, in the staff report, just talking about the on paper as an exercise in 2006, that looked like a really good idea for intensification. And now the costs are just, all you have to do is go and talk to Francis Ferris or Sam Austin about building on the other side of a live railway and see how that's going for them. So that can be very expensive very quickly. So I just wanted to back up a little bit, and I think, Kate, you talked about this somewhat. Are we, so this report does two things. It's helping to shape us up for the physical build out in the Bedford Highway, and the very exciting opportunity I've been talking about for the last 2 years that you're going to be able to bike on a protected bike lane from the Seaport Market to First and Second Lake in Sackville in 3 to 5 years. Like that, like all of these projects are all in flight right now, which is amazing. So when we talk about challenges intensifying along the corridor, that's going to be addressed in the regional plan, and then that will roll down into the donut plan.
Yes, so the regional plan is through the mayor to the councillor. The regional plan will be addressing some of the larger constraints that we talk about in the study. So looking at impacts of climate change and the rail lines and providing direction across the whole region on how we need to handle those types of constraints. So that will have some bearing, as well as we'll review the growth centers and take a look at our population planning and how all of this will come together at a regional scale. Some of these sites might be better suited for master planning, and some of these sites might be better suited for developing policy through the suburban plan and through that process. But the regional plan itself can give some direction to the suburban plan as well. So we can start to understand the population densities that we need to be able to accommodate in these key corridors in order to really service them properly and have bus rapid transit in them.
Yeah, okay, that answers my one outstanding question. I think this is a great piece of work, and I absolutely support it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as Miss Complete Streets from 2012, here we are. But then I also wonder, you know, I'm hearing Councillor Walker, and the mayor called you the dream team, and there's many in the public that think you're dreaming when it comes to implementing Complete Streets. I get it, but at the end of the day, Councillor Carsten can attest to the fact that we just got an email the other day saying Caldwell Road needs to be 4 lanes. Just so the cars can go by faster. And I know Caldwell Road is, you know, going to be looked at for its design in the next couple of years. And having endured all the comments from Mike's design on the Forest Hills Parkway, I think, you know, there's a lot of people that seem to think that whenever we're doing a rethink of any of the corridors, that it is to optimize the cars and the vehicles going through quicker. And when they see that's not happening. So I just wondered through the public process, you know, did you get an understanding from the public as to them understanding we're trying to put the pedestrian first and active transportation first as opposed to vehicular traffic? Because Mike said it was a minimum impact to vehicular traffic on the Bedford Highway. So I just trying to get an understanding of where the expectations are from the public.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, you know, there was a great deal of public frustration around the Bedford Highway. I think people understand that there's so many constraints out there that, you know, we'd all wish that we could have a little bit wider for what we want it to be. But people, I think, largely understood that, you know, the fact that you have so many people that live so close to the regional center but have no way to safely walk or bike there is a big deal. So, you know, no matter what we do on the Bedford Highway, the Windsor Street Exchange is a constraint. We're never going to solve the traffic issues on the highway. So I think largely people did understand, and I think that when they saw all the work that went into it and they found out that there's no magic solution to making traffic flow better out there, as long as we're trying to maintain traffic capacity, you know, recognizing that it is an important traffic corridor, it always will be, but we need to, you know, balance the scales a little bit more for everybody.
Ideally, because, you know, and I think, you know, having the strategic transportation in place now, I wish you were in place when we were allowing development further out in Bedford West and everything else, because you could have possibly looked at addressing the concerns of the people that now, you know, insist on going through there. But I mean, you know, when it comes to the restraints, if someone thinks that we're going to acquire all the homes on Caldwell Road to put in 4 lanes, you know, I'm just saying there's high expectations, you know, so great work. I'm very supportive of this. And I think the more that we do, the more of an understanding we'll have with the general public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the Dream Team. You know, gosh, where do I start? After seeing this, I'm extremely excited to see the Herring Cove Road functional plan come before us, because you know, the whole idea of rebalancing the users, and one of the things that I was blown away by was the analysis using multimodal level of service. I mean, for a lot of people, they're used to, you know, traffic level of service. Let's look at this road and what's the level of service on the road. But by actually doing that assessment and saying, okay, well, what's it like if you're a pedestrian? What's it like if you're a cyclist? How much of the roadway do you get? It was shocking to look at those tables to see just how poor it is right now for cyclists. And anyone who's never walked or cycled up Bedford Highway may not realize it, but it's intimidating. And you know, I still teach even now as a counselor, but just part-time at the Mount. So except for COVID, I'm obviously not going up there on campus right now. But I break the law every time I ride my bike up there because I ride it on the sidewalk. There's been too many close calls riding up the Bedford Highway in a travel lane, especially when you're going uphill. And that's the other thing, those changes in elevation are really important, that you need to move people off of the roadway and the I would have preferred to see bike lanes all the way up, but I understand the restrictions. So the multi-use path is fantastic because you have the protected bike lanes and the multi-use path all the way up and down now. So a cyclist can get there. And it'll be having, especially on the east side of the Bedford Highway, that sidewalk is going to be fantastic for folks. So that's amazing. Councillor Walker brought up, you know, reducing congestion. And I'll just remind everyone that the unanimously passed integrated mobility plan passed in December 2017 doesn't say our goal is to reduce congestion. Our goal is to manage congestion. And actually what COVID has taught us more than anything else in the last few months is that congestion has more to do with managing flow than it actually has to do with lane capacity. Because you can look at research now from cities where with COVID, a lot of people are not going to work, and so traffic overall is reduced. But there are certain roads and highways that are actually have more throughput now because the pinch points where people are getting on and off roads aren't there. And so you can actually have a lot more traffic if you manage the flow better. So I think this whole rebalancing, and it'll be interesting to see how the Windsor Street Exchange changes come into this and how we can actually connect people. Because one thing that's really hard is you're going up Windsor Street and you're going onto the Bedford Highway. There isn't anything on the northeast side. So on the southwest side, you're walking along a very treacherous route on the sidewalk, and you're going over essentially a highway ramp without a crosswalk. And it's very difficult. So when that whole thing gets changed, it'll be even safer as people connect to it. Because that's the other thing, is this is a great piece of road that we're building here over the next number of years. But how do we then connect it to the downtown and the urban core? That's going to be really important through the Windsor Street Exchange. So look, kudos to you guys. I support the balanced modes approach that you've proposed here. I think it's awesome, given the constraints that we do have. Councillor Mason brought up, you know, about Mount St. Vincent. When I go up there now, and especially if I ride my bike, you look at the bike racks and you can count the bicycles in single digits. Because it's just outside of the urban core, it's not like St. Mary's, it's not like Dal, it's not like NASCAD or the Theology University. Most people either take the bus or drive, and a lot of people can't take the bus for a variety of reasons because they live in parts of the city that are hard to connect. And if people could walk or cycle there safely, it would reduce the amount of parking that's necessary on campus. And so that's a huge win for the Mount as well. And especially as Seton Ridge is developed up and behind, all of those folks will have a safe way, because it's only by walking. I can walk from Quinpool to the Mount in an hour. And so if you were, and cycling is about 17 minutes. So if you were to make it safe for bicycles to get up there, then there's no reason 15-20 minute bike ride why most people couldn't drive from the peninsula up to the Mount. And as young students, that should be no problem. So thank you very much. This is awesome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to see in some reports they're not afraid of putting left-hand turning center lanes in for congested areas of widening streets for capacity, be it bikeways and pedestrian ways and also traffic. But one thing that's missing from this whole report I was trying to find a reference to was the Bedford Basin West boardwalk along the shoreline. Some councillors may not recall or see in that report, but some time ago, I believe Councillor Debbie Hum was one of the champions for it at that time. Was a possible boardwalk and AT corridor right along the shoreline, along the west side of Bedford Basin. I see no reference at all in this report about it. So why is that left out? Could someone clarify that for me, please?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So our consultant reviewed that document among several others, and it is a very challenging facility to build. We're trying to build. An active transportation facility is going to be more successful if it's in the right of way in the corridor where there's access to different land uses and things like that. It would be more of a recreational facility down in the water, and I can't speak to the specifics of the feasibility of that particular boardwalk, but I know that it didn't advance far beyond a study phase a number of years ago.
Well, I just thought it should have been included as an appendix, as reference material in the report. Leaving it on a shelf somewhere and not being referenced at all, I don't think it gives it the due consideration that it had some valid points to it, but trying to bring some recreation back to the basin. It's nice to have all the pedestrian activity up on the corridor where the businesses are, but there's also some great recreational and opportunities along the coastal areas of Bedford Basin. Some people may talk about coastal sea level rise and all that other stuff, but I'm pretty sure things can be designed and engineered in such a way that those things can be preventable or minimized. But I think in my opinion, it should have been an appendix to the report just for reference here for completeness. But I'm glad to see the left-hand turning lanes were necessary. Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a note to my colleagues, I'm trying to remember what we said when we talked about time, but we're gonna go to 5 o'clock. We're not stopping at 4. We're gonna go to 5. That's what I had in my calendar. Hopefully that works for everybody. Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Zarowski.
Here I am. Thank you. Couple of questions on it. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the report and thank you for all the hard work that you've done. And in light of the fact that this report was pre-COVID and the fact that we've got massive changes to traffic, I'm wondering whether or not we have to take that into account now, whether or not we need to do continuing analysis on it because traffic patterns are changing. People are no longer going to work the same way they used to. And I think a lot of companies will start looking at home meetings. I mean, we certainly don't have councillors going to City Hall anymore. And we're all sitting here talking for the next, hopefully, few years via the internet. So does that take into account the changing demographics of how things will change? I'm very happy to hear about the bike lanes and the pedestrian stuff, but in terms of car traffic. So that's question number one. Everything has an impact on everything else. So what kind of impact do you anticipate this having on the traffic on Dunbrack, which is a major thoroughfare? Will that have to be changed as people, if we don't have a whole lot of change on traffic on the Bedford Highway, will that mean that Dunbrack is going to become busier and busier? And then the third question I have is on the Windsor Exchange. That has traditionally been a bottleneck. If you could sort of walk me through how we solve that, what is that going to look like as we come to the end of the Bedford Highway and start to move into HRM? What is that bottleneck going to look like? Because that's really one of the worst places along the Bedford Highway. So I'll just leave you with those questions and let you answer.
Thank you. Who wants to take them? Mike, you?
I'll give it a try, and Tanya can step in if she wants. So through you to the councillor, Mr. Mayor, on COVID, I would say that the Bedford Highway in some sections is just so over capacity already even like it's probably busy today with, you know, it's a very busy corridor, and I can't imagine reducing capacity further. And I think as part of this plan, we're providing facilities that augment the traffic capacity anyway. So I don't know what I would push to give up, perhaps bus lane in the other direction as well, but you know, it's something that we can pay attention to. Luckily, what we're proposing moves the curbs, and if we decided we wanted to use the curb space for something other than roads, than traffic, we could consider that in the future. That'd be optimistic and something to hope for. On the second question, you know, it's kind of the opposite question related to, you know, will traffic move to Dunbrack? You know, I don't know. We're not proposing taking any traffic lanes away as part of this project. So whatever would have happened, whatever is going to happen without adding traffic capacity would have happened anyway. So the project didn't find opportunity to increase traffic capacity. So if traffic ends up increasing on Dunbrack, you know, I think that would have happened regardless of what the study determined. And finally, on the Windsor Street Exchange, so that project is in its infancy. We have lots of funding to pursue it, but we have a good idea of what the configuration of that interchange should look like. We have a concept that helped us get money from the federal government. And I guess the short story is it changes the flow of traffic, and it makes the traffic flow between the bridge and the Bifford Highway the primary movement, and that removes a significant source of delay. So it's not going to solve all of our traffic issues, but it will make things flow better, and importantly, it will improve flow access to the Fairview Cove terminal.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the comprehensiveness of the study. And let's move on and get this thing done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Outfit to close.
Thank you very much. And I want to just touch on a few things. First of all, Councillor Walker is right that we still have to consider the automobile. We still have to consider the congestion and whatnot. And that's why I was happy that we brought through what the balance mode has been known as, because that is still needed. Now, I never did think, Mr. Mayor, I'd live long enough to hear Richard Zarowski be an automobile advocate. But anyway, we have heard that here today, folks, and we've got it on tape. So I'm sure he'll be making faces at me shortly. But no, he is right, though, that until such time as there's a treatment or vaccines, what have you, for COVID, that we are all worried. What I like about the active, and I'm not quite as enthusiastic as some of my Peninsula colleagues on AT. Do I think that more people will cycle if we do this and cycle safely? Yes, I do. Do I suddenly think that all our traffic woes and transit woes and everything are going to go away because people will be walking and cycling from Rockingham and Birch Cove and Bedford and West Bedford? No, I don't. I do think there'll be more recreational use of those. I think the diehards will be a few more of them, and they'll be doing it safely. But the big opportunity here is to connect them to BRT and to the Fairview by 8. That is the opportunity to me, because I'm still not convinced there's going to be all that many diehards. Now, that could be different, 20 years from now. We are correct, those who mentioned the Windsor Street Exchange. There's absolutely no question that the Windsor Street Exchange and changes to that have to be part of this, or it won't work. And we're going to need, and it'll be a great segue to what we're going to do next, these changes for the Bedford Highway require smart development, harder development, and of course, the need for BRT and ferries that we're going to discuss shortly. Very happy to support this. Thank you to the great work from the team, and ask for council support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank Mike for the presentation, Kate Green, Peter Duncan, Kelly Dente, and Tanya Davis, even though Tanya kept stealing the microphone yesterday at our briefing with the CAO. Thank you all very much for your work on this. We'll go to the vote, Cheryl.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten. Councillor Nichol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Councillor Tony is in favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
In favor?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
A resounding and emphatic yes.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Outhit,
I think I might support it, yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Outhat. Colleagues, we will move to 9.1.7, strategic transit projects. Councillor Nicol will put the motion on the floor, but there is a presentation from Dave Regie. Dave, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Dave. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of Halifax Regional Council. Really excited to be here today to present on the on two strategic transit projects, specifically the rapid transit strategy and electric bus. Next slide, please.
Okay, who's moving the slides? There we go.
There we go. So the Integrated Mobility Plan approved by Regional Council in December 2017 included multiple actions aimed at investigating options for both increasing transit mode share and reducing overall emissions, including higher orders of transit, such as bus rapid transit or BRT and additional ferry service. On January 29, 2019, Regional Council declared a climate emergency, emphasizing that climate change is a serious and urgent threat to our community. This declaration aligns with work to develop a long-term municipal climate action plan, Halifax 2050, Acting on Climate Together, that aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, diversify energy sources, and demonstrate local government leadership. The rapid transit strategy and the electrification of the fleet are two significant transit projects to help achieve the goals and actions outlined in the IMP and Halifax 2050. Next, please. So council may recall that when I first discussed the rapid transit strategy, I said I wanted a simple map that would lay out the future of our high order transit system, and I wanted to bring that map to council. Here is that map. The rapid transit strategy builds upon the success of the Moving Forward Together plan and Integrated Mobility Plan and represents the culmination of years of strategic planning and efforts to improve sustainable transportation options and increase mobility for residents. Rapid transit is defined as a fast and reliable transit service that typically operates in a dedicated right-of-way and can help shape land use patterns by attracting development near stations and terminals. The strategy establishes a bus rapid transit or BRT network, new ferry services, and represents a significant investment in high-quality transit service to improve residents' mobility and build more sustainable, affordable, and equitable communities. The proposed network includes 4 BRT lines, each represented by a specific color: purple, green, red, and yellow. Additionally, the strategy recommends 3 new ferry routes providing direct connections between downtown Halifax and new terminals at Mill Cove, Larry Uteck, and Shannon Park. Along with our existing ferries, these new ferry and BRT routes will form the spine of HRM's transit service. This will not preclude the important roles that existing services play and will continue to play where they are the best service option. For example, suburban and rural express services will continue to provide critical services connecting the communities that they serve. Next, please. BRT is fast, frequent, reliable, high-capacity transit service featuring enhanced station infrastructure as illustrated on this slide. The BRT service will run at high frequency throughout the day, 7 days per week. The BRT network incorporates extensive transit priority measures, including a recommended network of transit priority lanes that allow buses to avoid traffic congestion. Next, please. The ferry routes will operate like existing bus service with weekday service at 15-minute headways or 15-minute schedule during peak periods and 30 to 60-minute headways off-peak. The proposed ferry routes would provide fast, reliable service with travel times to downtown Halifax likely to be faster than travel by private bus or private vehicle or bus. The routes are anticipated to use multi-hull catamaran vessels with a capacity around 150 people, which are capable of operating at higher speeds than our current fleet. Next, please. In terms of engagement, the rapid transit strategy builds on key transportation and land use initiatives within the municipality, including the regional plan, Moving Forward Together plan, and the integrated mobility plan, and the center plan. Each of these initiatives was developed with extensive community engagement, which fed into the development of the rapid transit strategy. Luckily, staff were able to deliver an intensive 2-week engagement process in late February and early March, just getting in there before COVID hit. So we were able to actually get out and do a more traditional engagement on this. The results are summarized in these 2 slides and the report and generally show strong support. Next, please. Through the IMP, HRM has adopted a progressive new vision for transportation that focuses on the movement of people rather than vehicles, strengthens the relationship between transportation and land use decisions, and provides an opportunity to rethink and redesign our transportation system and communities. Rapid transit is a critical step in making this vision a reality. There are 3 main types of benefits from rapid transit: improved mobility, shifting land use towards a transit focus, and improving the sustainability and equity of the transportation network. Next, please. But rapid transit alone will not be enough to meet the mode share targets and climate change mitigation goals. We must plan to align growth and employment with transit and active transportation. Therefore, the strategy's recommendations for land use aim to accommodate growth in a way that is more compact and less car-oriented, and ultimately more affordable and sustainable. Next, please. This map shows how the rapid transit network has been designed to align with center plan areas, which are the red, orange, and yellow. It also provides input to the upcoming regional plan review process by identifying potential transit-oriented communities, which are in the dark blue areas. Next, please. Implementation is going to be complex. Altogether, it's one of the largest city building projects in HRM history. It includes numerous concurrent activities across several HRM business units, and a key to success will be the implementation of a dedicated project office to oversee this work. And I just wanted to note, in terms of the coordination between business units as well, that this was in itself a great example of collaboration between units, particularly planning and development, Halifax Transit, and TPW as well. Next, please. The rapid transit strategy proposes transit priority lanes on approximately 60% of the 50-kilometer network. These lanes build on transit priority corridors identified in the IMP, some of which are already being implemented this year. New projects are being classified as being primary or secondary, depending on their level of complexity and impact on bus rapid transit options. Next, please. The complete rapid transit network could be operating in 7 to 8 years, with the first BRT line and ferry route introduced in year 3 or 4. And I would say that those timelines are from when funding is first approved and available. BRT lines would be introduced as transit priority projects are completed and buses are purchased. The new ferry service requires new vessels to be designed and built, new terminals, and some additional analysis to calibrate the service plan. The first ferry route, which is likely to be Mill Cove, could be operational in 3 to 4 years. We are also looking at potential interim or quick start options, i.e. with simplified infrastructure. Next, please. An estimated $297 to $342 million in capital funding is required to implement all 4 BRT lines and 3 ferry routes, including transit priority lanes, stop infrastructure, vehicles, vessels, and terminals. The high end of this range assumes all BRT vehicles would be electric. The estimated net new annual operating costs for all 4 BRT lines and 3 ferry routes is between $15 million and $22 million. The total net new operating costs will not be realized until the full rapid transit network is operational. As such, new operating costs will occur through incremental increases over the next 8 years. Next slide, please. So leaving the rapid transit strategy, we'll move now into electric bus. The electric bus proposal is a high-level transformation plan to transition the Halifax Transit conventional bus fleet to a low-carbon or zero-emission fleet. The proposal aims to electrify 50% of the estimated 400 vehicles in the conventional transit fleet by 2028. Complete electrification of the transportation system is a crucial action identified in the municipality's proposed climate action plan and will support the achievement of provincial and federal climate targets. Next slide, please. The plan would have 2 phases and would see the introduction of electric vehicles in the next 2 to 3 years. In phase 1, a planned expansion of our Ragged Lake Transit Center will be modified to accommodate electric buses. In phase 2, further electrification would be accommodated through a complete rebuild of the Burnside Transit Center. Next slide, please. Analysis shows that most of the Halifax Transit network can be electrified by depot charging, removing the need to build on-street chargers for the foreseeable future. Many past concerns, some of which you may have heard from me, around vehicle range from earlier studies have fallen by the wayside as battery technology has improved. So we feel that this would get us to about 80% of the route network able to be operated by electric, and then we would move forward from there. Next slide, please. There's an opportunity for operational cost savings due to a reduction in energy costs and maintenance costs. Using current figures, an electric bus could save approximately $24,000 per year in maintenance costs when compared to diesel. By 2028-29, the potential reduction in maintenance costs could surpass $6 million annually for 210 battery electric buses. Next, please. An estimated $400 to $460 million is required to support phases 1 and 2, which includes required infrastructure and procurement of electric buses. It should be noted that while the capital costs to electrify the fleet are significant, the capital cost of staying with diesel buses over the same time period is $153 million. Thus, the incremental cost to electrify the fleet is between $247 and $307 million. Next, please. The costing on the previous slide assumes that new vehicle purchases, including replacement and expansion buses, will be procured as electric vehicles beginning in 2022-23. This slide shows a proposed schedule to get us to 210 e-buses with a total of 210 by 2028 out of an estimated fleet of 400. Next, please. In terms of funding, a bilateral agreement signed between the Government of Canada and the Province of Nova Scotia in 2018 established 2 relevant funding streams: green infrastructure and the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, which comes under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or ICEP. Staff anticipate that there is sufficient potential funding within these 2 streams to support the rapid transit strategy and the fleet transformation towards electric buses. Next slide, please. So in summary, both the rapid transit strategy and the e-bus proposal will provide valuable long-term benefits to the municipality in terms of meeting the objectives of the IMP and broader climate change objectives. They do require significant capital investments. The capital costs presented in this report are high level and will be further refined as implementation plans are developed, but an estimated $710 to $782 million is required to complete both projects. It is therefore recommended that both projects be submitted to the province for consideration under the PTIF and green funding streams. If successful, this will require the municipality to fund up to 26.7% of the projects, or approximately $180 million to $210 million over the next 8 years. If either or both are approved for funding, the next step would be to return to Regional Council with a contribution agreement for consideration. Next, please. So I'll end by posting the first part of the 5 recommendations as part of the staff report. And I would like to just also end by thanking the staff responsible for the development of these 2 plans. They've really done amazing work to turn around 2 great pieces of work on a very, very compressed timeline, which has been complicated further by COVID-19, as most things. So I'm really excited to be here today as the presenter on this, and I'm really excited for what these initiatives can mean for the future of transit service and HRM, and we'd be happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Well, David, thank you very much to you and to the team for this report. And to put the motion on the floor and start us off, we will go to the Chair of Transportation Standing and our representative on the Canadian Urban Transit Association, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council 1, suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 3, the Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee, terms of reference, and under Schedule 7, the Transportation Standing Committee, terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of Council Administrative Order. 2, approve the rapid transit strategy described in the staff report dated May 6, 2020, and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, develop an implementation plan including resourcing, functional planning, land acquisition strategy, and long-term capital planning subject to securing external funding, and B, consider the application of mechanisms that preserve opportunities to accommodate transit infrastructure within the public right-of-way, i.e. transportation reserves, increased front yard setbacks, in the ongoing review of the regional municipal planning strategy and other planning documents as applicable. 3, approve the electric bus proposal described in the staff report dated May 6, 2020, and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to commence with the acquisition of low carbon emission public transit buses, subject to securing external funding. 4, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to submit both the rapid transit strategy and electric bus proposal for funding through the federal government's Public Transit Infrastructure Fund and Green Infrastructure Fund, as well as any additional stimulus funding streams that may become available. And 5, authorize the mayor to send a letter of support for both the rapid transit strategy and electric bus proposal to the province of Nova Scotia to stimulate discussions regarding the benefits and potential funding for these projects.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. And it's quite the day. I know my first indication that something good and big was coming was in my meeting with the CAO last week, and he says, you're gonna like that report that's coming. And I certainly do like it, Mr. CAO, and good work on you, Dave. You know, my favorite word since I'm in this job has been strategic, and that's what I see before me right now. You know, and it's surprising. You've caught all the advocates for transit by surprise, apparently, and a local municipal reporter says it's uncharacteristically bold of you to come and to have it come forward at a time when we're strapped for money and when we're actually, transit has been declared an essential service. So, but that in itself is strategic to go to the province now to sort of say, okay, this is an essential service, so therefore, let's talk with that regard. But at the end of the day, the residents have long said that they wanted reliable, frequent, and lower travel times on transit. And but and I had asked, as you know, Dave, for a 10-year plan when they announced all the PTIF funding and all that. So I never got the 10-year plan, but what I had before me is an 8-year plan. Awesome. So, and then, and I had asked, I said, after having gone to Montreal years ago, I said, our routes should just be colored and simplified so people will know. And I said, so now I've got colored routes. So even better. So, but I'm left with wondering, I know that number 5 and 6 on the recommendations, the CAO is going to be going to, I guess, advocate for the funding, and the mayor's going to send a letter. But I think, politically, there's going to need to be more pressure, I think, and more advocacy that takes place, by, politically and by the residents. It's money. There's 96% of PTIF through the bilateral agreements was to come to HRM and 35 from the green infrastructure. But and I'm not remiss in not mentioning the electrification of the fleet. That is just the cherry on the top as far as I was concerned, to get me even more excited, and to say how bold this whole project has been, and that well thought out. But I just want to know, with regards to getting the funding, and I know that it's going to require a project office being set up and additional staffing. We're having that discussion this morning when it comes to the budget, but I just wondered if the project office is also pending on the funding coming from the province in that agreement. Or are you going to be setting up the project now regardless of the funding?
Am I live? I'm missing my little, oh, there we go. Thank you. So Mr. Mayor, through you, so from my perspective, really what needs to happen is that there would need to be a securement of funding before we really got into any aspect of this project, which would include setting up the project office. Certainly that would be the first step, but I think we would need to have that funding confirmed and in hand before we would take those steps. Okay,
thank you. And with regards, I guess I can ask the CAO and maybe you, Mr. Mayor, as to with regards to the advocacy piece of this, because in the past, we were always told that we couldn't apply for the funding because we had to hear from the province saying that they were opening up the funding and making it possible for us to apply. I don't know what has changed in that regard as to whether, the province has said, okay, now you can apply for this funding or not.
Well, let me go first and then I'll go to Jacques. So this will require discussions between political leadership, but also bureaucratic leadership, as you pointed out, Councillor Nicol. The PTIF funding is allocated by ridership. It's meant to be transformative, which I think this plan meets. The province have always indicated that, as you know, they don't really support transit outside of the $2 million a year that we have been getting for the last 4 or 5 years. But they seem to have indicated a particular interest in the electrification of the fleet. So Dave would know that as well, that seems to be where the sweet spot for the province is. We've been able to use all the public transit funding before to make our buses, accessible and to do other improvements on the routes. I certainly think that of all the funding streams that are available originating with the federal government, the PTIF is the one that we get the highest percentage. So on the other hand, we did use some of that for the active transportation as well last year, which was a logical thing for us to do. So I think it seems like the province is more interested in supporting transit if it meets the overall goals environmentally. So that would be my view. We'll have a lot of discussions on that. There have been a number of discussions in the last little while on that.
Well, anytime you want to continue the conversation, I'm willing to join you in that regard.
Well, I think, from the political level, these things aren't done with a wink and a nudge anymore, of course. They're all done very differently now, as they should be, and that work will be ongoing.
A nudge is a little too soft.
Jacques, did you want to speak to that as well?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you've captured it well. I think there's going to, if council can endorse this plan today, the timing is everything in terms of infrastructure programs, as you well know, and certainly the province is well aware that this is before council today. We certainly have had strong indications from the federal government and the province that this is something they would like to consider. To what extent, it's a question mark. You know, what's left in PTIF, we could certainly use it all. The allocation that's been notionally set aside for HRM, you add up all of the federal money and the provincial money and our money, it's well over $500 million. This project represents probably something north of $800 million. So, you know, between infrastructure funding and likely some adjustments to local rates, to the regional transportation rate, et cetera, this is a feasible project, we believe, but it will take time. And we do need to stand up the project office ASAP to get this thing moving. So time is of the essence.
So is it clear to conclude from what the mayor said that they're interested in the electrification more so than the bus rapid transit? So electrification's going first and bus rapid transit sort of part and parcel?
No, I think they've expressed an interest in both. Certainly, I can't speak on behalf of the province as to what they would prioritize first, but knowing that the bus rapid transit was also something that they were interested in. The question is, to what extent will they fund both elements within the various funding streams? I mean, there are a number of streams here. There's the Green Infrastructure Fund. There's PTIF. There's, you know, there may be some stimulus monies. Who knows? But you know, all of that together, we could certainly use a significant amount of funding and actually deliver on this within the time frame that Dave talked about.
Well, Dave, look excited, and this certainly makes all those trips and those meetings at CUDA worthwhile.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. Councillor Zarowski.
Mr. Mayor, I'll use my 20 minutes as wisely as possible.
10 minutes in now.
Mr. Riggy, thank you so much. You've made my day. This has not been a great 2020 by any stretch of the imagination. And to hear you talk about rapid transit and electrification does my heart warm, and everything that Councillor Nicol has said, I repeat in spades, and you and the CAO and your team have done a remarkable job in laying this out. So I've got my fingers crossed, and hopefully everything will come and line up in the way that we want it to. A few questions, so if I can get you to sharpen your pencil here. I noticed that on the map you provided, the color-coded map, which really helps, by the way, you've got the Larry Uteck Ferry and yet Larry Uteck West. Now that's a pretty broad gap there. I'm wondering why that's not connected. Given the fact that Larry Uteck West will run all the way down to Main Street, which is, it looks like Dunbrac's going to become a major corridor for moving traffic through. So that's the first thing, is how do we get people from the Larry Uteck Ferry up to the Larry Uteck West depot? The second thing is, I'm really happy to see Dunbrac being developed as a thoroughfare. Are we considering perhaps a tram running along Dunbrac? Because you could run it all the way from Carney Lake through to Spryfield, and it would link communities together and present the potential for having many businesses pop up along that route. And we do own the property, so, and it's a massively wide boulevard, and it would be wonderful to expand that. So that's a second part of it. The third part is, I get that the complexity is overwhelming, and it's really difficult to bring everything together in one package. And I get that this is a first look through at this. So by 2020, taking that into mind, by 2020 or 2030, goodness, we're already past 2020. How many diesel buses will we have on the road at that point, and how much lifetime will be left in them? And the last question I have is on the hydrogenification possibilities. We do have a proposal out there. Will that fit into the electrification? Because hydrogen is, I think, the end product of where we want to go. I see electrification as sort of a short-term to middle-term in there. And we do have a request to the staff to provide us with a proposal to look at the hydrogen economy and how that fits into things. So first off, I want you to know that I am so pleased with what you've presented, and that the questions are basically to sort of help me along in my understanding of this. So I'll let you get started.
Great. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start from the end and work my way back to the beginning. So around hydrogen, so at this point in time, you know, it's interesting. So electric e-bus is kind of a leading edge technology. Hydrogen at this point, I think, is a bit more into the bleeding edge classification. And our understanding is that there isn't a readily available hydrogen source in Nova Scotia. So we'd actually end up having to, you know, truck or train hydrogen into fuel. So hydrogen is certainly something we're keeping our eyes on, and what's not included in this is the phase 3, which would come after, you know, after the 8 years are over, and you know that's where you do a bit of a reassessment. Say, is this the time to start introducing hydrogen, or just keep going with e-bus at that point? So it's not included now, but certainly something potentially for the future. 2028, so if we're at 210 e-buses out of a fleet of 400, leaves 190 diesel buses. They would be of varying ages at that point as they come into the fleet, but they would be the oldest buses at that point, and the intent would be to continue on replacing those with some other technology in the phase 3 as we go forward. We could certainly, I don't have the year-by-year breakdown, but we could certainly provide that later if you're interested. Third question around a tram. So with this plan, we wouldn't be planning for any kind of tram service on Dunbrack. I think the recommendation from staff is that BRT is the service method on Dunbrack for the foreseeable future. So we wouldn't be at this point in time looking at any further any kind of tram service or anything like that. Your last question.
Plucking the roses off the boulevard anytime soon.
I wouldn't recommend that, no. The final question about the connection between Larry UTech West and the Larry UTech Ferry, I might just look to Patricia or Dave Espeseth if they're on to provide a bit of information on the decision process there.
Patricia, was it?
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute here.
You're good. You're good.
Great. Just got caught on that delay. Patricia Hughes, Manager of Planning and Customer Engagement at Transit. Yeah, we did look at that very closely. We looked at, we did a lot of analysis of the origin and destination and the trips. And the reality is for folks that are along that purple BRT line anyway, it's almost redundant. There's no need to get them to the ferry to get downtown because the BRT is a good choice. And as well, in terms of connecting to make transfers, the service levels don't quite match. So the ferry is more about peak hour commuters getting all the way downtown, whereas the BRT is running 7 days a week, you know, at a lot of times when the ferry wouldn't be running, your late night trips and whatnot. So definitely considered it very closely. Thought it made more sense to leave that gap, even though it doesn't make the map as nice.
Okay, Jacques, did you want to speak in on something here too?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to what Dave said in relation to, you know, meeting targets and response to Richard. So what's really important now, and this goes back to what Councillor Nicol was talking about as well, in terms of, you know, investments going forward and an 8-year investment versus a 10-year investment, et cetera. Between 2020 and 2030, we're going to have to make some serious investments in terms of addressing climate change. Recall that the province has and HRM has a goal to be carbon neutral by 2050. In order to do that, we need to make some serious investments in 2020 and 2030. That's the critical piece. We miss that opportunity, we're not going to hit the target in 2050, period. So that's part of the advocacy that we need to keep talking about at the provincial level. I think they get that, but clearly, you know, if we're going to electrify the fleet and really reduce our emissions, now is the time. Over the next 5 to 8 years, it's the time to do it.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would like to say I'm very proud of our staff for having come forth with this, and thank you, Jacques, Dave, Tricia, everyone involved in this. This is an amazing development, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, it's hard not to be excited about what's in front of us here. I mean, I feel like the snowball of the integrated mobility plan as it rolls down the hill has really picked up steam now. And now we've got this much bigger vision as to what we actually want to do transit-wise in the municipality. And that's pretty darn exciting. And I'm reminded of a couple of smart people around the table. I think it was Councillor Nicol, Councillor Mason that referenced, you know, what we really need go forward is a real plan to then go to the other orders of government and sell, right? This is what we want to do. And so these, you know, this is really good work. I'm very excited about what's in front of us. The part that I'm concerned about is the same thing that Councillor Nicol was touching on, which is the what happens if we don't get money. I mean, it's in the report that we had money moved out of the public transit stream of things and put into the green stream of things in 2019. To my knowledge, we've had the AT piece, but there really hasn't been any call on the transit piece. And I mean, what I read is reluctance on our provincial counterparts to actually provide meaningful funding for transit. And so I'm wondering, right, where is there a plan B on this if the province will not come to the table in terms of what we might build as having to do it ourselves and what that might look like?
So Jacques or Dave, who wants that one?
I'll give it a try, Mr. Mayor, and ask Dave to weigh in, or Patricia. I think the, you know, certainly our expectation is the province and the federal government will step up. They've certainly given us sent the right, you know, positive signals. If they don't, you know, this will take a lot longer. You know, we're counting on some significant funding and not debt financing from the province, right? So on this, and but we would have, it would be a much slower implementation period, and we would not hit our 2050 targets.
Yeah, so I personally, I'm not concerned about the federal government funding it. It's our provincial counterparts that I think are the main stumbling block, and I think we need to be very clear. I'm reminded of, I think it was 2008 Economic Action Plan timeline back in those days. We submitted a list of projects. I mean, the top of the municipal ask was Spring Garden Road, Quinpool Road, but then we got no's on that and ended up pulling things from way down our list, which is how we got Washmill and the problems that came with that. I think there's a piece of this that when we approach the other orders of government, I think we have to be very firm in our own minds that this is what we want you to fund. This is what we need as a municipality, as a community, as a city. This is what we need you to do. This is what we're looking for help on, and not be hugely open-ended in it, because otherwise we lose control of it. It's the only piece that I worry about, and I worry a little bit about setting expectations sky high if people do not come to the table. But maybe sky high expectations are what we want right now to try and make sure that it actually happens. So I will leave it with that on that one. If I could ask just one question of Dave, the ferry piece going into Larry UTEC, and apologies if I've missed this. I was reading this report at 12 o'clock last night. Is there a phasing plan for the ferries? Because reading the report, I got the sense, you know, I was kind of like, yeah, Shannon Park, this is good, incorporating a new transit-oriented development, Mill Cove, Bedford Waterfront, lots of potential for development there. And then you hit the Larry UTEC, and there's not that transit-oriented development potential of vacant land near there, and there's not as much potential to actually do anything with the terminal in terms of parking. How does the ferry phasing work? Would we be doing the other two first, or, you know, how will that all kind of get decided and evaluated?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So we see Mill Cove as the obvious number one. you know, that stands out. Now, when I'd spoken about service calibration as a one of the next steps, I think that's what we have to dig into a little bit more. It is a little bit maybe complex in terms of which would be number 2, whether it's Shannon Park or Larry UTEC. And part of that as well is just because, you know, Shannon Park really depends on the timing of development to Shannon Park and how that comes out as well. So, that's, you know, I think that's certainly how we would look at, you know, sorry, one of the next steps in terms of getting to a firm position on that.
Okay, thank you, Dave. I think that makes sense, because then we can sort of evaluate how it all works based on the success of Mill Cove or not, right? Whether or not Larry UTEC then makes sense from there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure people understand that there should be excitement about this, but to Councillor Austin's plan, this is not something that we have approval on from other orders of government. On the other hand, if we don't have a plan, we're not going to get it. So we have to put this forward. We have to be aggressive. And we have to work with the other orders of government to explain and so they understand, and I think they will, the importance of these. We're getting later in the day, so I am going to be a little bit more Russell Walker-like in terms of timing, folks. I just want to let you know that. And so we are going to stick to our 5 minutes. Councillor Outfit.
Oh, great. I'm the first one that gets 5 minutes. Jeez, I tell you.
You got 30 seconds.
And listen, this has been a great debate, and we all have to color our roots there. We heard from Laura Lee, so that's great. What I want to do is say, you know, again, like I said when I talked about the Bedford Highway, not going to get down into the weeds right now, but I am concerned. We are going to have more information on the speed and the capacity of the ferries, for example. I agree with Richard. I think that we're risking an opportunity to connect West Bedford and the park and ride there to the ferry as well. I think my vision of this, and I'm not a planner, but I mean, buses have more flexibility. One of the criticisms of rail was that it didn't run into downtown, or it ran into not deep enough into downtown. Well, the ferries are going to run right into downtown. We know that they do. And BRT can run to the hospitals, the universities, the areas where we have a tremendous amount of employment, and you're not near the water, you're not near the rail. So I still, you know, I'm going to strongly support this at a high level, but I think we still need to have some flexibility. People in Bedford and in Rockingham and West Bedford and whatnot, yes, some work downtown, no question, but a lot work in Burnside. We still haven't addressed that. Would be BRT along that new corridor or along Magazine Hill down the road. We still have to get people to the hospitals and the universities. They're not going anywhere, and they're huge employers as well as the students. So I think I wanted to support Richard's comments on that. I would really like a little more understanding of how we're going to connect West Bedford and West UTEC and whatnot to the ferries. The other thing and of course we can't do this all at once, but we have to have some really good understanding, Dave and Jacques, on the timing of this. Because the days of, well, trust us, you know, we're going to build this on the Bedford waterfront, or we're going to build this community, or we're going to build that community, trust us, 2, 4, 5, 8, 10, 12 years from now, we're going to improve the roads, we're going to improve transit, we might do rail, we might do ferries, we might do BRT, whatever. We need a timeline for this, an order for this, and it needs to be tied in with the development, as you heard from Kate earlier. It's going to depend, it's going to impact where we have development, how much development we have, and when we allow it. The days of waiting 4, 10, 20 years cannot continue. And I was going to ask questions about the province and the federal government's willing to assess this, but you, Mr. Mayor and Jacques, you've addressed that very well. A word of advice for you, though, we got stung by this before. I would be very dramatic about this. If we don't get federal and provincial help from this, we won't be doing it. One of the reasons why we didn't get money for the FORPAD in Bedford was because one of the excuses they used when they chose other things, as Sam described, was that we said we were going to do it anyway. Well, folks, we won't be doing this. We won't be spending $700 million on BRT in any near future if we don't get a whole lot of federal and provincial money. And I think we should be very, very frank about that in our discussions with each other, with the media, with levels of government, with the people. This is all dependent on PTIF and green and stimulus funding, et cetera, et cetera. But it's an exciting time. I don't want to get down into the weeds here, but I do think there's going to be a lot of things we have to talk about first. But please, let's understand that this has got to be linked into the order of how things are developed, and please understand that, make it very clear that we cannot fund this on our own, even in a decade. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Outfit. And other cities who've made major investments in transit-type projects haven't done it without the feds either, so and the province. So that's not unusual. And you're right, it won't happen without support from other orders. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very quick. I just have one question, but I definitely want to say, Dave, Patricia, you should be excited. You should be proud with this because, you know, all of the adjectives that I've heard so far today, this is bold. And I've always said that, you know, the key to getting more people on transit is to make it fast, frequent, reliable. In short, you got to make it sexier than taking your own car to work. And this is sexy. The price tag, yeah, gives me the vapors a bit, but, you know, understanding that our job now is to impress upon our provincial counterparts that we need this, and the only way it's going to happen is with provincial and federal money. You know, this does give us a clear path forward for electric buses. That is going to excite a lot of people in my district. It's completely people focused, and there is a lot to like in here. My one question is just, I'm just wondering, are you looking at the bus rapid transit routes as the first place where we're going to be seeing electric buses, or is the plan we're going to be seeing electric buses on the streets before BRT? Thank you.
David or Patricia? Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I think it's interesting that they both come together, but they're not necessarily connected, the two projects. So I believe you would probably, you know, you may end up seeing rollout around the same time, but the e-buses wouldn't be limited just to bus rapid transit. They would be in general service.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor and staff. You know, we have a great transit team, and I always appreciate, one, how responsive you are, and two, how hard you all work. So again, thank you, like everybody said. So I'll be really fast. So quick questions. One is, when it comes to the electric bus project, I know that we were going to establish an office, which mean hiring. So I'm just wondering if COVID has changed how we will establish the project office for the electric bus program. Again, as mentioned, depending on if we get funding or not, but I'm just wondering if how that has been considered moving forward. And I have some other things, but I'm just gonna get on the most important one for me. The one piece that I feel, and I spoke to staff, actually there's two things. One thing that I had concern with when we first started talking about this, well, staff brought it to some of the councillors, was for me the connection to the Highfield area from the McKay Bridge. You know, to me, when I look at the maps with all the colors that make it very handy, I really see a gap to that connection from, if you're coming from the Bedford, you know, wanting to go to the Highfield. More importantly, when Shannon Park comes online, we're going to have a significant amount of residents there who are going to want to get connected downtown. So for me, and I don't know if staff have comments, I really feel that aspect of connecting McKay to Highfield, Shannon, to get downtown, to get to Bedford, is an important route. Also considering with the ferry, potential ferry there as well. That's really a big concern for me moving forward, kind of future-proofing this plan here. And the other thing is really quickly, and I already got a great answer from Patricia, but there was some concern around the Route 1. If we got really quick, you know, 20-second answer of there won't be an impact on that would be handy, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there a question in there? Dave, did you want to respond?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the so for eBus, the approach would still be to set up a project office. That position was originally in the budget for the upcoming year. My budget submission made a modification to that to have it start halfway through the year, but did not cut it completely. So the funding to have that position start partway through the year is still in the budget, and I think that timing probably is just fine. In terms of the connections between Highfield and downtown, I think you had mentioned, I think generally the general comments I can make are that with a BRT network like this and high frequencies, there is an expectation of transferring to on a more broad scale to get from one place to the other. So I think in that case, there would be an opportunity to transfer a bridge to get downtown. More generally as well, I think one thing I need to just make sure we all remember is that though the bus rapid transit network is the spine of the network, it's not the only routes out there. So a lot of the travel patterns that you'd mentioned, and like the Route 1, remaining in place and things like that, those are all still pieces of the transit system that don't necessarily go away when you implement a bus rapid transit system.
Okay. That's it. Councillor Mason.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What a great day, right? What a great presentation. I'll try and be very brief. I think the rapid transit coming with electric vehicle with clarity that a lot of people in the community have been asking for a long time. We've been hearing a lot of folks saying, how come these things take so long on so many levels, from temporary things for COVID to massive undertakings like this. And I think the reason why a transformative project like rapid transit or a transformative project like fleet electrification, the amount of money we're talking about is giant, and the amount of effort it's going to take is giant. And I think that having a well-developed plan like this to put in front of the other levels of government is essential to be able to get that funding so we can start to work out the dirty details. These reports coming at the same time help give a lot of confidence to folks, especially how fast the technology has changed on the EV bus side. The fact that we're no longer talking about en-route charging, but charging at depot and sending the buses out all day is something that has been, it keeps coming up in the media and on Twitter, right? Is how come they canceled the pilot? Well, the pilot is now out of date technology. The new technology that we want to implement means that pilot would have been redundant. So I'm glad that decision was made now that we're actually going to move to electrify Ragged Lake and have a 50% electric bus by, I think it was 2024 was in there, 2028. If this takes 8 years and the first route goes on in 3 to 4 from funding, that's great. But I think, it's also important that the journey of a million miles starts at the first step. This might take 8 years, it might take 10 years, it might take 12 years, but we need something like this if the city's going to keep seeing the economy grow by 2 and 2.3% a year, and we're going to keep attracting the population that we have been. We need to see this kind of investment. And I guess the other big thing is, while the subway-like map that we all love with the pretty colors is amazing, and it is amazing, it will provide a level of clarity that has been missing, especially to newcomers. As Dave said, the number 7 is still going to be there. The number 6 is still going to be there. The number 8 is still going to be there. And so those corridors are still going to be critical, and that local service and those express buses will all be feeding into this. I imagine I'd like Dave to talk a little bit about how we would be changing the system around bus rapid transit, though, because I don't think it would stay the same. It wouldn't make sense for it to stay the same. I think parts of the number 1 continuing would make a lot of sense, but I'm not sure the number 1 going with that frequency down Oxford and Coburg would make sense if it was flanked by the yellow line and the red line, if the neighborhood had that. So I think changes are going to have to happen. I'll just end on this. I support this greatly. our next challenge is we've got to take this plan, we've got to turn it into a slide deck, and we've got to go out and we have to do the regional councillors meeting as communities with MLAs and I think MPs this time, like we did with the IMP 2 years ago. And we've got to present this to all of them as communities to explain to them how transit works and how all this will work together to benefit the region. And, you know, ultimately it's going to come down to convincing the provincial government to come on board with the PDIF2 funding and the green funding. Now, my view after FCM and NSFM is that these are two complementary but distinct projects. There's enough money there to do bus rapid transit. We've got the Liberal government, the Trudeau government saying that they want 5,000 EV buses in the road by the end of, I think 2 years from now. There will be separate funding for electrification. There must be. It can't just be the same money that's already been announced. So I feel very confident that we can get that money, but the main concern will be convincing the provincial government to be as excited about this transformative and forward-thinking project that the city of you know 600,000 or 700,000 we're going to be needs as they are about twinning highways. So I think we're going to have to all invest in that, and I'm really glad that this has come forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If we have that comment from Dave about the reformatting of routes around the transit, that would be great.
Dave, 30
Certainly.
seconds.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'll be part of the implementation plan as we go through. We'll be looking at what's duplicated, what needs to be amended throughout the network as these routes, BRT routes, roll out in multiple phases for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Thank you, Dave. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, you know, Dave, you and I have chatted numerous times about Burnside. So I wonder if you could very quickly just talk about this rapid transit strategy and what impact it'll have on some of the issues we've talked about with Burnside. You know, Councillor Elliott brought up the Burnside connector, which will help with Burnside in many ways, but not necessarily from a transit perspective. Just a little vote of Shannon Park, you know, behind me in my screen is Tufts Cove and Shannon Park. There's going to be 10,000 people in there, and Canada Lands are moving ahead on that project now that that other project that will not be mentioned is no longer going there. At Highfield, Councillor Smith brought up Highfield already. Thank you. So if you just talk about Burnside and hear my vote on Shannon Park being the second ferry after Mill Cove. Thank you. So, Dave, that was a question about Burnside and the impact. Did you hear the question, Dave? Sorry.
Sorry, no, I was too caught up in your enthusiasm for Shannon Park, and I missed the question.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's fine. The question was this rapid transit strategy. You and I have talked about Burnside quite a bit and transit issues that we have, and you're well aware of it. How does this adjust any of that, those issues that we've talked about in the past and getting people in and out of Burnside?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think one thing I would draw attention to is that the purple line actually does get into parts of Burnside, definitely. And then also between that and having the ferry in Shannon Park nearby to Burnside, it certainly provides additional opportunities and options for folks to travel. And again, this doesn't mean the end of the other service improvements that we made in Burnside as of late. So.
Good. No, fully support it, and I'm conscious of the time, Mr. Mayor. It's all yours. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Just a note from Councillor Smith that he had a question related to the McKay and the connections. David, do you recall that question, and can you speak to that?
So I thought I had, but I must have misunderstood the question from Councillor Smith.
Go ahead, Councillor Smith, if you want to. You were less than 5.
Okay. So really my question is I'll try to be clear. So what I'm just trying to understand. So when you look at this, and maybe this doesn't follow under this program, and that's why I'm confused. But I'm thinking of connections directly related to the McKay Bridge that would go from either Burnside or Bedford to Highfield or Shannon Park. Just wondering why that hasn't been even explored. So really just why wasn't that explored as part of this moving forward? And I'll leave it there. Maybe I'll leave it there. Just wondering why that wasn't explored, having that connection, using that bridge, that other bridge connection that we do have.
Well, and I think especially given that I screwed it up the first time, I'm going to defer to Patricia and team if they can maybe get into a little bit more about what was looked at in that area.
Sure, thanks, Dave. It really came down to looking at the data around the area in terms of land uses, potential land uses, the density, employment, and population. And because, as Dave had said previously, the network's really designed to be a transfer network, you can certainly get from Highfield to the Bedford Highway in those areas through the network, and going via the McDonald just really hit more of the destinations than the McKay did. So really very analytical process, honestly, looking at origins, destinations, land uses, and balancing out. So the BRT lines are on the, the densest corridors where the most potential ridership is and the most trips can be accommodated. And so it was balancing the different demands.
Okay,
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I looked at the report. I said, okay, there's some pieces I'd like to have some clarification on. Is, simplification is great. BRT has theory, it's going to be great, but the connectivity, where Councillor Smith and a few others are talking about, is how do you get to those color lines, in regards to blue, green, purple, whatever? Where is, my opinion, the park and ride terminal sites that get to those areas, or we're going to have more park and rides that link into these areas. I only saw what I saw on this network or grid. There's only 2 or 3 possible areas you can put in a park and ride terminal to I think around Larry Utech top end is a possibility, and a couple others maybe out in Spryfield if you move the road just a little. But I think there's some need for connectivity in regards to park and rides. I think our park and rides have been an undervalued jewel in our crown, because they've been working. Those parking lots are full, and I think we need to expand our network of them. So that's one question. Second, I'd like to have seen a circuit around the commons, and from what I call commons to campus, commercial to institution. The use of our double road of Roby, our double road of University Avenue, our double road of Kennard, and we have the opportunity of using the parallel streets of Barrington and Hollis, of having a two-way tram system circling those areas. Right now, I look at those, you have the buses coming in, there's an overlap there, and I said, well, would have been simple just to have a circuit go around and do both ways, and people just get on and off. Sort of like the Electric Avenue corridor in Calgary. There's a free zone. You just get on and off the on and off the tramway. So I would hope there would be something creative like that. We had it in the olden days, back in the days, but I think that bringing something back like that would work. And my other question was the ferry terminals. Are we looking at doing fast ferries out to Bedford, or are we using the same standard ferry systems we have now? Because that's be a long trip for those current ferries we have. Don't get up to speed very much, but then again, how fast are the ferries allowed to run on the harbor? I recall the 2009 Harbor Link project, and we also had a ferry terminal to Purcell's Cove, but I don't see no Purcell's Cove proposal in this. And I'm also a little disappointed that perhaps we're looking about Shannon Park, but that's a dream right now. There's nothing there yet. Where we do have a project around the corner at Shepherd's Island or Harbor Island, we're building a bus terminal right there for Burnside. It would be very easy to have a ferry terminal hooking into Wheelhouse Road or to Sea Point Road into Burnside. So you would have a ferry terminal service into Burnside to downtown, and also crisscross from Burnside over to Larry Utech. It'd be a very simple opportunity there. We have a population base there. We have a commercial base there now, and we're about to put a bus terminal there. We have the pieces to put together, but this is missing the ferry link. And I think the Shannon Park, in my opinion, could be deferred until Shannon Park becomes reality. But Shepherd Island, in my opinion, it can be done sooner and faster and have much more impact. So I have an opinion on that, please.
All right, Dave and team.
So I'll grab a few and then I'll defer to Patricia and team for a few of them. So in terms of park and rides, certainly I would see park and ride forming a key piece around some of the ferry terminals. On the bus rapid transit side, there aren't any intents of adding new park and rides to the existing system. The idea behind bus rapid transit being that you're running through your areas where you have the greatest opportunities for people to walk to the service. People can also connect using existing transit services, but that also you're attempting to stimulate development. So that would be the idea around the land uses around many of the park and ride lots. In terms of the, I might turn over to Patricia for the questions around the other service options that were raised. I know specifically, I do believe there was work done to look at that Burnside Ferry idea
Patricia?
at a very high level.
Go ahead, Patricia. Maybe you can, if you speak, it'll pick you up.
It's Dave Espeseth. Okay, am I good?
Yep, you're good, Dave.
So Dave Espeseth, Acting Supervisor, Service Design and Projects.
Go ahead.
Good. So yeah, on the ferry, we did look at the option of Wrights Cove early on as one of the preliminary options. In the study we did, we ruled it just in terms of access in there is a little more tricky than Shannon Park. Navigating in and around the Harbor Islands and water depths is a challenge as well, so it didn't score as high as some of the other sites.
I would think the difference because you have a marina in there plus a marina supply and storage yard. So the sailboats of all sizes going in through there. So I don't think a ferry who floats on top of the water is going to have any more depth issues than some of the fixed ferries or the fixed sailboats with keels. I really think that the Wrights Cove is an opportunity we should probably reevaluate, in my humble opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Russell? Councillor Russell?
I'm working on it. I clicked on a different screen and it took forever to get back to this one. I was going to echo a number of the requests for reconsidering Marketplace Drive, Bancroft Drive, and putting the ferry terminal there instead of at Shannon Park. We have the development there already. We have the terminal going in there. As Councillor Hensby mentioned, we have CPRO services and we have the Dartmouth Yacht Club right there. So I would have a hard time understanding why those boats are able to get in there and a ferry isn't. And it would be, in my mind, a significant addition, allowing people to get from that location downtown. So would appreciate if hearing if that was the only reason that area was not considered. The second thing is we have a number of the buses coming out to Sackville. We have the express buses coming out to Sackville, and we have a number of people who will be traveling into Halifax all the time. And to miss the Bedford and Sackville portions of the bus rapid transit network, I would appreciate it if that was reconsidered as well. I want to drop back to where I should have gone in the beginning, which was I really appreciate this report. It is fantastic to see both large pieces of work hit the table at the same time and be considered at the same time. The clarity that these provide, the energy that both of these provide is really good, and I appreciate that. So I'd appreciate it again hearing about were there other factors that were considered for the ferries other than the depth of the water? And why was Sackville, or was Sackville considered, and why was it not? Why didn't it make the cut? Thank you.
Who wants that question? Patricia Hughes, go ahead, ma'am.
Sure, I'll take that one. There definitely were other factors considered. We had consultants helping us out looking at multiple ferry options. Part of it is the land use as well. Shannon Park has a lot of potential for transit-oriented development, so that was a big part of it. Even though there's, as you said, a lot around Bancroft and Wrights Cove area. There's potentially more that could happen at Shannon Park as a more pedestrian environment. But we did have, I don't have all of the factors in front of me, but we did have a whole matrix through the consultant looking at the various options on that. The other question you had was about Sackville. We definitely did look at it. Part of it is about the projected growth in the short term, and potentially as a future option, Sackville might make sense, but at the present time, these were the routes where there was existing demand and the density made the most sense.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go back to Dave. You might see that note from Tim there. Could a ferry run into Burnside near the yacht club? And I'll let you close it up, Dave, if you have comments to make.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I think that's the same location actually that was just discussed in the past two questions. So one thing I just wanted to say as well, you've heard from transit staff today primarily on this, but this project really was a joint project of Halifax Transit and Planning and Development. And I just wanted to make sure to acknowledge the great work and collaboration between the two business units and the teams on this, and the great result that came from that. So really quite happy.
Thank you for that comment. We're all delighted when we see cooperation among the departments. It's awesome. So thank you to all of the folks who are working on this, P&D and Transit, and any others that have been a part of it. It's very impressive. Okay, are we ready for the question?
Mayor, it's Tim, just very quickly. And thank you for the answer about the Burnside Ferry, but I would like to have another discussion and understanding of it. You've heard that from several councillors now, so if you could send us something on that, because I do think it's a missed opportunity perhaps. Secondly, I think one of the things we didn't touch on is when the connector is built from Sackville to Burnside, there has been discussion about Magazine Hill being used as taken over by the city and used for express bus lanes or bus lanes. So to answer my question about people getting to Burnside by bus, Paul's question about BRT or more express service, I think there is a vision, is there not, Dave, of doing, you might not call it BRT, a faster service by bus lanes if we get to use Magazine Hill at some point. Can you just address that really quick?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Mayor, through you. So yeah, and I think it's I think as that there is work I'm not directly involved in terms of the future of what any relocations that could happen on Magazine Hill. But I think you raise a good point. It's important to differentiate between the role of an express bus and BRT and which one is the most appropriate and best solution for the traveling public. But that either can use lanes and either can be a fast, effective way to get from point A to point B as appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Cheryl, take us to the vote.
Councillor Stretch.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carson. Councillor Nicol.
Boldly, yes.
Councillor Austin.
Wholeheartedly, yes.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes, without any adjectives.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Starowski.
Enthusiastically with adjectives, yes, Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Whitman.
For.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Alhit.
Yes, please.
Mayor Savage.
I vote for it, and if you include the emphatically, I think that's about 24 votes in favor of the motion. Thank you very much, Dave. I've lost you there, but to you and your entire team, very much appreciate the work. Colleagues, it's 5:17. I think since we're not taking a break, maybe we can keep going and go through our agenda for the time being? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Let's look then at item 918, proposed amendments to the administrative order on virtual public hearings. Who wants to take that? I see the deputy mayor raising her hand.
Absolutely, yes. I move that Halifax Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2020-009-ADM, the allocation of grants and withdrawals from reserves during COVID-19 administrative order, as set out in Attachment 3 of the staff report dated May 11th, 2020. I so move.
Nichols seconds.
Mason.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Anything on it, Deputy?
Nothing further to add to that.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary on it.
So this is just looking here at my agenda because I printed off the one without the actual thing on it. This is virtual hearings, public hearings. So I guess in reading the report, the only question I have, I'm fine with going ahead as recommended, but could we? And I don't know how it works in terms of a public hearing, because I actually looked at the legislation, I looked at our admin order, I looked at everything around a public hearing, and they're not defined in any way. So I guess this is more to maybe our clerk and solicitor. Under a public hearing, if someone isn't present at the public hearing, could they film, say, a short video of themselves? Send that in to us. Could that be included as part of the public record and therefore part of the public hearing? And I'm thinking, you know, they could do it on social media. They could add a hashtag. They could send it into a Dropbox that the clerk would have, like we accept, for example, letters from folks that we put in the public record. Could a short video from someone expressing support or concern about something be included in that sense?
Maybe I'll take that one.
Thank you.
Okay.
The challenge, I mean, traditionally, there's no different whether we're meeting publicly or here in terms of how people could submit. We have looked for a written record in terms of written submissions, and the challenge is in terms of a public hearing, whether there is an opportunity for questions of clarification, and also in terms of, you know, shortness of time. And so, you know, the rules allow for an effective and a fair opportunity for everybody. And part of the challenge I think I would have is how you sort of keep those things focused and on the bus if we were to open it up to, you know, long taped pieces. So I don't think we've explored that. We can give it some thought, but it wouldn't be top of mind at this point.
Okay, so it's not something that would be contrary necessary to the concept of what a public hearing would be. It would just be a matter of how you put that on the record and whether or not, I guess from a public hearings point of view, it's more synchronous, whereas this might be an asynchronous option for people to give their feedback. So I appreciate the fact that you're considering it, and I won't belabor the point, but I do like all of the other ways that we can try to get people involved, and I hope that we can continue to use some of these even in a post-COVID era where we can open up access to allow more people to be involved in our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for staff. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So if based on the procedures here in the admin order, would people who are attending or virtually attending the public hearing, if they didn't signify that they wanted to speak in advance to be on the list, would they still have an opportunity to speak as they listen to debate and something moves them and they want to speak to council?
So I'll take that one, John. So there isn't any opportunity under these amendments for other than those that have signed up to speak. And the reasoning for that is that it's, if they've already spoken, right? We will follow our rules of order as closely as we can, from as if we were meeting in a face-to-face public hearing. So the calling for people after the public hearing, just prior to the public hearing being closed, is not something that we can do, because we have no way of tracking who is coming into the meeting.
So we have no way of, like, I mean, with all our technical abilities, we have no way of collecting things as a hearing unfolds, because I mean, oftentimes at a public hearing, people will come not necessarily with a plan to speak, but then they hear something and then they want to speak to it during that public hearing, and we're really we're really cutting that off.
Yes and no. I mean, our public hearing ads are going to indicate how you get to speak, right? So if you're a member of the public and you want to speak, you sign up to speak, and you're added into the meeting at the time when it's your time to speak. You also have an opportunity to, provide something in writing. The risk of trying to bring people in off the cuff is great enough that we thought, or we believe as a staff, that we can't do that.
Okay. Well, I'll see what my colleagues have to say, but for me, I mean, that really doesn't sit well with me, and I find it. I mean, I think there are real challenges to doing it, but I mean, I find it hard to believe in an era where everybody's having to go into online in some fashion, that there's no way to manage that. I'll see if anyone else is perturbed by it.
So if I may, Mayor, we are challenged in a pandemic to provide public hearings, period. The minister's order is such that we cannot meet publicly, and so a lot of the flexibility that we would have traditionally, we don't have in this sort of situation. We don't have the ability to wander around the chamber. We don't have the ability to call and to bring up papers and all the rest of it. And so we've tried to accommodate it as best we can and make this flexible. So the principles of administrative fairness is knowing what the subject matter is in advance, which is what we do when we publish the agenda, and giving a call and an opportunity for people to put up their hand, and we can accommodate that. The challenge is on the fly at the last minute, trying to bring people in and out of a meeting just is not going to be technically, possible without the meeting bogging down essentially, and or running 3 or 4 days at a time to try and make everything work. So in order to allow us to bring somebody in, we need no advance. And they may decide they have nothing to say at that time, but if they want to speak on something, we would encourage people to let us know in advance, the same way we've done with the speakers list. Once you're in the meeting, we have a little bit more flexibility, but to actually accomplish that, we're going to need to do some scheduling.
Not the people that speak up in advance that worries me, it's the other set, but I hear you. Thank you.
Mike, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm going to put myself on mute. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. I think we can always call on Rick Howe or Todd Vino or Sheldon McLeod to do a call-in show for a public hearing, because they can deal with it for people calling in. But my concern, though, is how, like Councillor Clary talked about, if someone wants to drop in a Dropbox video or make a presentation, 5 minutes, whatever, on a concerned issue, that's all. That's almost like having a correspondence. It's a video. It's a virtual correspondence, but a little more pizzazz, I guess you could say. But also, how does this open the door for electronic petitions as well? If we can't take a physical petition in, will this open the door to electronic petitions where people want to sign in? I see public hearings can occur easily enough for those particular issues that we have to be within a particular area. For instance, if it's a variance or a rezoning application where it's only confined to a certain geographical area around the property in question, only those folks who live in those areas can participate. But when you get to a broader issue, that may become more problematic. It's kind of interesting to see that they're having this CART thing for the CART for this public hearing is going to cost $20,000 for here near the March. You know, it's almost the cost for those advanced polls for a couple of districts. You know, you're looking for participation from the public. You want people to vote, but you also want people to speak up on development. So I kind of see it as an analogy here is that we want to have people to have an opportunity to have input. We have the correspondence by email. Can they do Dropbox videos? Can they submit electronic petition? Limited call, or those who with the limited zone issues can call in easy enough, or registry easy enough. We have a property list of who participates or can participate. But the bigger issues, I'm curious of how we could work that in, because I'm more concerned is that in certain rural areas where we have lack of internet capacity, they won't be able to tie into a Zoom or a Microsoft Team meeting because they don't have the bandwidth down there. They would have to call in on a phone line. So just kind of curious of how they would be able to participate. Would they would have to, you know, like as well, I heard from the clerk, is they got to sign in advance, get on the speakers list, and then be told at what time you might be able to participate. So, you know, I think this is still going to be a work in progress for some for a period of time. We'll see how long it takes us for opening up things, but public input is always critical. So I'd like to know in regards to those issues I just raised through John or through the clerk's office, how we're going to accept the new virtual participation petitions and other things.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, we've been taking e-petitions for a long time. So that's not an issue. As John said, we have to think about whether we could accept a video, but we'll do some thinking around that, right? And if perhaps we can do that.
So the issue in part, and certainly willing to look at it, is you're getting into the issue of presentations, and we have rules around presentations which are separate and apart from our rules on a public hearing and the ability of councillors to ask questions of clarification and what have you. There's also time limits in terms of that. So we can take that away and look at it. And I think, as Councillor Hensby has said, this is going to be a bit of a growing piece as we get into it, and certainly we'll adjust from there. In terms of folks who do not have access to video capacity, Microsoft Teams or others, there is the capacity to dial in, to phone in, and that's how we will bring them in. But the software can only accommodate so many people at a time, and so we're going to have to do some scheduling around this, and that's why we need people to sign up, ahead of time. We can't hold a town hall meeting of 100 people or what have you with the software. We've actually got to schedule this through, and so we're going to just have to ask people to be respectful of the process and to help us as we go through it, and we'll adjust as we go.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In two pieces I really want to bring up again. One is, and Councillor Cleary brought it up, I think we should have a way where residents can send in videos, whether that's through Dropbox or set up web page that links to certain cases, because I think, again, when we look at correspondence, it is a way of correspondence, and as John said, that it could turn to presentation. Really, we would say, if you send in a video as your correspondence or as your response to the public hearing, that you can't have diagrams, you can't have pictures showing you. It's strictly commentary, and I really feel if we're going to go virtual, having videos is almost the same thing if folks can do it ahead of time, and that would also save on time with the meetings where you know what's coming forward as well. I do think we should also have a plan in place when restrictions start to ease, coming to virtual public hearings is having, and this is, it gets difficult, but I think having a place where folks could go if they book ahead of time, you know, the proper training, and, you know, having staff involved where people could sign up to go to a station that where they could present their case, either record the video ahead of time or during the meeting. I think we also should be able to explore that because, you know, as we know, it could be in the next 2 hours where the province says you can hold council meetings. We don't know because we don't get a heads up. But I think we need to have a plan in place for when we are able to go back to City Hall and have different ways for folks to do this as well. So I would really want us to look at one, how we could get videos as part of this, and also when it comes to letters, knowing that we get correspondence all the time, but sometimes people want that read on the record. So how we could have a place where correspondence can be read on the record if required, and a plan for the future for when we can do in-person meetings, and, you know, some kind of modified way of folks being able to come in, present at a station, and then leaving, or whatever that might be. I would like to see us kind of have more discussions on that piece, because I am concerned with not being able to capture the people who would usually be part of our public hearings. Those are my comments.
John or Cheryl?
We can certainly look at those things. We'll go back to have a look at those things and to think about how we will return to public hearings, right?
Okay. So Sarah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, really quickly, do we need to give any direction, or that can be copied in the minutes to move forward with that? What do we need to follow, any procedure like supplementary report or anything moving forward if that is the case?
I think John wants to. John?
We don't need anything further. As I said, we recognize this is going to be a evolving process, and we'll follow up and take a look at it. Some of this will come to business processes, and the other parts of it are to the IT side of it, in terms of, you know, how do we make available any number of Dropbox videos to all councillors and have them all on the record, and then there's the retention of that. So we'll follow up with that, and we don't need a further motion on it.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess my main concern is that there are many municipalities across Nova Scotia who've had 2, if not 3 public hearings already. And as far as correspondence goes, residents can send an email whether you're for or against something very easily, as they do today. And they don't have to appear at a public hearing. But I still say that if a small municipality, as well as some of the larger ones, have had 2 or 3 already, the mold's already been cast. Let's just get on the bandwagon here. And because I know in my district I'm pending 3 public hearings, and I'm quite sure the list is ever growing. So I need to move, as far as I'm concerned, faster than slower on this process, because we're not the first, because others are way ahead of us. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
John, anything on that?
We recognize, as does planning and development, the need to move this forward. Certainly, it would be much simpler if we were to follow the telephone conferencing, which I understand some of the smaller municipalities are providing. We understand we have to accommodate, generally speaking, a much larger crowd and more interest. So we are here today. We're looking for your support to get this rolling along these lines, and then we'll take it from there and try and expand this as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Sorry, Councillor Outset first.
Yeah, just quickly, Mayor, I want to re-emphasize Lindell's comments. I think he was right on. I'm going to support this reluctantly, but this is a lot. This is a lot more complicated than some meeting in Rubber Boot Upper Rubber Boot with a half a dozen people want to talk about an issue. I think that there's going to be perception problem with this. There's going to be technical problems with this. We have to do it because of the situation that COVID-19 has given us. And I'm glad we have a phone option in addition to MS Teams. But I think this is going to be far more controversial than we think it is. And I think Lindell is right that we should be continuing to look at other options to gradually get people by some methods back into talking to us at City Hall in smaller groups or what have you. I'll support this for now, but this is not going to be popular. It is not going to be without challenge.
Councillor Stretch.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. And, we're going on 8 hours here today, and the hour is getting late. But as someone who represents some communities in Upper Rubber Boot, Councillor Outfit, I want to tell you that on many occasions we have hundreds of people out to public meetings and to hearings. And I just have great reservation that this is going to go as smoothly as maybe some would assume. So I want us to be very careful as we proceed, and people have got to have their opportunity to speak. And I would rather keep our powder dry until we're sure before we embark upon any very controversial projects that may or may not be happening here in my district. So I remain very cautiously optimistic, but I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I certainly, given sort of the tone and tenor of our discussion, don't want staff to feel like we're beating up on them. I think, we are bigger than Upper Rubber Boot. I'm not sure where that is, but it sounds like a fun place to visit. In terms of, doing what we're going to do, it is complicated, and I recognize that, and I fully support what staff have put forward. In my ideal world, if I had my druthers, I want more. I want more. I always want more. But to Mr. Trave's point, I think this is going to be an evolving situation. We're going to learn a lot from the very first time we do it. And I think the second time and third time, each time will get better. Having said that, though, Councillor Austin made a point about, almost like being in church and the Spirit comes upon you. I think when someone's in a public hearing, even though they know what the topic is, until you hear and see the staff presentation, and until you hear and see the proponent's presentation, you don't really have a full understanding of what might be in front of you as a resident who hasn't been, going to meetings and reading the reports. And so I do really want to stress Councillor Austin's point about allowing folks who haven't pre-registered to have an ability somehow, and I understand the scale of the meeting is going to impact that, and we may need to book, just to be on the safe side, 2 or 3 dates for a public hearing before we actually finish it, because some of our public hearings do go on for 6, 7, 8, 10 hours, and we have had to carry, just in the short 3.5 years I've been on council, at least 2 that I can remember, maybe more, because your brain gets fuzzy after a while, where we have had to carry it on to another day. And so I think it'll be really important for us to make allowances for all these different things. But I do support what staff is proposing, but I do want to make sure that we are as inclusive as possible, and we can, collect as much feedback as possible. I think this is an opportunity for us to actually expand the feedback that we would normally get. And I know we're low on staff and people are busy like crazy. So I'm going to cut our staff slack because I do know that this is challenging, but I do hope we move in that direction. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, Cheryl?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten. Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion?
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Outhit,
Voting no.
and Mayor Savage.
Voting for the motion. That motion carries 2 negative votes.
Yes.
Colleagues, the next item that we have has passed on consent. That's 9.2.1, amendments to the Halifax MPS and the Halifax Peninsula Land Use Bylaw, 5534 to 5558 Bilby Street and 2819 to 2827 Islesville Street. Passed. That was coming out of Halifax and West. We will move to motions of council, beginning with Councillor Russell, item 10.1.
Thank you very much. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 request that the province of Nova Scotia and the federal government amend the COVID-19 Nova Scotia Rent Deferral Program, the intent of which is to help Nova Scotia's small business and not-for-profit communities remain viable in the wake of COVID-19. Specific amendments to the program should include A, develop a path to transition for landlords and tenants from the province's program to the Federal Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance (CERCA) program, and B, ensure that any future programs to support commercial landlords requires as a condition of eligibility that the applicant has provided rent relief for their tenants by participating in CERCA and other rent relief programs, and 2, write a letter to the Premier, which copies each of the HRM area MPs, requesting that they support this amendment, and 3, request the province of Nova Scotia immediately institute a temporary moratorium on any commercial rent default evictions where the reason for the rent default is related to COVID-19, and I so move.
Second. Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Basically, the general idea is we have each seen a lot of correspondence over the past little while, and we've heard from a number of businesses that are facing difficulties with their commercial landlords, where the landlords are evicting them or are insisting on an entire rent. And what this is seeking to do is make sure that the landlords and the tenants are able to work together. And in some case, apply a little bit more strength to that relationship. And it's requesting that the province and the country work together to make that happen. This is the intent of it, and with that, I would love to hear from people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the many phone calls and emails I've received, and I've gotten back to some to say, I will support this recommendation, but we don't have much control over our federal and provincial counterparts, and they don't listen very well to us. But most of the residents I've talked to think this is going to happen this afternoon, and I don't think so, and I'll leave it at that. But there's a good rumor out there that if we do this afternoon, it's going to be law tomorrow, and this doesn't happen that way. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd ask if perhaps Councillor Russell would entertain a slight amendment. At number 1, it says specific amendments to the program should include, and perhaps after that, but not be limited to, and that may broaden the scope for the provincial government.
That's friendly for the seconder.
And I have no problem with that.
Beautiful, and thank you, Councillor, for bringing this forward. I've just as recently as today, I've had calls from individuals who are being evicted because they're basically been shut down because of the virus, and the landlords are they're locking the doors. They've seized equipment. This is so unfair. These poor people. One fellow was in tears because he's losing everything, and there's not a thing in the world that we can do. But this is a good start, and I support this fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll use an adjective, actually it's an adverb. I'll wholeheartedly support this. And to Councillor Walker's point, no, of course the provincial government in particular doesn't have a great track record of listening to us, but I do hope the federal government can apply some pressure since it's their program. But it does certainly need the landlords and the tenants to work together to make this work. Look, COVID is killing business, and if this is symbolic, it's something we can do to show that as a municipality we support our local businesses. Think of the stuff that we've just done today and what we've been doing. I am very afraid, and this has direct impacts on us. The more businesses that shut down, the less commercial tax revenue we're likely to get. And so, we have some skin in this game. And so it's important that the provincial government, the federal government work with our commercial, and it's provincial in the sense that, tenancies, commercial or residential, are provincial jurisdiction. And I won't be the first to say it, but our provincial government hasn't been, in my opinion, doing enough to help our small businesses here in Nova Scotia weather this storm. And this is one thing that I think they need to do if we want to keep especially those small local independent businesses on our main streets and around our municipality. I really hope they listen to this and take whatever action is necessary and appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
We can hear you, Wes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it working?
Yeah.
It still says it's muted, so it's hard to tell, isn't it? Anyway, I'll assume you're all still there.
Yep.
All right. I support this motion. I'd like to thank Paul, Councillor Russell, for bringing this forward. This aligns very nicely with what other big cities are doing, including the City of Toronto, to try and push both provincial and federal governments. This is not to say, I guess I got three things to say. One is it's not all landlords, right? I'm also on the Zoom call for the NSFM board meeting right now on the other computer. And what you're hearing from around the province is most landlords are in fact taking either SECRA or they're doing some other deal directly with their tenants. But there are landlords who are holding out. And I understand that if my property mix was all street level retail and that was all I had, that only taking 75% would be a real challenge. But most landlords have a mix of residential, office, and commercial or retail. And I don't, and they have a mixture of small businesses and chains that are still paying rent, right? So what we need to see is we need to make sure that these small businesses who are digging into their savings and who are taking out lines of credit are able to access the federal supports. And that if at the end of all that, we've secured those small businesses, landlords and their representatives can come forward to the provincial and federal government and show we still have a case for how we have a gap, not 100%, not being made whole, but they still have a gap. At that point, then they should be able to get some support. They should then be able to get some support. The challenge is that we don't know what that support would look like or what the scope of it would be. But we can't start from this place that landlords are entitled to get 100% of the rent when the alternative right now is, as we've heard throughout the day, 1/3 of small businesses potentially closing on street level, it taking years for those spaces to repopulate, and it could be years where those landlords have no rent coming in at all or substantially lower rent. So it's really important for the vitality of those streetscapes and for our economic recovery that we dig deep and all of us contribute to, that all levels of that business ecosystem contribute to keeping those small businesses alive. So I'd like to thank the council for bringing this forward. I absolutely will support this, and I do hope we can see more done provincially and federally to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carsten. Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Smith.
In favor.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Or
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Yes, indeed.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion?
Councillor Outhit.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Russell. We will go to 10.2. Again, standing in the name of Councillor Russell. Councillor.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council send a letter to the Chief Medical Officer of Health and the Premier that A, thanks them for relaxing the restrictions related to the COVID-19 virus, including the ability to hold drive-in church services, and B, requests that we are also able to hold drive-in movies for occasions like Canada Day that follow a format similar to the drive-in church services. Thank you, Councillor Hensby, for seconding that. The reason for this motion is because a drive-in movie is a little bit different than a drive-in church service in that you can see people when they're getting out of the cars in a drive-in church service and form the greater than 5-person social gathering or violating the 6 foot 2 meter social distancing. And so what this does is allow some of our community groups, especially around events like Canada Day, to have these celebrations and do something other than have a video displaying on their computers. They can still sort of get together and still sort of have some sort of community spirit. This also allows us to do something because Canada Day is also near graduation day. This allows, in some cases, a drive-in to be held as a partial graduation ceremony so that the class of 2020 would still be able to get together and do something interesting. So I would appreciate your support for this motion, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll certainly support the motion. I'm not sure it's really necessary. For the drive-in movies, the Premier's already indicated, and Dr. Strang have indicated that they're working with business associations and organizations. Right now, those groups have to put together a plan as they reopen, if they were either shut down because they were told to shut down, or if they have to shut down because of the social distancing and gathering rules. And so, I'm sure they'll be able to work out concessions and all that kind of stuff, and stay in your bubble in your car and that. I'm sure it'll be fine. What sticks in my craw, though, is the thanking them for relaxing restrictions. I don't think we need to thank them because that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. As the epidemiologists and the healthcare professionals work through this, they do what they do, and they put restrictions in and take restrictions off. What I'd like to be thanking the province for is all the stuff we've asked them to do over the last number of years that they don't do. That's what I'd like to be thanking them for. I'd like to be thanking them for getting off their butts and giving us PTIF money for electric buses a couple of years ago, and maybe next week. That's what I'd like to be thanking them for. I'd like to be thanking them for all kinds of stuff. This isn't one of those ones, but anyway, I understand the spirit in which the motion was brought forward, so I'll support it. But man, would I like to be thanking the province for a whole bunch of other stuff instead.
Thank you, Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary, for stealing my thunder. You said exactly what I was going to say, so I will support it, but lots sticking in my craw, and I'll end it at that. Thank you.
You're done? That's it.
I can continue talking if you want me to, but won't have anything to do with the motion.
Just used to your melodic tones. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And as being one of those guys that were involved with the Marine Pentecostal Church on the Eastern Shore to organize the first drive-in church service with the sanction and approval of Dr. Strang, and later to find the public disdain because we were able to do something differently, which took in all the safety protocols anyway, but people told us to stay the blazes home. Well, 2 weeks later, it becomes sanctioned across the province. So I'm glad to be Halifax on the leading edge, and I think that the movie idea, we've been talking about the same thing as well on the Eastern Shore, trying to do something simpler, as simplistic as that as well, but we're also looking at this as an opportunity maybe to fundraise for the food banks and stuff as well, because they're also in need. We're looking at doing maybe an old drive-in theater program in a large parking lot of a shopping center, or perhaps one of our largest school parking lots where we have a large parking lot capacity that we can have spread out areas. So we've been talking about this the last couple of weeks on the Eastern Shore, and I hope that a letter like this will help endorse that. And I'm pretty sure that we can work out the bugs and make it happen. And I think it's great that there should be some type of perhaps virtual graduation ceremony, because it would be nice to at least have the kids get some kind of recognition for the class of 2020. You know, it's one of the biggest things I noticed in the Eastern Shore. Family love to come together to celebrate these milestones, and to have this kind of missing is certainly disturbing in regards to having a very special day like this change so dramatically. And I think there has to be some way we can do it virtually, but also collectively in an area to show support for everyone. So I'm encouraged by this motion, and I ask everyone else to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith asked, can we split the motion? John, I assume we can split the motion, can we?
We can.
Okay, are we ready for the vote? Yeah, Councillor Smith, you asked the question. I assume you're asking to split the motion? Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
This is A we're voting on, right? We'll split the motion, just make sure. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep, 4A.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten. Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
Nay.
Councillor Mancini.
I'm trying to be a little more enthusiastic than Councillor Nicol. Yes, please.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
You've
Councillor
disappeared.
Councillor Smith.
Against?
Councillor Cleary.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Or
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Adamantly opposed the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
For.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting for the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outfit.
For the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
Why not?
I can tell you why.
Motion is carried. How many
Passed,
dissenting
yeah.
votes?
4 dissenting votes.
4 dissenting votes. Let's take the vote then on number B.
B. Yeah. Councillor Stretch.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten. Councillor Nicol. Councillor Nicol? Are you muted, Councillor Nicol?
You on mute? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
There we go. It's acting up, but I said bring your own popcorn as well.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Smith.
For the motion, I'm always bringing popcorn when I hear a provincial announcement.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Marginally for.
Councillor Whitman.
For.
Councillor Blackburn.
Oh, the province's ears must be burning today. Voting for the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oathead.
For, and on the same days, we're looking for PTEF money.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, I declare that motion is carried. A and B.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. So now we will ratify the work we did at Budget Committee on that distinguished day, May the 13th. Deputy Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. You're looking at 10.3.
10.6.
Motion is as follows. I move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to revise the 2020-21 operating budget to remove weekly green cart service and provide notice to affected contractors no later than May 15th, 2020. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Let's go to the question, Cheryl.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten. Councillor Nickel.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Adamantly for.
Councillor Whitman.
For.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oathead.
Still opposed.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, the motion carries. We have no in-camera items. We'll move to notices of motion. Councillors, I don't have a list. Anybody have a notice of motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor
Zarowski.
Zarowski.
I would like to present a notice of motion that I'll be presenting at the next regional council meeting, a motion requesting a staff report for a plan for the creation of a park at the Blue Mountain Birch Cove Wilderness Reserve. I request that this report include considerations for projected land acquisition needs for the creation of the park, expected costs associated with land acquisition, projected costs of maintenance of the park before, during, and after the acquisition of the necessary lands, staff requirements to maintain the park, boundaries of the park, timeline for the creation of the park, potential sources of funding for the creation and maintenance of the park, and mitigation of threats to the park at this juncture. The staff report is required because of the changing nature of our municipal budgets and because of the threats to existing forests from fire, pests, and overuse.
Anybody else? Hearing no other notices of motion, just before we accept a motion to adjourn, I'll remind people that we have agreed to meet Thursday at 11 o'clock. Laura, I believe, is correct.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
I'd once again like to thank staff for their producing of the meeting, and I will accept a motion to adjourn from Councillor Nickel. Have a good
You-
night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Night.